disaster, of pain or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford with the Red Rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rolls together. (1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford with the Red Rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rolls together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
Two local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he's played. What a moment. Well, the real suspect came from Hagen's Fairbrother. Fine chance to run, get the winning hit, on come the crowd. Been a really wonderful game of cricket.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Hello everybody and welcome to Emirates Old Trafford. Thunder versus Central Sparks, your entertainment today in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. My name is Mike Perkins. Alongside me is former Thunder coach Paul Shaw. We will hear from him in just a minute. But let's tell you that Thunder have won the toss. They are going to bat. They make two changes to their starting lineup. So they will line up like this with Emma Lamb, Seren Smale, who's in good form with the bat, Katie Mack, the overseas, Fee Morris, the captain Ellie Threlkeld, Naomi Dutani. The first change, Danny Collins comes in for Sophie Eccleston. We knew Eccleston wasn't in the squad when that came out yesterday. Kate Cross, Mahika Gore, and then Tara Norris comes in for Phoebe Graham as the second change. Hannah Jones completes the Thunder lineup. Two changes also for the visitors today. Central Sparks, they bring in Chloe Brewer and Emily Arlott and line up like this. So it's Eve Jones, Caris Pavley, Courtney Webb, their overseas player, Abby Freeborn, who has been their main run scorer this season, Chloe Brewer in for Amy Campbell, Emily Arlott in for Katie George, so two fairly notable absentees there from the Sparks lineup. Bethan Ellis, Izzy Wong, Ria Fackrell, Grace Potts and Hannah Baker complete the Sparks lineup. We should also tell you it's overcast and cloudy here. We have had sunshine this morning here in Manchester. It does happen sometimes, folks, but it's not going to grace us for the start of play in around about 3 minutes' time here. But Paul Shaw, what do you make of those two lineups, and in particular the two changes? I suppose we knew Sophie Eccleston would be missing, but she's always a big loss.
Good morning, Mike. It's great to be here again, and hopefully the sun will burn through the clouds that are just hanging over Emirates Old Trafford at the moment. But back to those changes, yeah, I think Tara Norris coming in for Sophie Eccleston. We know that Sophie's not available from an England perspective, the responsibilities, so they're resting her. And obviously Danny Collins is coming in for Phoebe Graham, so we've got Danny coming in to replace a seamer. Phoebe Graham has bowled really well so far this season, has kept the stumps in play, so I know the team and Chris Reed and staff will be really happy with the way she's performed, and I think it's an opportunity to give her a little bit of a rest and bring Danny Collins into the team, who was an outstanding fielder, and just gives them a little bit more depth in that middle order with the batting.
Yeah, we'll keep you across the other games today as well that South East Stars Sunrisers and the Blaze are hosting during this latest round of fixtures. We should also remind you it's the last round of fixtures before we switch into Charlotte Edwards Cup mode. I suppose from the kind of coach's point of view, are you already starting to to move towards those shorter form skills? I know the difference, it's not like multi-day cricket to T20 cricket here. It's 50 over to T20, so a lot of the skills do overlap anyway. But do you already start thinking as a coach, actually we're going to almost look at the last 20 overs of our innings like the first 20 overs we'll play in the Charlotte Edwards Cup?
Well, certainly in the back of your mind, then the T20 format, fast approach in it, is there, for sure. So you're already thinking about potential selections and formations, team formations that you might play. But I think ultimately Thunder today will be focusing on this game. If they win today, then it's 3 out of 6 in the first 6 games as such before they take a break and go into the T20. So they will want to finish on a high today. If they can get a 50-50 in terms of 3 wins from 6, then that'd be a really good position for them.
Is that the mark then this season? Because we've expanded the competition so the top 4 get in. I really like it because it keeps those bottom 4 sides with something to play for. You know, even the Blaze, who've had the Bryce sisters' absence, have had Georgie Boyce, who you know well from her time here, absent. They've really struggled with the bat, having been finalists last year. But actually, even they, I think, could still come through if they get their form right in the second and third parts of this competition. From a coach's point of view, you're almost looking at that kind of 50% record. Is somewhere around there is going to be good enough to get you in the top half of the table?
Well, I think what Chris really be looking to do is to build on the progress that's been made over the last few years. There's been gradual progress that's been made on strong foundations. But certainly, if you can come out with, you know, 50% success rate at this stage, they would have probably wanted 75% success, no doubt about that. And every coach and every captain wants to win every possible game, don't they? But I think if they can win today, then actually it just sets them up nicely with momentum going into the T20 format. If they can have a good T20 format like last year, then it sets them up for the, if you like, the second half of the season and the second half of this competition.
Yeah, because fixtures will return in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy on Sunday 30th of June when the Sunrisers go... when Thunder go to Sunrisers, and you've got then Northern Diamonds will be the Sparks opponents on that day. But as we say, we move into Charlotte Edwards Cup mode, so both these sides will play on Sunday the 19th of May. It'll be the local rivals Diamonds coming here to Emirates Old Trafford to take on Thunder, and it will be Sunrisers at Worcester for Central Sparks. But as you say, all that is in the future. We've got 50 overs ahead of us. We've got a fantastic Wednesday for everyone, wherever they might be, whether they're having a day off at home, whether they're sneaking a listen in the office, whether they're just lucky enough to be able to watch cricket with what they do on a Wednesday. It's going to be Seren Smale and Emma Lamb to head out to the middle to open the batting for Thunder. No surprises there. They batted very well in the previous game, and I think that narrow 1-wicket win for Thunder against the Blaze, their second of the season, as Paul was saying there, was largely built on that opening wicket partnership of 89 between Lamb and Seren Smale. Lamb getting 44 that day, Smale getting 58. She also got 99 last Wednesday. I mean, she was always going to happen, wasn't she, Seren Smale? She's that sort of player. She's got a lot of talent, but it seems as if the form's right at the moment, Paul.
Yes, I think so. She's just beginning to come of age, I think, as a batter, and certainly as an opening batter. So it's really good to see her in good form and scoring runs. For any young players across the country, any coach would tell you that it's great when you see those beginning to perform. And also, we should say that in that 89 partnership the other day down at Blaze on Bank Holiday Monday, Emma Lamb got 40 odd as well and played well. So we've got 2 players arguably in good form.
Yeah, 44 off 50 in the end for Emma Lamb in that game. She's just marking her guard now. Is going to take the first ball. It's going to be from Grace Potts. Again, no surprises there really from the Sparks point of view. I thought she bowled fantastically at Kidderminster last week and was very unlucky not to come away with more wickets. She had 1 dropped in the slips by a captain, Eve Jones, and I think she had another 1 dropped during that spell as well. And I think Grace Potts was bowling with a really sort of just getting Paul's motion to me, the 2 fingers behind the seam moving away slightly. She was getting it to go at Kidderminster the other day, so we will see what she produces here under cloudy skies at Old Trafford, which should assist with that movement. She's got a slip, a gully and a backward point in place, as well as cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and backward square leg. And in comes Grace Potts to bowl to Emma Lamb, who drives through the offside superbly, and if Potts was looking for the swing, she's over-pitched and she's been driven away. Perfect start for Thunder, Paul Shaw.
Yeah, what a beautiful shot that is from Emma Lamb. She gets into a beautiful position, good strong base, and just leans into the ball and caresses the ball through the covers for a beautifully timed 4 runs. For me, it's the balance here. It's the balance and the head and weight into the ball that enables her to play that shot. Of course, Potts will pitch it up because she's looking to repeat the swing she got at Kidderminster.
Exactly what Paul Shaw, I'm sure, would have coached her in his time as the Thunder coach, as Potts comes in to deliver the second ball of the day. It's just short of a length, not forced in any direction at all, really. Back down the pitch, it's picked up by the bowler. There's no run on that occasion. Thunder 4 without loss. A reminder, you are listening either via the BBC Sport website. This commentary brought to you by BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Manchester. Scott Reed is also part of our commentary team. He will be in around about the 5 over mark. And if you want to watch on YouTube, it is Lancs TV that you need to find for that. Delighted to say we've got Badger and Coombs doing the pictures as always here, and as I say, it's myself, Mike Perkins, alongside Paul Shaw, the former Thunder coach, as this one is bowled by Grace Potts, driven into the offside. It's fielded at short cover. Bethan Ellis there to do some early work down in the, well, I was going to say down in the dirt of the pitches there, but actually they're quite green over there on that side of the wicket. 4 without loss it remains after that ball.
Yeah, Potts just bowled a little straighter then, tried to bring the stumps into play. I can't see much sign of swing at the moment, so I think the Central Sparks unit are going to have to bowl really, really well.
I mean, if you believe some people, the white ball hasn't swung since about 2004, but it certainly does, I think, in the early stages, as that one goes through outside the off stump to Freeborn. There's no run. It was on a good length, and again, not really, I didn't really feel that one went too much.
No, I don't think it did. Maybe just slightly, but not much at all. I think what's really pleasing there is Emma Lamb has let that ball go through really confidently, so that sense that she's in good form and she knows where that off stump is. Tendency early on just to go at the ball, but actually I think she's let that go really well.
Here comes Potts again, bowling from the James Anderson end, and that one's just dabbed down into the offside. Lamb felt like she needed to play that one, but she was in control of the stroke, even though it went into the gully region. It bounced once to Courtney Webb, and there is no run. 4 without loss it remains.
And you can see by the length of that ball that Potts is just aware how strong Lamb is off the front foot. So she's just pulled the length back a little bit there, and Lamb's just rocked back and played that off the back foot. There is a gap just between, if you like, point and short extra, where Lamb will look to rotate the strike, I would think, in that area.
And I guess the cut and the pull sort of come into Lamb's head if she sees Potts going back of the length, just defending that one from the crease. Not really particularly backward or forward there. Again, it goes down into the gully, but safely on the 4. 4 without loss then at the end of the first over of the Thunder innings. That represents a very good start, even though all the runs came off that first ball. So it feels like it's been a bit of a long wait for the second scoring shot. However, I think the quality of that shot will be making Emma Lamb feel very good, Paul Shaw.
Yeah, for sure, and Emma's a confident player, so to get off the mark like that and then be really confident around playing balls and leaving balls just outside that off stump, I'm sure will hold her in good stead as she goes into this game, and hopefully can create a really strong foundation for this Lancashire Thunder team to really push on and score a good score on this pitch here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Now this is interesting, isn't it? Ria Fackrell is going to come on into the attack here to bowl the second over of the match. So they're going to go with spin Central Sparks. I've not seen that used too much in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, I don't think, starting with the spin. A little bit in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, maybe. Let's see what Fackrell will produce. Got a slip in place. Oh, in the power play, so they clearly feel she's going to be accurate enough here. The one fielder she's got out on the leg side is at deep mid-wicket, and 2 will be taken to her with a little flicked sort of shot into the onside by Seren Smale, who's away. 6 without loss, and Smale has 2.
Yeah, that was a good shot. So Fackrell's just dropped that a little bit short, but I can see there that Seren Smale is in good form. She picked the length really, really quickly.
So yeah, protection back on either boundary square of the wicket, as that one is full, and attempted a drive, but it's through to the gloves of Freeborn, even though she didn't gather as cleanly as she would have liked. Dot ball.
Yeah, you normally see spin balls operating in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, but actually in this competition, the 50 over competition, much less so.
Here comes Fackrell. Say, interesting ploy to open the bowling here. It's been cut away into the offside. There'll be another single on offer. 7 without loss. We've had 9 balls of the Lancashire Thunder innings, and they're progressing nicely here. 7 without loss. But yeah, I mean, Fackrell's almost, she's given herself the protection if she drops short, so it's almost like they're setting the trap a bit for the batters here to say, right, if you want runs, you're going to have to go down the ground and over the top.
Yeah, that's certainly what Fackrell's looking for the batters to do.
Very interesting tactic from the Sparks. This one's worked into the leg side. It'll be another single, as I say. The way Sparks have set it up, they look happy to concede in those areas, Paul. It's 8 without loss.
Yeah, it is. You've got the 2 sweepers out. The sweeper out on the leg side boundary square of the wicket, and you've also got a deep point protecting those boundaries. So what Thunder batters will be looking to do is rotate and put the bad ball away as much as they can.
Here comes Fackrell. Bowls outside the off stump, beats the outside edge there. And it was just a prod forward, really, from Smale on that occasion, who has 3. And she's just assessing her challenge, really, as she prods at the pitch there.
Yeah, it was a good length that Fackrell hit then, and it just run on, didn't it? Just run on, not much spin, but just run on past the outside edge.
Fackrell again, right arm over the wicket. Flicky little drive up to mid-on. No run on offer. We've had 2 overs, 8 without loss is the score after them. Paul Shaw, how do you assess that?
I think it's a really good start. It's a calm start, positive start by the Lancashire Thunder pair of Lamb and Smale. And I'm sure they'll just look to keep rotating the strike, putting the bad ball away, and then build the pressure as much as they possibly can on the central Sparks bowlers and fielders, and really get into a good position come 20 overs, and then look to push on from there.
Mentioned it already, but Emma Lamb with very good statistics in this competition. 709 runs across all the years that we've had it now. We're now into the 5th edition of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, and she'd have been up in those 1,000 run scorers had she been not called up for international duty. They've liked what they've seen in terms of Emma Lamb's batting, and she's had the pleasure to do it for England as well, as she just prods that one into the offside. No run on offer, 8 without loss it remains, and we can see in the early stages between the Blaze and Western Storm. Western Storm a 7-4-1. That game being played over at Trent Bridge today. We'll keep you across all the scores throughout the day here on Lancs TV and on the BBC Sport website as well. Reminding you with Mike Perkins and former Thunder coach Paul Shaw, as in from the far end comes Potts for a second over. She was hit for 4 from the first ball, but since then has been very accurate. Gone to a sort of back of a length ploy and cramps Lamb for a bit of room again. 8 without loss it remains.
I think that's exactly what Potts has done, isn't it, Mike? She's seen that early shot from Lamb and thought, I'm looking for swing, but actually there's not much swing. I'm just going to pull that length back and see if we can get Lamb probably just trapped on the crease. I think that's what she's looking to do, whereas Lamb's beginning to look to rotate strike with each delivery.
It'll be interesting if she does rotate strike, whether the length will be the same to Smale. Lamb advances down the pitch this time, but again is sort of caught by a short of a length ball. Potts, I think, actually just stuck to a length there, really, and still managed to cramp around the hip there.
Yeah, for sure, and I'm just looking where that ball went. It went to a short, straightish mid-wicket. The risk here for Lamb is that if Potts keeps hitting that type of length, there's a big gap, because obviously we've got deep square out, so the big gap, Lamb might just turn the face of the bat there and should be looking to hit her on the knee roll, I would have thought, and bring in the LBW.
What will the ploy be here? Potts on her way. Delivers right arm over the wicket. The cut shot is hit well, but there is a fielder back down at third. It's Rhea Fackrell who is bowling the Stay the Men, the end we commentate from. Another single added to the total, so we will be able to see what the length is going to be like to Smale here. 9 without loss, the score moves on to. Just scores elsewhere very quickly. Southern Vipers 12 without loss against the Sunriser. That's a big game in this competition because both those sides going well. And Northern Diamonds are 20 without loss against the South East Stars, the other informed side in this competition at the moment. First aeroplane of the day makes its way across the cloudy skies as in comes Potts and sort of turns round Smale, really, who's advancing forward. The length did seem slightly fuller, Paul. 9 without loss.
And I think that's a really good example of that really straight delivery. Seren is just looking to hit it into that vacant gap, if you like, where the square leg would be. So it just brings her into that, hence the leading edge. She's going to be careful to keep playing straight down the ground as much as you can and trust that on contact she can drop the ball just in front of square.
She does remind me a lot of Emily Arlett, actually, running in Grace Potts. I've almost had to stop myself from saying it once or twice here, as that one's clipped away behind square on the leg side. Single on offer, 10 without loss. It's maybe an obvious thing to say with them being in the same team, but they sort of both tall in action, straight approaches. I mean, I think there are similarities there, Paul. It's not just it's not just the fact I'm used to seeing Arlett open for the Sparks.
Well, they're certainly both similar in stature, aren't they? Both tall, fairly athletic, running quite hard and fairly straight. Potts has got probably slightly more of an angle that's developed to help her away swing, but generally speaking they are very, very similar, both athletic cricketers.
It's going to be Fackrell to continue then. It wasn't just a sort of one overplay. We see that in the T20s now, don't we? It's almost like they try and sneak an over from the spinner right at the start of a T20, but that's not what Sparks have done here. I think they're trying to set a genuine trap as this one's short of a length and just worked away to Baker at mid-wicket. Almost short of a length without being short, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it's a decent length to ball on here, I think, with the field set as it is. And should be Fackrell will just be looking to bring the knee roll into play here and see if she can get the batters to go across the ball.
Tosses that one up and brings a defensive stroke forward from Smale. 4 off 9 now. The dot to the analysis for Fackrell.
Good start to the over, isn't it?
Certainly is. We're at 11:15 on your Wednesday morning. Thank you for joining us on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website as Fackrell throws it up. Bit of an uncomfortable drive in the end from Smale, who sort of almost rehearses a flick into the leg side. It was kind of, she was looking offside and then ended up twisting the bat from one side to the other. Fackrell again just spins the ball one hand to another, passes it back to her right now, which she'll deliver with from the Statham end. Forward comes Smale, well forward outside her off stump, 10 without loss.
Yeah, what I like about this is Lamb's just gone down, just have a little word with Seren. Everything's okay. Come on, let's stay calm. Let's just get through the over.
Fackrell's gone with those traditional off-spinner long sleeves, but she was sort of pulling them up towards her elbows there as she delivers again. This one's cracked away into the offside, but perhaps without the timing that the sound off the bat made it first appear, and it's only one run out to the sweeper on the offside, 11 without loss. That's what it's set for, I suppose.
It is. It absolutely is set for that. But just looking at that last ball, Fackrell will be disappointed with that because the pressure she was building on Smale has just been released by that delivery.
Fackrell again then. Can she get out the over here? It's a single, but there could be a chance of a run out. Smale was slow setting off, wasn't alert to it. Lamb was always, you know, even sort of before the ball had been delivered, was clearly thinking about a single there, and as soon as she clipped it, she set off, but Smale wasn't quite alert to it. 12 without loss. The run rate is 3 at the moment. We've had 4 overs.
Yeah, it's a big part of Emma Lamb's game, running between the wickets, isn't it? You know, quick off the mark, drop and run, get down the other end, and build pressure on the infield that way. And obviously, of course, it keeps the scoreboard ticking along as well, but Seren Smale just wasn't quite as aware as Lamb was in that instance. And let's hope it's not a sign of things to come. I would have thought these two have battered a fair bit together now, so strike rotation will be a big part of their game.
We've got Eve Jones, the captain, with a towel tucked in the back of her trousers, crouching at first slip and watching as her fast bowler Grace Potts comes in, delivers short of a length. Lamb's going to pull that one away, and that's going to be 4 runs. Second boundary of the innings for Lancashire Thunder. 16 without loss, the score. We are into the 5th over, and that was a nice stroke. I was wondering if Potts had the bouncer in her repertoire, and that almost indicated as if she was going for that, she didn't quite execute it. It was sort of a genuine short ball in the end there, Paul.
Yeah, I think so. It was a short ball, wasn't it? And just looking at the replay there, Lamb was almost just sitting back on the back foot, expecting that ball to come short as it did, and obviously she played the pull shot very, very well and timed it away for a nice 4 runs.
Potts again, bowling short of a length. Cut, but kind of was having to lean back to create the room there, Lamb, and didn't quite get the power as a result. 16 without loss it remains. We'll bring Scott Reed in at the end of the over to give the BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Radio Lancashire perspective on this game, but it's going very, very well for Lancashire Thunder at the moment.
Just looking at the field, I mean, one of Lamb's real strengths is the cut shot. They're often just cut slightly behind square and sometimes in the air, we've got a 3rd stroke, 4th slip and a point in place for that mistimed.
His putts, and the cut is out, and it goes flashing past Courtney Webb, who was in that sort of 4th slip, almost gully position there, and away down to 3rd for 1 run. So you almost feel that's a single that had an element of risk to it, Paul. 17 without loss.
Yeah, she didn't quite get on top of the ball, and I think early on in the innings, sometimes she can hit that ball just behind square in the air, which she did on that occasion, but it was just obviously wide of Webb there, as you rightly say, around about 4th slip, stroke gully.
Potts contemplates her next move then. Smale prodding at the pitch, settles into her stance now. Here comes Potts to deliver. Right arm over the wicket. Smale slightly uppishly towards mid-wicket. That brings the over to... Oh, no, it doesn't. We've got 2 more balls. Where am I going? I'm getting ahead of myself there. 17 without loss, the score. Dot ball recorded. Interestingly, it went uppish towards the field of Chloe Brewer there at mid-wicket, because that was where, when we were playing on the other side of the square, that Lamb was caught in the game against Sunrisers. Again, sort of almost trying to manufacture a shot from deep in a crease. So she'll have to be a little careful, but I think that's the way Lamb likes to play. She likes to sort of take the aggressive option if she can, as Smale taking the aggressive option, and that's the shot of a batter in form. She hasn't found the boundary yet, but she will do here, cracking the ball off towards the hotel. Lovely, lovely shot from Seren Smale, who made 99 in her innings this time last week. She made 58 in her previous innings as well, and that was the shot of somebody in that sort of form. 21 without loss. Yeah,
that was a great shot. Potts has just slightly over-pitched again there, and Seren's picked the length really early, got into the ball and caressed the ball in between mid-off and short extra cover for a well-timed 4 runs. Beautiful shot.
A reminder, both these sides will feel that they need a win here. Sparks winning their opening game, but none of the others, as this one is dabbed behind square on the offside, and that will be the end of the 5th over. 21 without loss. A reminder, Thunder have won 2 of their games so far, and Lancashire Thunder, they sit in 5th in the table. I will bring in Scott Reed after a thought from Paul Shaw.
Yeah, so it's a good start here at Emirates Old Trafford. From Lancashire Thunder, the score is 21 for none off 5 overs, and Seren Smale and Emma Lamb are just building a nice partnership in a calm way, looking to put the bad ball away and rotate strike as much as they possibly can, and they're looking to play, I would suggest, low risk, high reward cricket at the moment, and it's certainly working well currently.
Good morning, Paul.
Good morning, Scott. Good to see you.
Yes, and you. Good to see a nice steady start by these 2 opening batters, as Lamb just steers his next delivery down towards short 3rd for a quick single, and moves on to 13, 22 without loss. It has been a calm start, hasn't it, which is quite nice. That must feel good on the Lancashire Thunder balcony when the 2 openers get off to a nice, steady, calm start. Yeah. Nothing too frenetic. We want a bit of calmness, don't we, really?
We do, and I certainly did when I was sat down on that balcony.
I bet you did. Fractally in balls, that's off the back foot by Smale. Again, this would be worth a run. Just worked her way to deep backward point, and actually able to come back for 2. Smale moves into double figures with that. Moves on to 11, 24 without loss.
Both Smale and Lamb are picking length really well today on what is a used pitch. I think this pitch was the pitch where they played Western Storm 2 games ago, probably 7 days ago now.
Fackrell bowls. It's punched away down the ground, but for no run.
But both batters look in pretty good form at the moment, don't they? You know, they're picking length really well. They both know where their off stump is, and long may this nice, calm, building partnership develop over the next 20 overs or so.
Slip in place for Smale, who's just easing the ball away to mid-wicket. It's a slightly awkward bounce at short mid-wicket. Just bouncing off the used pitches here. But stopped inside the circle, no runs. 3 off the over so far. 24 without loss. Smale on 11. A little shimmy forward and works it back to Fackrell, who fields off her own bowling, and there's no run.
Because the ball's not spinning too much, if at all, Seren Smale's looking to come down the pitch and beat that short extra cover, I think, against the off-spinner.
Who's in to complete the 6th over. Works off the front foot again and back down the pitch, and there is no run. So 24 runs scored, 13 to Lamb, 11 to Smale. We've had 6 overs of this game here on Manx TV and the BBC Sport website, and app slightly overcast conditions, but it's dry. It's actually quite nice and warm as well. There's a sprinkling of spectators in front of the pavilion and below the point for this fixture. And I was reading, it's almost 12 months ago, talking about being frenetic and being I wanted a nice calm day. It's almost 12 months ago that these two sides met here in this competition for a game that was reduced because of weather, Duckworth-Lewis Stern, and it finished in a tie. Do you remember it well?
I still have nightmares about all the ties we had last year.
There were a few last year, weren't there? Yeah,
certainly was.
You were the tie team of cricket last year. There's Lamb just nudging the ball away towards the leg side, and pick up and throw from mid-wicket. Actually, the throw comes in and it rattles into the side of Sharon's, goodness, into Smale's thigh. Goodness. Quite what you want, is it? Is you going to go through to complete a single?
No, good single though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You know, good awareness of where that mid-wicket is, and Lamb's called Seren through there, and I think she's taken one on the ankle, I think.
They're slightly limping, Seren Smale, but she looks like she's okay now. She's shaking it off a little bit. Blimey. 25 on the board. It's Potts from the James Anderson end. Over the wicket and balls, a little bit of width there, and that's chopped away into the offside, picked up inside the circle though. And there is no run. So yeah, a tied game here. So there were runs in that match for Emma Lamb. She got 56. Yes, Sophie playing in that game, 74. Eve Jones made 69 for the Central Sparks. Sophie Eccleston picking up a couple of wickets in that game as well. Yeah, tied fixture between these two sides in this competition, almost exactly 12 months ago. We're going to see some similar drama later on today, we shall see. Potts in and bowls, driven to mid-on. There is no run.
You know, when you look back on last season, and in particular this competition, Scott, we had 4 games rained off without a ball being bowled. Out of the 14, 4 rained out. We had 2 ties. And you think, jeez. You know?
It's a bit of bad fortune, that, isn't it? Yeah, to have 4 of 14 group matches, 4 rained off, and then the ties bolted into it. Potts bowls again. That's off the back foot and forced away into the offside by Seren Smale. Picked up at cover point, and there's no run.
It's an interesting little duel this between Smale and Potts. Potts has adjusted the lines and the length. She's bowling straighter and slightly back of the length. And she also knows that both Lamb and Smale are both good off the back foot and also like the ball with a little bit of width. So she's just trying to tuck both of those up now, and she's certainly bowling very straight and just back of the length to Smale.
She's been quite strong, hasn't she, on the offside, certainly behind square. It's pulled out towards mid-wicket this time, but for no run. So just that slightly kind of frantic single off the first ball of the over. I say frantic, maybe a bit harsh, isn't it? It was certainly a cheeky single of the first ball of the over. It's been actually a good comeback from Potts. 4 dot balls since then. Still a slip in place, and the 2 fielders outside the circle are at deep square leg and at deep third. A ring of 4 fielders inside the circle on the offside. It's off the back foot and punched away into the offside, but can't get it past that heavily guarded field. And then the pick up and throw towards the keeper is a little bit untidy. And they managed to sneak through for an additional run there to complete the over. 7 overs gone. 26 for that one.
Yeah, the Central Sparks team will be slightly disappointed with that little bit of field in there, because it just takes a little bit of pressure off. It's another score to the scoreboard. It just ticks over again. It's really interesting, I think, this, because the pitch has been played on, as we mentioned previously, but it doesn't look like there's been that much traffic on it. Obviously it's wearing really well, and the groundsmen have done a brilliant job just maintaining the pitch ready for today's game. But kind of opposing that is the cloudy conditions, isn't it? So when you're tossing of the coin at the start, you're thinking the pitch suggests we should bat first. The conditions, however, in terms of the I'm going to call it atmospheric pressure, would suggest we should ball. So they'll be looking for a really good start and the sun to come out quite quickly and then get a big score, and then the clouds come back and the ball starts hooping around in the second dig.
That sounds like a perfect outcome, really, doesn't it? Yeah, that's a perfect way for the game plan to proceed. I'm not so sure they're going to get it all their own way like that. We'll see. Yeah, but the forecast is actually for a little bit of sunshine later on. But we've got cloudy conditions here to begin with. And we'll see a bowling chain from the Brian Statham end, with Arlott coming in. So a bit of pace replacing some spin. Smell off the back foot just steers the ball away into the offside. And there is no run. I was looking at the way that Seren Smale has started this campaign, and a really encouraging start to the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy with some very good scores, even in both losing and winning situations. So she's made a really encouraging start at the top, batting alongside Emma Lamb. Arlott balls again, just following that from Smale, through to the keeper, no run. But obviously a real talent. I mean, it's only 19, so a really exciting start to her career here at Thunder, and a chance in this first team, and at the top of the order too.
Yeah, she's a really good developing young batter, and I know everyone here at Thunder have got high hopes for Seren Smale, and she's certainly started this season incredibly well.
Beaten on 12. Here's Arlott in ball, just onto the leg stump.
Shot.
Yeah, just timed that ball neatly away through mid-wicket. Beats the dive in the infield. It allows Smale to come back for 2.
This shot is the sign of a batter who's in good form. You know, she just got into the ball there, played the ball with a full bat face and just worked it past a fairly straight short mid-wicket for 2 runs. Timed that beautifully.
This season scores in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy of 32, 21, 9 and 99, and a 58 in the 5 innings so far. Balls, it's full, just gone off stump. Worked to Potts at mid-on, no run.
And I think in their pre-season friendly, may have been their last preparation game, Thunder's preparation game, they played Sparks down at Edgbaston in a 50-over game, and Seren got 100 in that game.
They'll know all too well about the threat that Seren Smale has then. She's worked her way to the leg side. Again, there's no run. And that 99 she got actually came against the Southern Vipers, with probably the best team in the competition, aren't they?
They're certainly a good side. I know they had a number of their England players not available for that game, the Vipers, but they still have some really good regional players and some good experience in that side. So it's certainly a good knock if you're getting runs against the Vipers.
Final ball of the 8th over. Arlott balls, just shuffling back into the crease, pushing away into the offside. And there's no run, just a couple off that over. So a very solid start with bowling change. And Emily Arlott just conceding 2 runs off that, off her first over. So far, the bowlers used in this innings, or 3 of them, have been used. That's how the Lancashire Thunder card looks. Lamb and Smale making a pretty steady start, 14 each, albeit Smale's faced 31 deliveries compared to Lamb's 17, and the bowlers there still searching for the first breakthrough. We're going to see that double change because Izzy Wong's going to come into the attack from the Jimmy Anderson end, and with the arrival of Izzy Wong comes that ability to bowl just that fraction quicker 2-ball.
Yeah, for sure. Izzy Wong's been a good performer for the last 2 or 3 years, and certainly in this competition. And of course has represented England and spent a number of weeks and months within that England environment developing her skills. She's got a brilliant fast bowling coach here at Central Sparks, was actually the head coach in Lloyd Tennant, so he'll certainly be hoping that she can break this partnership.
Still the slip in place. Central Sparks looking for the first breakthrough. It's onto the leg stump of Lamb. And just to nudge the ball away behind square for a single. Lamb moves on to 15, so 29 without loss. The top wicket takers so far in this competition for the Central Sparks. Well, Emily Arlott with 4 wickets. Potts has got 4 wickets. Anna Baker with 3. Izzy Wong's picked up a couple so far. Smales on strike. Wong sets off again from almost beyond the 30-metre circles. Over the wicket. Defended off the back foot by Smale into the offside. No run. Remains on 14, 29 without loss. This is the final game of this initial block, isn't it, of 50 over cricket before Charlotte Edwards Cup starts in the T20 competition. And this is how the table looks. Still relatively early on, but solid start for the Thunder. That's a shot pulled away in front of square, and that shot has produced 4 runs. Beautifully timed, the pull shot in front of square out to deep mid-wicket, moves on to 18, 33 without loss.
Yeah, Smale picked length beautifully, didn't she? She could see that it was just short, just back of the length, and just rocks back onto this and plays it beautifully in front of square. She plays that ball quite early actually to beat mid-wicket. That's a great shot and a really good sign of a batter in very, very good form, and she'll be wanting to continue that purple patch that she's in, and I think she'll try to go one better today. I think she'll look to go big today, so it's just about building towards that big partnership.
Here's Wong to Smale, just driven away to the offside, no run. I mentioned that 99 that she got against the Southern Vipers. On 2 previous occasions she's got nicely in, a 32 and a 58, so can today be the day where she comes on and gets another big score? Very solid start. 18 for Smale. There's Wong again. Over the wicket and bowls. Driven away. Think about taking the single. The ball stops at extra cover and there's no run. So the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy table at this stage sees the South East Stars top with 4 wins from 5. Southern Vipers are second, 4 wins from 5. Sunrisers 3 wins from 5. The Northern Diamonds 3 wins from 5. Lancashire Thunder 2 wins from 5. Western Storm 2 from 5 and 6. Central Sparks have lost 4 of their first 5 games, and the Blaze are bottom with 4 defeats in 5. Fallen off stump and Smale drives straight to mid-off. And there's no run. That's the end of the 9th over. 5 runs off it. Smale on 18 and Lamb on 15.
On those last 2 drives of Smale, she's just sitting back a little bit on that ball. I think Lamb hopefully here will be encouraging her just to get into the ball. You can see when that back leg collapses, her bottom hand comes through, doesn't get quite the power or control. There we go, that's that conversation. And she'll be just looking to get into that ball a little more, and then she'll be extra cover with minimal effort.
Emma's obviously quite an experienced batter now, even though she's still relatively young, isn't she, still for herself, but she's actually played quite a lot of cricket, so it'd be quite nice to watch these two bat together, and quite nice to see those little conversations happening as well between overs, kind of mid-pitch, bouncing ideas off each other. Arlott to Lamb, it's angled away to mid-wicket. Baker fields, no run.
It's well balled by Potts, that, isn't it? Straightish line, coming in quite close to the stumps, targeting the knee roll, looking to bring in all dismissals into play. I think that's probably the line and the length to ball on this pitch, looking to hit probably the top quarter, middle and off, and maybe running the ball just into to middle stump and try and encourage the batters to go slightly across the ball.
Over over the wicket. Oh, that comes. A little shuffle forward by Lamb. Half a step down the pitch. Punches up towards mid-off. And there's no run.
They tell me, Scott, that there's a strong rumour circulating this very fine stadium.
Is it?
And that rumour is that every now and then the sun just breaks through.
I'm afraid that rumour's not true. I can just quash all those rumours right now. Arlott to Lab. Just trying to find a way behind square on the offside. Open face of the bat, trying to work it out towards deep backward point. And there's no run.
Is there no need for the sun cream that I've brought today then?
I might see a little bit later for maybe 4 or 5 minutes. The last 2 days of the championship match here against Kent were beautiful. They were lovely and sunny. So it did happen. That rumour was true. On Sunday and Monday, we did see some sunshine. To Lamb off the back foot. Wants a quick single. Throw comes in towards the keeper's end. It's a direct hit as well. But well, Smale was backing up well, and the early decision to go for the single without just that little fraction of hesitation, I think Paul perhaps has saved Sarah Smale here.
Yes, let's look at this. Lamb was certainly going. She's timed it. I think Smale's home, isn't she?
I think so, yeah. It's one of those where if you just get that one split second of uncertainty between the two batters, little moment of hesitation, with a direct hit, you're probably gone. But they were both quite on tune there. But they forced that single, which might just reflect a little bit of pressure building up from the two bowlers. Full ball and off stump, which is dug out by Smale. The ball squirts down towards deep third for the single. Moves on to 19. 35 without loss. With 1 ball remaining of the 10th over. Yeah, so don't just put your sun cream away yet. We might see something later on.
Well, I can't wait to tell you this, Scott, but in fact I'll wait till after this ball, so I'll leave you in eager anticipation.
This is the final ball of the 10th over. Lamb's on 16. Slip's gone. Into Lamb off the front foot again, wanting a quick single. That's good batting, putting the pressure right on the fielder, pushing it away to cover. Through they go for 1. End of the 10th over. 36 without loss, with Lamb on 17 and Smale on 19. Mike's going to come back in, but go on.
So
he's saying something mischievous here. You've got a cheeky look on your face.
When I got up this morning, in the absolute epicenter of the universe, a little place you may have heard of, not many have, but it's the only place in the world where the sun shines 24 hours a day, a little place called Barnsley. And as I came out of Barnsley in my car, as I'm driving up the hill, you often have to drive up a hill to get out of Barnsley. And the clouds started appearing, and as I got over the tops, going over Woodhead there and then into Manchester, it was like pea soup. It was just that thick, the cloud. I've never seen anything like it. And they told me when I came as coach here that the sun does shine, and I'd love my time here. I did love my time here, but there was a little too much rain, I have to say.
I've heard it all now. Sunshine in Barnsley. Give over. Here's Izzy Wong in and balls to Lamb. That's flicked out towards deep square leg for a single. Lamb moves on to 18, 37 without loss. You went at the playoff semi-final in Bolton last night, then?
No, but my youngest lad he's just 17, Adam, and he was there, and he was really, really disappointed. And I did all the encouraging words of inspiration and things like that, and comfort, but he was still disappointed.
1 ball's again driven by Smale. Hit firmly. Good stop on it to recover. And there's no run.
Just watching Smale there, you know, we talked before previously about her just sitting back on the ball. She's got into that ball and hit that ball far more powerfully to extra cover, so that's a good sign.
Striking the ball cleanly here, timing it nicely, but picking out the fielder there. A yard either side. His runs for Smale. Let's work to the leg side this time, up to mid-on. and there's no run. 37 without loss after, well, we're into the 11th over. So the scoring has just slowed down a fraction. Arlott and Wong have started nicely.
Yeah, they've just pulled it back a little bit. You can just see through Smale's body language. She's getting frustrated, isn't she, in terms of the number of times she's hitting the fielders.
Driven up towards mid-off. It's worth a run for Smale. Positive looking cricket. They've run well.
And that's a great sign, isn't it, of a really good developing partnership. And they're running as well as they have. They've had probably one scare, but other than that, I think they've run really well. And Smale there into the ball down the ground. As soon as she's hit that ball, she knows it's gone to the right hand of the field. It's got to cover 10 yards, so run through straight away. I think that's really good, positive cricket.
Sun's coming out, Paul.
Someone's listening.
Look at this, it's lovely. It's Wong to Lamb. That's short and pulled. There's two fielders behind square on the leg side, and she's got four. She's managed just to find the gap between the deep back with square leg and the fine leg. Onto it quickly, Lamb.
Yeah, that's a fine shot, isn't it? Again, pushes forward, then rocks back, picks the length really, really quickly, and times that ball really well. Backward to square for a really well timed and timely 4 runs for Lancashire Thunder.
Top score of 44 so far this summer for Emma Lamb in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Encouraging opening partnership between Lamb and Smale. It's pulled again towards the square leg boundary, just for a single this time. And that's the end of the 11th over. That boundary, a welcome one from a Lancashire Thunder point of view.
Just moves them on a little bit, doesn't it? As you rightly say, 43 for on-off 11, and the partnership, we have Lamb on 23 of 26 balls and Smale 20 of 40 balls, 39 overs remaining.
And that conversation between the two batters there is, from a coaching point of view, must be nice to see, because you want players to work it out themselves, don't you? You want players to, I presume, help each other out, even though Emma's, compared to Sarah, is more experienced, but even though she's still developing in her game, you want that kind of, I presume, to see that. That must be nice. 100%.
You want those conversations. You want one to help the other and help each other out through challenging situations.
Over number 3 for Emily Arlott. Forward goes Lamb, nudged away into the onside. Call for one, and they agree that there is a single there.
Excellent cricket, that, isn't it? Really aware in terms of where that fielder is at short mid-wicket, and I think a really good signal, really well-timed signal from Lamb, and good support running through for Sarah and Smale.
44 without loss. Lancashire Thunder. And balls. Yeah, straight drive by Smale, straight to the back to the bowler, who managed to stop it and a follow through. And without that, that's probably 4 down the ground for maybe the shot of the day.
Yeah, the bowler's done incredibly well there, Arlott, to stop that ball, because she's hit that so high, got into the ball beautifully, and that would have been, I think, as you rightly say, it's got 4 runs, wouldn't it?
Done well to pick out the fielders so far at times, Sarah and Smale, including the bowler on a follow-through. A little in the air, but safe enough. Pushed away to extra cover, no run.
Yeah, I just wonder if that ball just held up slightly then, because the right shoulder came through and meant that she was slightly playing down the wrong line, so it may just have held up just a little bit early on that ball.
Halfway through the 12th over. It's Arlott back into Smale. Swings in towards it. Works it beautifully through mid-wicket. Goodness. That was lovely timing. 4 runs through the leg side pushing Thunder up towards the 50 mark.
Look at that, head's right over the contact point of the ball. That's a beautiful shot, and also she's played that with a real full face, so just on contact she's just gradually turned the back face. So beautiful shot, really well timed, and that just gets Smale going again, who's on 24 of 43 deliveries.
The timing was beautiful, wasn't it?
Lovely weight transfer into the ball as well. She just rocked forward into that ball and just timed it to it. Lovely shot.
The conversation here, captain and bowler, as to what the plans are. Strengthen the leg side. There's a deep square leg. Fine leg has come a little squarer, so there's 2 on the boundary and on the leg side. There's also a deep third. It's clipped up towards the mid-wicket, and there's no run. Of course, we're through the first block of power play number 1, so there's extra fielders allowed beyond the 30-metre circle. Push a 4th out on the boundary as well. Covers drop back. .48 without loss. Final ball of the 12th. Playing a miss from Smale. Ball is pushed full and wide of off stump. End of the over. 48 on the board. Lamb on 24. Smale on 24. Encouraging start with the bat for Lancashire Thunder.
Yeah, really solid start, isn't it? And we talked about that calmness, and it's really good to see these two playing that way. I just looked at that shot that Seren played then to a wide-ish ball. And it's often a sign when a batter's in really good form that they sometimes play with their hands, and she's just throwing her hands at that ball rather than getting into the ball. I think perhaps that's the ball, you know, as she grows and develops, she just let go. Or really get into.
Wong starts her 3rd over. It's Lamb driving away through the covers. All on the ground for a single. 49 without loss. Lamb's on 25.
Well, Smale's looking really good, but Lamb's looking good, isn't she? And very aware in terms of the way that she's rotating strike, timing the ball, etc.
It's Wong again. Back into Smale. It's pushed up towards mid-on, no run. Seren Smale spending the parts of the winter away with England, touring India and New Zealand as part of the England A squad. Must have been a great experience. You must be able to learn so much about your game, both when you're playing and actually when you're just out training in the nets. Different environments, different pitches. Yorker attempted by Wong, dug out by Smale.
Yeah, I think, you know, tours like that are fantastic for the young cricketers, because, you know, there's lots of good young cricketers going together, so you learn off each other and get better just by being in the nets against better bowlers. Playing games out there, understanding different pitches, different environments, and I think India is one of the best places ever to go and grow and develop, one as a person, importantly, but also grow your batting skills.
Again, Yorker fired in by Izzy Wong and obviously dug out by Seren Smale. I guess you can't really have two different contrasting conditions, can you? If you tour India and then you go to New Zealand, talk about a different kind of experience, a different examination of your technique and how you score, you defend, so everything, I guess, as part of your game.
Absolutely, and I think that's what you need, isn't it, a young player? You need to play around the world and understand how to play in different environments on different pitches and combat different conditions.
It's Wong to Smale. It's an easy single, really, just tickled away off the pads. Towards square leg for one.
I think also that the opportunity to grow and develop as a person is absolutely crucial. You're away from home for a period of time without any not, I'm going to say any adults, any family as such.
Yep.
You've got a family of people with you, but I think it's a really good development opportunity.
Is it almost that, as we see the 50 partnership as well for this first wicket between Lamb and Smale? 77 deliveries, batting for just over 50 minutes.
Sure.
Hit down the ground by Lamb. 26, 51 with that loss. Almost kind of removing a little bit of that safety net. I suppose if that's the end of the 13th over as well. Once you're in this environment here, whether it's being in and around your teammates at Emirates Old Trafford, you're part of the Lancashire Thunder squad, you're surrounded by your friends, there's lots of comfort around you, isn't there? When you take a player out of that environment and put them into a England A squad, and they travel to India, they travel to New Zealand or wherever they may be, I guess you're seeing different sides of people when they've not got that kind of familiarity around them.
Yeah, absolutely. So they have to grow and fend for themselves to some degree, develop relationships and communicate with people they don't know so well, and often you see their self-awareness grow, their ability to, and capabilities from a leadership perspective as well. So, you know, leading self but also leading others out there, I think are really good opportunities to properly develop as an individual and as I say, as a cricketer. And I think those England programs, the ECB now run, I think, are fantastic programs for the next generation of players that are coming through. You know, once upon a time you learn once you got there. Now you're learning before you actually get to the main stage, which I think is great.
With number 14, so the R that comes in from the Brian Statham end. It's defended away to mid-wicket by Emma Lamb. There's no run. Two of the kind of next generation here batting together for Lancashire Thunder. One's a little further advanced, I suppose, in Lamb than Smale, but two really exciting young cricketers. Made a very solid start. It's pulled down towards fine leg by Emma Lamb with a step towards the bowler. He's on to 27, 52 without loss. Brings Smale back on strong. The Central Sparks find a breakthrough here. They've had a little bit of spin early on. They've had 3 different seam bowlers. So the front foot driven to mid-on by Smale. No run. No breakthroughs just yet.
Just wondering at what point will Hannah Baker, the young leg spinner that's been successful in recent times, whether they'll be thinking about her to maybe create a breakthrough this afternoon.
With their carved away through the offside. It's 4 runs. Scoreboard says boom. The electronic scoreboard, the word boom flashes up on it, but that probably is a good way to describe it. That was fairly hammered away for 4.
Yeah, she's just advanced slightly down the pitch to really get into the ball and hit that ball really hard. Used her hands, not necessarily her body, but used her hands to beat the cover fielder. Just went through in the air, didn't it, a couple of feet off the ground.
He's played straight all the way for 4. Well, that is the shot of the day, probably. It's a gorgeous shot, driven through straight mid-on. I think they enjoyed that. I think they both enjoyed that. I think Emma Lamb enjoyed that from the non-striker's end.
Just look at the balance here. Look at that. What a shot that is. Great base, great contact points under the eyes, full back face. Into the ball, down the ground. Now it's just over pitched on the last 2 deliveries. It's a great shot from Smale.
Just plays it very calm and actually quite a clever forward defensive to the last ball of the 14th over. Could be forgiven for getting a little kind of excited because of the fact that she just hit 2 lovely shots. The second in particular was a beauty, but just calmly playing very sensibly, tapping that back defensively, happy with the work done in the over. 9 runs coming from it. 60 without loss. That's really smart cricket.
I think so, and I think it's a really important point you make, Scott, because, you know, she's just hit one through the covers for 4, and then she hit one beautifully down the ground for 4. If your beans are flowing, the emotions are high, all of a sudden you find yourself taking on the next one, but she's smart enough to think, actually, having control of my emotions, it's a good ball, just knock it down there. So, yeah, really well played, and a good sign of maturity from Smale.
You can watch that second 4, that one that's driven down the ground on the loop, couldn't you, really? It's an absolutely lovely shot. So, 60 on the board for Lancashire Thunder. Perfect start. We are going to see some leg spin from Hannah Baker. As predicted by Paul Shaw. Just felt a little samey, that little spell, didn't it? From the seamers. Just something else to think about here with some leg spin. Tossed up and driven. Just overstepping, actually. No ball called by the umpire.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if there's any spin in this pitch. Baker does spin the ball. She does have a googly, so it'd be interesting how she goes in this spell.
This is a free hit, and that's walloped out towards the leg side. There's 2 fielders on the leg side boundary, bouncing in front of deep mid wicket. Lamb moves on to 28, 62 without loss. Hannah Baker's only 20 and was part of that squad that toured India and New Zealand with Sarah Smale. It's flat and quick to Smale, just flicked away through the leg side for 1. Moves on to 34, not out. And, Lancashire Thunder are 63 without loss. In balls cut away. Happy to work in singles at the minute. These 2 batters, 64 on the board now.
I think that's quite important to keep this partnership going, is just keep dealing in singles, and when the bad ball comes, pounce on that. So the 4-stroke 5 and over in singles, that obviously becomes 8, 9, 10 and over with the bad ball.
Forward defensive. Smale, no run.
Good delivery that, wasn't it? Good line, good length. And just a little bit of bounce and maybe a smidgen of turn there. So that might just encourage Baker.
Bounce might be the bigger weapon, potentially, if he's not to turn too much. Well, there we go. That's pushed away by Smale into the offside for no run. And that last 2 deliveries will give Hannah Baker, I think, a great deal of encouragement. 64 on the board. Solid opening partnership. And bounce might well be a factor here for the spinners as the game progresses. That's still what's to come for Thunder. Plenty of batting in that card. Looks like they're going to have a pretty solid base in which to build on. Thanks to Lamb and Smale. 64 run partnership for the first wicket. It's a very encouraging start. Sparks. Well, they've tried different options, trying to find a breakthrough. And so far, with no success. Paul Shaw's going to take a break. Mike Perkins is back alongside me.
It's going to be Rhea Fackrell to bowl again from this Brian Statham end, where the Players' Pavilion is now housed. The older pavilion is at the James Anderson end, as that one's pushed into the offside. There's 1 on offer, and it's gratefully taken by the 2 batters who progressed their partnership to 65 without the loss of a wicket. Very solid start, as you've been saying, Scott, for Thunder this.
Yeah, Smale. Tell how confident she is and how well she's playing at the minute.
Fackrell bowled 3 overs at the top, opening the bowling, as that one's cracked back at her on the drive, advancing slightly with Smale, but didn't get all of it on that occasion. Dot ball.
She's probably played the shot of the day with that straight drive down the ground for 4. Calculated risks along the way.
Fackrell again throws it up, and it's hit onside of straight, well, quite wide, mid-on really in the end, picked up by
Arlott, who prevents the run.
But this could be an interesting little factor now. They've gone back to Fackrell, so spin from this end, off spin from one end, leg spin from the other. See how this develops.
Fackrell gives it another tweak, and forward comes Smale, who's dabbing into the offside. She pushed forward outside the line of the stumps and just dead battered it really, and knew the run was there. 66 without loss, and as Paul was saying earlier, one little scare between where Smale was a bit slow to set off, but other than that, they've just been, as soon as the ball's hit the bat, these two have been between the wickets. Very good again, 66 without loss. Elsewhere, 77 for 1, that's the Northern Diamonds score against South East Stars, who've started the competition very well, as this is thrown up by Fackrell and driven offside of straight, beating Potts for a moment. It was between sort of Potts at mid-off and Fackrell, the bowler, and just beat her for a second, but Potts got down to stop it escaping the ring. So another single to the total, 67 without loss. 70 for 3, the Western Storm score there up against the Blaze. See Sophie Luff is at the wicket there, just having a chat with an incoming batter as that one is flicked away on side of straight. Another single added to the total, 68 without loss. Good productive over that one for Thunder. Scott Reed?
Yeah, without too much risk really, just nudging the ball around. They've worked it around for 4 runs in that over without too much alarm, not created any sense of concern really. It's just smart cricket.
That's exactly what this partnership's been about really, is smart cricket, just playing the ball on its merits. As Baker, who has 9 wickets in the competition, 8 of those in her first 3 games, so last week or so hasn't been her most productive, but she'll be looking to get back to bowling teams out, starting with this ball, which takes the outside half of Smale's bat, but it's only prodded as far as Pavley, who comes in from backward point.
We saw a couple of deliveries sent down by Hannah Baker that bounced in the first over, and that bounce is potentially something the 2 batters here need to be careful of.
He's known for turning, particularly for leg spinners here at Emirates Old Trafford, as that one was an attempted heave really by Smale. She didn't quite get to the ball and just decided to go through with it with her hands. Inside edge though, took it to mid-wicket, no run. There's a little bit of pressure building on Smale here. Maybe for the first time really in her innings, she's on 36. Works leg side and hits the mid-wicket fielder Fackrell again. And again no run for Smale. First half of the over disappears, 68 without loss. Just joined us on the BBC Sport website. Alongside me is Scott Reed from BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Radio Lancashire, as this one is cut away by Smale, nicely in front of square, and that sort of breaks the tension for a moment with that slightly short ball from Baker. 2 more to the total, 70 without loss, and Smale just wins that little battle in the game. You can also watch this game on YouTube via Lancs TV. My name's Mike Perkins. We also have Paul Shaw, the former Lancashire Thunder coach, as part of our team here today. Here comes Baker again. Bowls a ball that's flicked leg side to that mid-wicket fielder, who has been very productive in this over. In fact, just returns the ball to Baker again. To just double check myself there that it was Fackrell, because she's obviously bowling the overs from the Statham end. This latest one to be completed from the James Anderson end. It's hit nicely down the ground. Another single added to the total by Smale, who is progressing very nicely indeed. She has 39 of the 71 without loss, and it was a steady start really, only 36 in the power play, but they're building very nicely here. They're building a very firm foundation, Scott Reed.
I suppose that's okay, isn't it? It's always a balance what your ideal kind of power play score is. You're probably more concerned about wickets potentially, and having the resources to kind of back yourself to catch up, even if you don't get as many runs as you would have liked inside the first power play. You said it was 36 after 10?
36 after 10, yeah.
So it's 3.5 and over. It's
okay.
Fine. It's okay.
It's fine, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think it's fine if you've got 10 wickets in hand. If you've lost 2, you're a bit worried about being 36, aren't you? But and I think, given we know Mac is a very, very talented player who's likely to come in at 3. Morris can play her shots. Tatani can play her shots. Tara Norris down the list is back in the side. We know Kate Cross likes a scoop, so, or a ramp. So there's plenty to come. It's just, I think, giving them the platform. And I think those players we've just mentioned, they'll all be quite happy sat up on the balcony just watching what's been going on. Right, 2 back on the leg side for Fackrell. She also has a fielder back at cover on the offside. 6 up in the rings, evenly spread at the moment as Fackrell delivers right arm over the wicket. Forward defensively comes Smale and is happy to just continue about her work. The score we didn't give you in that last round-up was Vipers 48 for 2. They're playing the Sunrisers today. Really important game, that one, given the situation in the table. Sparks have won 1, Thunder have won 2, as this one is played back down the pitch, but Fackrell quickly across to gather and prevent a run off her bowlings. But that game between Vipers and Sunrisers sees 2nd v 3rd. Vipers have 18 points, Sunrisers have 15. And they're 3 wins as that one's hit nicely over the top and down the ground for 4 runs. It actually bounced just on the edge of the ring in the end, and Potts put in a dive to try and prevent it going for 4, but was unable to do so. And 75 without loss the score moves on to, but it was hit back over the bowler's head and away for 4 runs, and Smale chatting away there. She's taken the bulk of the strike, 43 off 69. Lamb just almost happy to play in her shadow, which is unusual for Emma Lamb. She's usually the one taking the lead, Scott Reed.
She's got the best seat in the house, hasn't she? the non-strikers then, she's watching some great batting from Sarah Smale.
Made 99 last Wednesday. Catched her better today. There's an appeal for LBW. I felt she squeezed outside the line there with her movement across. It's almost like, it's not quite a trigger movement, but it's a kind of first movement, if the ball allows it, is to get right outside that off stump from Smale, and that obviously means it's hard to be out LBW, and she just in the end squeezed outside that off stump, I think, before the ball made contact with her pad. Survives that little shout. Settles once more. Fackrell on her way, just creeping into your shot there if you're watching Lancs TV on YouTube. And it's played away into the offside. Jones sliding across. She's sort of positioned in an extra cover, but ended up fielding that at cover. 76 without loss, just gives Lamb the chance to come back onto strike. But it's always nice to see. So often it's been kind of one player in this competition kind of dominating a partnership, but actually they're kind of bouncing off each other, these two. That's a lovely little reverse. Well, it was just a reverse touch, really, from Lamb in the end. She was kind of stood quite straight-legged in the end when she played it, but just diverted the ball behind square on the offside, picks up a clever little single, 77 without loss.
Well, that's been quite a lot of pressure on Emma Lamb over the last 2 or 3 years at the top to get runs, and sometimes if that doesn't happen, then Thunder struggle, don't they, to get runs on the board. A lot has depended on Emma Lamb. Early stages, but encouraging partnership between these two. Not just in this game, but an encouraging start as an opening partnership this season. Sarah Smale's got runs, a couple, 15, a 30 and a 99 so far in the competition. So from a Lancashire Thunder point of view, from just not relying on a batter or 2 at the top, the emergence of a young player coming through is encouraging to see.
It certainly is. And another young talent, another player who's represented England under-19s, Baker bowling here. She's dabbed away by Emma Lamb. And it brings another England under-19, Sarah Smale, back onto the strike. 78 without loss. It's very painful because I was watching the scorecard from a distance last week down at Kidderminster when Sarah Smale was getting very, very close to those 3 figures. It was a second score in the 90s in Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy cricket as she works this one away. She flicks it with a bit of style into the offside off the back foot and picks up another single, 79 without loss. We're in the 19th over if you just join us on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website. But to see in that final over of the game it just come out Smale run out 99, it was one of those things where you only need to see the scorecard to know it was a little painful. As that's cracked away by Emma Lamb, it's going to be 4 runs. 83 without loss. Wakey, wakey if you're having a little mid-morning snooze, because Emma Lamb advancing down the pitch and cracking it away to the mid-wicket boundary. Beautiful stroke, that one. A little bit of oomph in it as well. And it takes that score on to 83 without loss. These two batting very, very nicely. And Old Trafford seems to be the place to bat in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
We saw a little bit of it last season, didn't we? Sort of exciting season last season. There's a youngster coming through, Sarah Smale. Got one score of 50 or above. I think it was 94, a top score last year, and just under 250 runs. So early signs of what potential there was there, but it'll be really interesting to see this season in particular how she potentially goes and kicks on and builds on from an encouraging start last year.
And that 94 was against the Sparks as well, so she likes batting against them. But it's Emma Lamb's turn at the moment, driving straight back down the pitch. No run on offer. Good signs for England as well, this, with Emma Lamb. Probably won't be involved in those T20s, but will be certainly considered for those 50 over games that are coming up this summer. As this one is down the leg side, free ball across, wide ball. 84 without loss, but of course with a T20 World Cup coming up in the autumn, it'll be T20 cricket will maybe be the focus this summer for England's women's team. Lamb could force her way in, of course. We've seen the likes of Beaumont, for instance, as Lamb gets through for another quick single. 86 without loss. Go away and kind of reinvent herself and come back a more complete T20 cricketer. We've seen Elise Perry do it for the Australians as well, so there's nothing to stop a player of Emma Lamb's talent turning herself into a real force in T20 cricket. Smale back on strike to Baker, forward defensively, that's a good shot, and that was sort of what we were hearing about before with Smale, just not getting too carried away with how well she's batting, and quite happy to pat back the good balls. Thunder in control here, 85 without loss after 19 overs. The run rate of 4.47 won't be worrying Sparks just yet, but the wickets column certainly will, Scott Reed.
Yeah, it just started to nudge up a little bit, that run rate, which is absolutely fine. It was a pretty positive start, and then it just slowly kind of drifted upwards. The curve is heading in the right direction from a Lancashire Thunder point of view. It's absolutely fine. They've just pushed on a little bit, haven't they, in the last 2 or 3 overs, these two.
Both these sides in need of a win from their 6th game of the competition, as this one's played away behind square on the offside. This is going to be tight for Smale, and she's there. She's home quite comfortably in the end. I think if it had been a direct hit, there might have been problems, but they'd almost gambled on that, hadn't they? That the fielder wasn't going to be able to get behind square, pick up, throw, and prevent the run being scored. It was a nice little dab from Lamb. They have a little chat about it, 86 without loss, but I think they'll actually have a chat and go, yeah, we were just about spot on there.
The running's been good. I've admired some of the boundaries that both of them have scored, but actually the running has been excellent.
10 boundaries in the innings so far. Won't be added to here, but there will be another single. Just clipped off the back foot up to long on. It was a good length ball outside off stump, and it was a good ball to take another single off for Sarah Smale. 87 without loss. She has 46. Lamb 39. Fackrell to deliver for Sparks, in need of a wicket. Driven firmly up to Grace Potts, and no run on offer there. It's almost the gamble in these kind of middle overs, isn't it? Of if you hit a firm shot like that and it doesn't beat the ring, you miss out on your single that you could have maybe dabbed somewhere else. As Lamb is back and just cutting late. It was a really sort of almost old-fashioned cricket shot, that one. Late cut behind square on the offside, and it brings 2 more runs. 89 without loss. That total moves on to. You're listening to the BBC Sport website and also watching on Lancs TV's YouTube channel.
Just use the bounce there, a little bit of width, and that extra little bounce has failed to guide it away down towards deep third too.
The sun is out at Emirates Old Trafford, people. Paul Shaw not here to see it at the moment, so we'll have to get him back on to to prove it to him, as that one's driven down the offside of straight and up towards Grace Potts, and there is no run. I can assure him that when he was driving over the top of the Pennines and it was sunny, it was also sunny here. It just clouded up about an hour before play started. As in comes Fackrell to bowl in the sunshine, and that one's played down to long on, where Arlott is there with the fielding. 90 up for Thunder at the end of the 20th over, Scott Reed. So another productive little 5-over spell for Lancashire Thunder.
Yeah, without much risk. It's been clever batting, hasn't it? They've worked the ball into gaps, they've run well. No need to try and force it. And they've put 5 runs in on the board in that over. So yeah, just very calm, clever batting by these two. Obviously kind of enjoying batting with each other, kind of bouncing off each other a little bit. They've run well, we've mentioned that. So far so good. I don't quite know where the Central Sparks go from here. The spin from both ends was an interesting option for me, especially bringing your leg spinner on. I don't think there's massive turn, but there is that extra bit of bounce on these pitches here, the hard pitches, and you'll get some bounce. That could be a bit of a threat, but at the minute they're just kind of sticking in there and hoping for a mistake, really.
Yeah, I mean, to use the cards analogy, this is another change in the bowling, and this one's chopped away into the offside. There'll be 2 on offer here, even though there was a firm hand on it from Baker at backward point. Pavley into the attack then with her left arm tweaking. I suppose I was almost going to use the cards analogy. If they've been through the pack once and they're almost kind of going back round, but they've got 1 card left in Pavley here.
Yeah, didn't quite get that right first up. It was a little short, wasn't it? Bit of a drag down. Got away with it with just 2 scored.
Here comes Pavley again, drags it into the pitch here, and it's hit away into the onside. I think Lamb will almost be disappointed not to get 4. She does get 4. I thought the fielder was favourite there, but the ball wins the race, and 4 more are added to the total. 96 without loss. We're in the 21st over. Let's because I'm going to get you to come back on for me at 25, Scott. So given the sun's out, let's get Paul Shaw in quickly, because he's appeared right on cue as the sunshine in Manchester has arrived here. So let's get Paul on, get a few more thoughts, and then we'll bring Scott Reed back in for me around about the 25 over mark, as Pavley delivers, and there's a little flick attempt by Lamb. It's down the leg side though, takes none of the bat or the batter, so that'll be a wide ball. 97 without loss. The excellent partnership at Emirates Old Trafford here for Lancashire Thunder continuing to progress. Pavley again, bowling just short of a length, and it allows Lamb to tap it away into the leg side from round about her knee, and another single added to the total. There you go, sunshine. Look at that.
Emirates Old Trafford, basking in this beautiful sunshine over Manchester. Wonderful place to be when the sun's out.
It is. As I say, we just sort of try and hide it from the casual fair weather people who come. we don't want to let the secret out, as Seren Smale taps that into the onside as she advances down the pitch. 99 without loss now, the Thunder score. Brilliant partnership this so far.
Excellent partnership. The way that they've built it, rotate the strike, lovely. Put the bad ball away and gradually just building the tempo now, aren't they? They're batting beautifully.
Pavley completing her first over of the day. And that one's just, I think there was a little bit of something. We'll find out exactly what. No, absolutely nothing on it, and it does bring up the Thunder 100 without the loss of any wickets. It was a wide ball to do so down the leg side, but that shake of hands will be a very satisfied one by Emma Lamb and Seren Smale.
Absolutely, they put a really good partnership together at Trent Bridge just a couple of days ago, and they've topped that here with their 100 partnership.
Yep, they've gone past I think it was 89 the other day, and now 100 today here at Old Trafford, and flicked away by Smale, who takes her score on to 48. And I thought it was interesting what you were saying about after she hit the boundary, she then blocked the next one. She really is playing the ball on its merits at the moment, is Smale.
She is. She's showing a lot more of maturity, batting maturity, battership we would call it, so that bodes well for the future.
Here's Pavley bowling into the pitch. Lamb just tucking away into the leg side behind square, and that will be a half century for Emma Lamb, as the applause and the raise of the bat will tell you. We've witnessed it on Lancs TV and heard it on the BBC Sport website. A really, really good sign for England's women that Emma Lamb is in form this summer. 50 off 51 balls, and she hit 5 fours in that innings, and it was she's just looked, the class she has really shone through there.
Yeah, she's played really well this morning, hasn't she? The way that she got in, her first ball of the day, she caressed it through the covers for 4, which will give her confidence. And from there, she's played beautifully. She's rotated the strike well. And there we go, rotating the strike again on her way to a wonderful 50.
Here's Fackrell, right arm over the wicket to start the 22nd over of the innings. Smale quickly through, and that was a good sign, because the one moment of alarm was when Smale didn't pick up on one of those little tucks from Lamb, but she was alert to it there, straight through. No chance for the fielder to get the run out down at fine leg.
Runs are just flowing at the moment, aren't they, in singles and twos and also the odd boundary.
Here's Fackrell, right arm over the wicket from the Statham end, tucked into the vacant area behind square on the leg side. Another single to the total, and the score moves on to 105 without loss. I just want to ask you about this competition now in its 5th year. It will be the 4th year of the Charlotte Edwards Cup when we start that in sort of the middle of May, in a couple of weeks' time, as Fackrell comes into bowl again. This is a full toss, it's hit firmly but straight at the fielder at backward square leg on the boundary, so just the one run, 106 without loss. Do you feel it's achieved its aims? Because there's been I think there's been a fair bit of debate from people like me who waffle on about it and don't really know these things, but from somebody who coached in it for the first 4 years of this competition, do you feel it's achieved what it set out to do as Fackrell bowls, and this one's played up to long on for another single, 107 without loss, and that will be the 50 for Seren Smale, coming up in orderly and sedate fashion really, just a little clip into the onside, up towards wide long on, another single to the total, 107 without loss. I'll let you answer my wider question in a moment, but just a thought on Seren Smale's 50 there.
I think it's been a really exceptional innings this morning from Seren. I think she's, as I said, shown great maturity. She's rotated strike, she's put the ball away, she's got into the ball really nicely, and also she's run incredibly well between the wickets, a really top knock.
Here's Lamb, cuts, thought about advancing and then just stayed on the crease and angled the bat behind square on the offside, 108 without loss. So coming back to that kind of wider question, do you think this competition has achieved its aims? I know it'll take us a few balls to get into that, but
yeah, look, I think it's a good question, and I think I'll be able to give you some insight after this over.
Here's Fackrell, full toss, hit out towards Courtney Webb, who's patrolling the mid-wicket region of the boundary, 109 without loss. That's 22 overs bowled, and some more thoughts from Paul Shaw.
Yeah, look, I think it's a really interesting one. I think one, it's professionalised the women's game. I think first and foremost that was its intention, and what's that has done is it's developed a greater depth and broadness to the talent that's been developed in the women's game. So the foundations are beginning to develop across the country, and in those 3 or 4 years I've seen the standard raised quite a lot in that time. So the concept would suggest that it is beginning to produce more England players, more England academy players that are certainly on the peripheries of those England squads. And I think it actually will create a foundation where it bodes well for the future in terms of raising the standards, which it's already started to do, but also producing more and more England players.
Yeah.
And I think the more that this structure can develop in terms of, I know it's going to go into the counties as such, but really high quality academies, emerging player programs, high quality staff working with real young players, then I think the future will be bright. But I think it will take 10 years to get to where the ECB want to get.
I mean, one thing I noticed from Katie Mack's interview after she got the 100 here against Sunrisers, in another excellent batting effort from Lancashire Thunder, who are 109 without loss, as Bethan Ellis comes into the attack. That one's stroked really up to wide mid-off, but no run on offer on that occasion from Smale, who was forward, is that she said the Australians are looking at this now and going, oh, they're playing a lot of cricket over there. They're playing Wednesday, Sunday, Wednesday, Sunday. And actually they're going, I fancy a piece, I fancy coming over and lifting my game, you know, to keep me in that sort of form I need for the Women's Big Bash League in Mac's case. This one is, again, sort of carved away from the crease by Smale, just getting slightly back, but probably not as far as she needed to. No run on offer. I was really struck that she said that to BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Manchester, Scott Reed, that Aussies are looking at this now, and we've seen Charlie Knott at Southern Vipers, for instance. We've seen Nick Hancock was playing against Katie Matt. They came up against each other in the WBBL final, as that one's nicely played down the onside of straight by Smale. There's a fielder back at long on who prevents any more than a single being taken, 110 without long. But that's a good sign, surely.
I think that's a great sign, and you know, the volume of cricket they're now playing on good pitches, on you know, in international grounds, great facilities and stadiums like this. I think it's absolutely fantastic. There's a few other things perhaps to share after this ball.
Ellis bowls, flick behind square, there's another single on offer, quickly taken, Brewer can't prevent it, 111 without loss, brings Smale back on to strike.
So when we started this competition, let's say 4 years ago, 5 years ago, there were probably 8 players we thought were there or thereabouts the standard out of the 11. There's now 15 or 16 players that could play in this Thunder team at this standard.
In comes Ellis. Throws it up, it's a full toss, it's hit well, but straight at mid-off. Well, not straight at mid-off, slightly straight at mid-off, but it kind of bounced enough to allow the scoring to be stopped, 111 without loss.
So identifying that potential talent at a younger age, creating a really high-quality environment, increasing time on task with the best coaches has increased this squad from, if you're 8 to 15 and nearly 20 players.
Ellis bowls, and that one's pulled away into the onside. Another single taken by Smale, who's progressing nicely onto 53. She felt she sort of towed the one before that, but got a bit more of the meat of the bat on that one. 112 without loss. Lancashire Thunder in a very nice position.
And then obviously we've seen a great example today, the emergence of Sarah Smale, the emergence of Emma Lamb that's gone to the next level, Mahika Gore. You know, so this programme in itself is producing players. You know, we've got Lister, the Scottish wicket-keeping batter, Olivia Bell, both representing Scotland, Hannah Rainey within the system representing Scotland, all being produced by this setup. And if that's replicated around the country, which I think it is, then there's going to be more and more young players and an oversupply of young players in terms of batters, seamers, spin bowlers, etc., that go on and will be challenging for England places.
And there's examples, of course, in the Spark side as well. Davina Perrin not playing today, but is one who will definitely come good at some point. I mean, there's a huge amount of talent now. We've got the likes of Potts bowling at the minute. I mean, there's, you know, Wong, of course, is the obvious example at Central Sparks, who's had the international honours, as Potts comes into bowl, and that one is chopped by Smale, who's slightly cramped for room with that short of the length ball. It only finds backward point, no run. I mean, that's why you're saying 10 years, though, isn't it? Because it's like, as I say, Perrin doesn't get a game today because she's still only 17, remember, you know.
It took us 10 years with the England programme to develop the England side over that period of time and the structure. And let's not forget, I mean, the England programme only went professional in 2014, March of 2014, which is only 10 years ago.
Grace Potts bowls, short of length. It was almost a leg spinner, that one from Grace Potts, just trying to vary things up a bit, and no run taken because it was just patted back into the pitch.
So it does take time, but I think, you know, I've seen the emergence of the players we've mentioned in the last 3 or 4 years. I've seen the depth of talent that's been beginning to be developed in this county. I have no doubt that, you know, another 5, 6, up to 10 years, I think you'll have some proper players playing a real high quality level of cricket for England.
The voice of Paul Short, former Lancashire Thunder coach, as this one is hit up to Ria Fackrell. No run on offer, so 3 dot balls to start the over with. A little bit of pressure back onto Seren Smale. Last time this happened, I think Hannah Baker was bowling and she found a way out, got a short ball and hit it away for 2, but there's just a little bit of pressure on Seren Smale in this over for once.
Yeah, just a little bit. It's about, as a batter, it's just working through this situation, seeing if you can get down the other end, or if a bad ball comes, putting it away. Don't do anything too hasty.
What will Potts produce? A good length ball, but it's slightly leg side. It's flicked away behind square, and Seren Smale does get to the other end. She was looking to get back for 2, in fact, which is also a good sign. 113 without loss, but a good over this one from Potts, who's been impressive. Bowled 4 at the top, and now that one there just adding to the analysis. So 18 for no wicket so far for Grace Potts. does look a good surface to bat on this one at Emirates Old Trafford here in Manchester. The sunshine leaving us just for now as that one through to Freeborn, another dot ball. So Lamb sort of having the same issue with Potts here. Really impressed with Potts this season. Really hitting a good length consistently.
Yeah, I think she's a good bowler. She's been for a couple of years and is progressing nicely. She's not swinging the ball perhaps as much as she has done previously, although it does swing. But as you rightly say, she's bowled in decent lengths.
Slightly short and wide that time, but it's out towards the fielder at cover on the boundary, so it was set to allow that little strain in the length from the line there. 114 without loss, but even that wasn't a bad length. It was just I think it was just the quality of the batter at the crease as much as anything.
It's a bit of a challenge, isn't it, for Sparks now? Obviously Thunder will just want to keep building and building. It's really important that they don't overplay this, the Thunder. They just need to keep rotating, putting the bad ball away, and the tempo is naturally rising, as we can see. And then hopefully they get into the last 10 overs and they can really push on really hard. I think the other thing, though, for Sparks is what do they do in this situation? You know, Thunder 114 for none at almost the halfway point.
And with Mack and Morris, who put on nearly 200 themselves, still to come.
Absolutely. So I think they'll be looking to really just hit the lines and lengths and mix the pace up.
That's the problem facing Bethan Ellis at the moment. Can she do that? Slightly over pitch there. It was a slightly uppish stroke into the leg side by Smale. She'd have, by Lamb, who'd have been very disappointed to have had her innings, which is around about 1 a ball, 55 off 58 now, end in that fashion. Went to mid-wicket, just 1 bounce in the end to Fackler. He's patrolling there with sunglasses on. The sun is back out. This one, I think, takes pad here from Lamb, but she'll gratefully receive the single to her team's total nonetheless. Must have just got a whisker on it. It goes against Lamb's name, so 56 and 54 the batters scores at the moment. Lamb in the lead.
Yeah, they're both playing well, aren't they? And I really like that single as well. There's really good awareness from both batters now in terms of running between the wickets. Important to keep the concentration levels good, keep rotating, putting the bad ball away, and as I said before, just gradually up in that tempo as they go through the game and try and bat Sparks out of the game.
Ellis bowls and Smale just fiddles it really up the onside of straight, and long on comes in to pick up, and another single to the total, 116 without loss. Bit of cloud cover out towards Manchester City Centre away in the distance, but the sunshine with us here for this game, the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy between Lancashire Thunder and Central Sparks. It's cloudy just about everywhere other than the Emirates Old Trafford pitch here, so we are in prime location as the flags blow in the direction of the town hall at the James Anderson end, and this one is driven smoothly by Emma Lamb into the offside. Didn't hit it quite as well as she did her first ball of the innings, but they'll still get back for 2, and that's very good running from Seren Smale for her partner. 118 without loss, and that really helping Lamb out there, because that stroke probably was only worth 1, but Smale turned it into a 2.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's what you do for your partner, isn't it? You work hard, you run hard between the wickets, you help them get their runs, they help you get your runs, and ultimately you're scoring runs for the team, which is absolutely what these two have done tremendously well so far.
A smattering of spectators. No one's ventured out onto the balcony of the hotel, which this ball's hit in the direction of, out towards extra cover. Courtney Webb comes off the boundary to pick up and return. Does only cost 1 run on that occasion. 119 without loss. Last ball of the 25th over. Just getting a lovely shot of the new hotel there, and then the slightly older one, but the red one's the slightly older one there as we pan across to give you this wonderful venue here at Emirates Old Trafford. A few spectators out in front of the old pavilion, a few more underneath the point as Ellis bowls, and that one is twiddled up to mid-off, slightly uppishly. Ellis thought there was a chance of caught and bowled, but it was almost a kind of a desperate hand going out there thinking, can we just cling on to something that shouldn't really be there, because that's what Sparks need at the moment. 119 without loss. I suppose the big question here, Paul, from your point of view as a former Thunder coach, where do they where do they go here? Where do they really start trying to put the foot down? Do they go from this point 25 overs out, or can they just keep ticking it along for maybe another 5-10?
I think I'll be playing the way that they're playing, but just gradually up in the tempo, and really look to. I think they're still in a position where they can get close to 300. If they go too hard now, then I think there's a risk that you could see 2 or 3 wickets fall, and then actually they're not going to get 250. So I think it's about building, being really positive. Yes, absolutely, looking for the 4 ball, looking for the boundary ball, but let's just make sure that we're scoring off every ball. Because it's a little bit like if you're scoring off every ball, you're getting 4 or 5 and over in singles, which they're beginning to do now. Then the bad ball comes, you put that away, you're almost at 8s, 9s, 10s and over. And you can do that in a really controlled manner and then set yourself up for the last 10 to go really hard.
So there was an over in the middle there. I think Fakra was bowling it, and it went for 6 singles. That's almost the perfect over at this stage, because you know if you get a bad ball, you're all of a sudden up to your 8s, 10s.
Yeah, and you're looking for that bad ball, so you're probably going to turn a reasonable ball into a bad ball. So that's what I'd be looking at this stage of the game. And also be looking for these two to take this brilliant start. Both of them have got 50s. Let's see if one of them can go on and get 100, the other one can get 80 or 90. And, you know, they're building on their development, their maturity, and learning how to play this great game and you know, provide a wonderful foundation for the likes of Mark, Morris, Elwes, Threlkel to come in and actually really put the foot down and push on and get close to 300.
Yeah. Let's give you a recap of the scores elsewhere then. Southern Vipers, they are 88 for 2 against the Sunrisers, 137 for 2 also at drinks between the Northern Diamonds, who are batting against the South East Stars, and we have 134 for 3 the Western Storm score against the Blaze. 2 other sides there, Western Storm and Blaze, definitely needing to get a victory. These 2 sides here as well needing a victory. It almost seems as if the pattern of the tournament this year is Vipers obviously the team to beat. South East Stars have had the best start, perhaps look like they can do it. Sunrisers looking very good, and then the other 5 are kind of competing for that 4th spot that's open this year.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's certainly where the competition is looking at the moment. But I have no doubt that there's a lot of cricket to be played in this competition, isn't there? So it'll be interesting to see you know, after the T20 phase of the season, how the table looks then. Just looking at the Sparks bowling figures.
I was saying there's not a lot to write home about there, is there, at the moment, unfortunately, from a Sparks perspective. I'm going to bring Scott Reed back into the commentary position, and we're going to get a few more thoughts from former Thunder coach Paul Shaw.
Yeah, the game's set nicely here for the Thunder fans. We've got a sprinkling of them in front of the old traditional pavilion here at Emirates Old Trafford, and the scene is set to see if these 2 batters, Smale and Lamb, who've batted beautifully this morning, can take the game on to the next level and just gradually up the tempo. I'm joined now by Scott Reed, who I think is going to come in and perhaps talking about the sun or the clouds, or maybe sun cream that he's brought from my car, which I forgot earlier on, which I think I might require now, Scott.
I tell you, you might well need it later on. Don't be too surprised if it gets a little bit sunny later on. I'm not sure what the Sparks do here to try and kind of muscle their way back into this game.
Yeah, it's a good question, isn't it? I think they've looked to move the bowlers around a little bit, rotate the bowlers, but I think hard into tight lines and lengths is, you know, it's easy said, difficult to be done, but actually just probably playing with their pace a little bit, varying their pace. You've got 2 set batters in, so obviously they're lining up every bowler at the moment.
Yep, it's going to be Potts from the Brian Statham end. Calmly played away by Lamb off the back foot to start the 26th over of the Lancashire Thunder innings. Century partnership for the first wicket. We've seen some lovely batting, some clever batting, some good running, some good shots. It's been pretty much picture perfect, really, for Lamb and for Smale.
Yeah, and for the coaching staff, you know, they'll be really happy with the way these 2 are playing, and it shows that really strong signs of good developments taking place.
Potts again to Lamb. That's run away through backward point. Just for single. Lamb moves on to 60, and it shows the skill and confidence of Lamb, doesn't it? Because she's now in front of Smale, and actually for large parts of that first 20 overs or so, it was Smale that was scoring quicker, that was facing more of the strike, that looked to be more positive, and the one that was pushing the scoring rate on. And then Lamb just gradually playing a game and naturally catching up. It's punched away through the offside. Kind of half a stop at extra cover by Eve Jones. It's a good stop, low down to her left. It's hit firmly. It's got something on it to take the pace off the ball.
Just thinking about Lamb, I mean, she's almost a runner ball, isn't she? And that's how she likes to play. But the great thing for me is it's low risk, high reward cricket. There's not been many risks taken, has there, at all?
No.
And it just shows if you play proper cricket shots, bat properly, build a partnership, just what is achievable.
Down the pitch comes Lamb, takes a little leading edge and loops away into the offside, but Smale was backing up kind of a third of the way down and said there's a single there. Do get through for one.
Excellent awareness by Smale, wasn't it? Lamb wasn't quite sure where the ball had gone, but Smale was called her through very, very quickly to get the quick single, which was a safe single in the end.
122 runs on the board. Keeper standing right up behind the stumps. A little bit of width there, and that's chopped away through the offside by Smale. Through they go for a single. They've been enjoying batting here, won't they? A little bit of sunshine at Emirates Old Trafford. The team started an encouraging start to the campaign. Two batters with a good partnership here. This feels like a pretty enjoyable time to be out in the middle, I would reckon.
Yeah, for sure, they'll be loving this. I know all the girls love playing here at Emirates Old Trafford, and two batters in Nick playing well. There's no better place to be.
Full of straight air delivery from Potts onto the pads of Lamb and just angled out towards mid-wicket. There's no run. That's the end of the over. 4 coming off that. That's the conversations there in the middle. Just keep going, I suppose. So there's still plenty of time left. We're just over the halfway stage.
Yeah, I think reaffirming the things that they're doing, keep going, just keep building. Let's be looking for that bad ball. Let's make sure we put it away, and let's rotate, score every ball. And just noticing the run rates just gradually creeping up. It's now at 4.73. They'll want it to be around about 6s by the end of this innings, I would have thought.
Yeah, I guess at this point, it's 24 overs remaining. That's absolutely fine, isn't it? 4.73. It's kind of gradually been on the right curve upwards, going at around about 3.5 an over in the first kind of power play. And it's just bounced along in the right direction so far. Start of the 27th over. Now this with a third over here from the Jimmy Anderson end, and a single taken straight away by Seren Smale. Moves on to 58, 124 with that loss.
I think that's a great example of, rotating the strike down the ground. So shows you that the batters are getting good positions when they're scoring well in front of square in terms of singles, and certainly these two have done that really, really well, which tells me a couple of things. One, they're in really good form, but also they're getting in really good positions at contact point, and the weight's going into the ball, which enables the ball to run out in front, and they're just hitting those gaps almost every ball now, Scott, aren't they?
They are. Yeah, they've managed to find gaps where they can. Lamb just leaning carefully, cautiously onto the front foot to defend. There is no run. Remains on 61. And the Lamb best score of the summer so far. Potentially could be, I'm sure, hoping for international recognition again this summer. It's carved away off the back foot. This could be quite tight. And the throw towards the bowler's end. Direct hit. I think Lamb's struggling there.
Yeah, I think she'd have gone there. We're just getting another little look at the replay now as Lamb plays this ball backward a square on a favourite cut shot. Sets off. Throw comes in. Oof, close, wouldn't it? It'd been a tight one.
It would. Ball just bouncing off the top, and Lamb can get through for a single. It's pulled away towards mid-wicket. by Smale for one more, moves on to 59. Not without a little bit of risk in that shot, with the short mid-wicket in place. ...126 runs on the board for this opening partnership. Can't think of a chance. That's tittled away down towards short, fine leg. Just a little flick away off the hip by Lamb. 63 now to Emma Lamb, 127 runs for this opening partnership.
Just looking a little tired now, just looking there, they didn't push that for 2, whereas maybe 4 or 5 overs ago they pushed for 2 there, so maybe fatigue's just beginning to get into the minds of the batters.
Ellis to Smale, a little bit of width, and she stretches forward, just chopping the ball away into the offside. And there's no run. End of the over. 127 without loss. Well, Lamb's got 5 fours from her 63. Smale's got 6 fours from her 59 runs. They have run well. Actually, there's a little bit of refreshments being brought out there for Sarah and Smale. So maybe on a warm day, running's been good. It will take its effect.
Yeah, it will do for sure. And they've batted out there a period of time, but that's all part of the learning, isn't it, for Sarah and Smale, and the important experience of, you know, it's not easy to score 100s, is it? Especially on warm days. In, you know, if you try and score 100 in India in tough conditions, you know, you've got to be fit and strong, and I know that's an area that Sarah's certainly working hard on as well.
Potts to Lamb. Well, again, another sharp single just dropped into the offside.
Good running that.
Yeah, that was a sharp signal, wasn't it? Just maybe 10 yards or so into the offside, just a little drop and go.
I do like to see that, because it gives you a real good insight in terms of where the batter is, or batters are mentally, doesn't it? You know, shows really good awareness. As you said, they're both perhaps feeling a little fatigued, but they're still able to run well there.
Potts over the wicket. That's worked to the leg side by Smale to Courtney Webb at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. 59 to Smale, 64 for Emma Lamb, 128 without loss. Thunder winning the toss and electing to have a bat first. Made a very encouraging start. What score can they go on to reach? And this is flashed away off the pads out towards deep square leg for 1 run. Smale moves on to 60 now. 129 without loss. We're halfway through the 28th over. Plenty of time, actually plenty of batting still to come. Potts into her 7th. And bowls to Lamb. Punched into the offside, actually hits short cover, and they get through for 1. It's Eve Jones there, the skipper, at short extra cover, and ball bounced off her. And by the time she'd realised where it had gone, the 2 batters were quite alert to it. Yep, and decide to go through for the single. Lamb to 65 with that, 130 without loss. Potts sets off again over the wicket and bowls. It's pulled in front of square on the leg side by Smale. Again, they might think of 2. Oh, there's a little bit of hesitation. The throw came in. Lamb, I think, was quite keen. Smale, I'm not so sure was. Throw comes in from the deep by Brewer. Could have been a little awkward, that.
We almost had a conversation in the middle of the pitch there, didn't we?
Yes.
But both safely back into their ground.
Final ball of the 28th over. Just played calmly off the back foot by Lamb to mid-on. And there's no run. So 131 without loss, 28 overs gone. Lamb on 65, Smale is on 61. That'd be a chance for the two batters to have a little chat, take a breather. And because in the last 2 to 3 overs, there's been 1 or 2 little examples of the running not quite been as switched on as it was at the start. But that's, I guess, understandable. It's a big partnership. They've batted for a couple of hours now. Hour and a half. Actually, no, almost 2 hours batting. So,
just looking at the view of the stadium here, I think it's a wonderful ground. This, I really do. You've got the traditions of the old pavilion. You've got the new and old. You've got, I think, a really lovely mix of a stadium.
At least a Smale that's worked out towards the leg side, and there's no run. Yep, the old red brick pavilion on the far side, right opposite where we're looking. It's retained some of its characteristics, hasn't it, with the 2 towers and the red front, and then there's the renovation and including the development of the executive boxes. A single for Smale, pushed through mid-on. Moves on to 62. It's 132 runs now, with no wicket lost.
Really is an excellent venue now, isn't it? You know, it's but obviously for cricket matches, for conferences, for dinners and hotel stays, but also the concerts as well that they often have here.
Ellis bowls and Lamb takes 1 through mid-on. 66 to Lamb now. Green Day and the Foo Fighters this year.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. I've not actually been to a concert here, or a gig of any type here, but that might be something that's on my bucket list, so to speak.
It's some sight actually to see it full. It's hammered away through extra cover by Smale, with the stage, as we look to the left, with that in the gap between stands, the 2 stands by the nets, and then the entire outfield full of people, as well as in the seats around the ground. You forget it's a cricket ground when you see it like that. You know, it does take your breath away. Slow ball, full toss, and Lamb able to wallop it out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary.
Just thinking, Scott, I think the ball, or the balls that they're using now, are just getting a little bit softer. Tell with the contact, you know, with the sound and the speed the ball's running across the square. And I think if they take pace off and make the Thunder batters work really hard to score boundaries, they could get away back into the game.
It's hit firmly down the ground by Smale. And they're flirting with the idea of 2. And the throw comes into the bowler's end, so Lamb was running towards the danger end. And I think Lamb made up the mind for the both of them there, that there was a second. And that's proved to be quite a productive over, that. 137 without loss, 29 overs gone. Lamb on 67 and Smale on 65.
Played very well, haven't they? Very, very well. Looks like they're bringing back Baker, doesn't it, the leg spinner?
Yeah, I need to find a little bit of magic from somewhere, the Central Sparks. And Baker, 3 overs, but from the Jimmy Anderson end to begin with. Now switching and having a 12 from the Brian Statham end. I'm not certain there's that much turn in the pitch, but I suppose if there is a little bit of something, that a little bit of grip and turn, maybe the leg spinner is more likely to find it.
I think it's certainly worth a go at this stage of the game, isn't it? You may come on and you make the breakthrough, get a couple of wickets, and all of a sudden the game changes a little bit. We know often a wicket, 1 brings 2, 2 brings 3, so that's certainly what we're trying to do.
Single there for Lamb, just off the back foot, cuts the ball away. Moves on to 68 not out, 138 without loss. And the 30th over. I watched Harry Styles here last year.
Did you?
Yeah.
Was he good?
He puts on a good turn, does old Harry? He does. He does. Smail off the back foot, pulls the ball away to mid-wicket, no run. Ah, he does. He's got all the moves. Yeah.
Talking of moves, I went to Bridlington Spa to watch an Elvis impersonator just a few weeks ago.
Reverse paddle. I've got lots of questions for you, Paul. Reverse paddle by Smail down towards the boundary, comes back for 2. Moves on to 67, 140 without loss.
Yes, impersonator called Ben Portsmouth, apparently best in the business, and he was very, very good. In fact, he convinced the front row of ladies that was at the tournament, the gig, that he was Elvis.
Appeal for. Oh yes, actually bowled on this occasion. Smail's going back. That's a good piece of bowling by Baker. The leg spinner's worked here, and Smail's been bowled for a very good 67. Relief a little bit for the Central Sparks. First wicket to fall. Leg spinner. Baker strikes.
Yeah, just runs on with the arm. That's a good delivery, and Smail's looking to work that ball through mid-wicket. But we talked about Sparks need to do something different in the game, and they brought back Baker, who's made the all-important breakthrough, and dismissed Smail for 67 off 105 balls. I think she's played incredibly well here this morning at Emirates Old Trafford. What a wonderful innings. She's rotated the strike well. She's rocked back onto the back foot and pulled the ball. She's cut the ball. She's hit the ball down the ground and timed the ball beautifully today. I think an outstanding innings from Smail. Absolutely outstanding innings from a young, high-quality batter that's making a way in the game.
And that's probably the shot of the day, isn't it? That was a beautiful on drive. I mean, the way that she's found the runs all around the ground. She's hit well square. She's driven well. She's hit straight. Impressive innings.
Yeah, played really, really well. The wicket off Smail brings in Mack, the Australian overseas player that's already scored 100 here this year, just a couple of weeks ago.
Yep.
And certainly the Thunder will be looking for her to push on today.
Great platform to come out to, isn't it, as well?
Ooh,
wow, that's interesting. Mack facing Baker's first delivery sent down. A little bit of bounce, a little bit of turn. Down the pitch towards Baker, that's driven down the ground, and there's no run. Well, Baker reintroduced into the attack, but from the Brian Statham end, has got the wicket and sent down a beauty to Mack to begin with. It's 140 for 1, 30 overs gone.
Yeah, that's a great over from Baker. She's got her team back in the game, and also in that first delivery to Katie Mack has shown her just what she can do. So with Matt liking to come down the pitch and use a feed, she's going to make sure she gets right to the pitch of the ball, and with a little bit of spin that Baker's now getting.
Yeah, that's quite interesting to watch. A leg spinner from this Brian Statham end. Encouragingly for the Central Sparks, she's only bowled 4 overs as well, so plenty to come potentially. There's Ellis to Lamb, that's driven out through the covers for a single. Lamb moves on to 69 now, so 141 for 1.
Important for the Lancashire Thunder batters now to build on this partnership and really look to push on. Lamb keep playing the way she is, and Mack play around Mack and play positively. But it's really important that they don't lose another wicket at this point and lose any impetus of raising the tempo of the strike rate. Now at 4.67, they'll want to get that northwards of 5 and towards 6 and over, which would then get them close to 300. But it's still 20 overs left in this game.
New batter, Mack on strike. And his runs here through the covers, just eased off the front foot, pushed away for a single. First run for Katie Mack.
Talking to the staff, you know, about Katie Mack, they like her attitude, her commitment, her work ethic. the way she runs between the wickets, the way she thinks about the game. I think that she's a really good role model for these younger batters that are coming through. Just shows them the way to go. So that's really pleasing.
Ellis to Lamb. That's pulled. That'll be 4. To the right of the square leg fielder. And down towards the boundary. Lamb now to 73. And Lancashire Thunder 146 for 1.
Yeah, Ellis has just dropped that ball a little short, hasn't she? And Lamb's just rocked back. In fact, more or less a front foot pull. And it squared of the wicket for 4 runs. Yeah, she's looking good.
Slow ball by Ellis and scooped up to mid-on by Lamb for a single. Safe enough that it's in the air, but the mid-wicket's in place, but it's way to the left of that mid-wicket field, and the drop mid-on back towards the boundary. It's just kind of just punched up to the edge of the circle at mid-on. Brings Mack back on strike. And calmly worked back to Ellis by Katie Mack, and there's no run. 147 for 1.
With Mack at the crease, they'll certainly be ticking over. If we see in this over, we've gone 1, 1, 4, 1. I'd expect this to be a run off this. And then it's best part of 8 off the over, which is a good rate, isn't it? It's still relatively low risk.
Ellis to Mack.
Bold.
Yeah. This comes back in towards Ellis, to Mack from Ellis, and that's worked to mid-wicket. No run. 31 overs gone, so 19 left. 147 for 1. Here on Lax TV, live from Emirates Old Trafford. And commentary via the BBC Sport website as well. Scott Reed and Paul Shaw with Mike Perkins in the commentary box. I've just been looking at a Google image of your Elvis impersonator.
Have you?
Yeah. I tell you, it's a dead ringer for Elvis, isn't he?
Very, very good. I was impressed, but I told you that row of females, I tell you, were convinced
they were with
it was Elvis. Yeah.
They thought the great man had come back.
They thought he came back. His moves, his shapes, his voice, his entertainment. But the way through his scarf, he must have thrown 1,000 scarves into the audience. I think he thought he was Elvis.
It's Baker to Lamb. That's pulled out towards deep mid-wicket. Good-looking shot for 4. There's 2 boundary riders on that leg side field. And Emma Lamb's managed to pick out the gap beautifully between both. There's one behind square and one just in front. And a nice shot for 4 by Lamb. Brings up the 150 for Thunder as well. 151 for 1. Lamb's on 78. Blimey, right. Well, Ben Portsmouth, keep your eyes peeled for him doing a turn. Played calmly away into the offside for no run. And did you go especially to watch?
I did, yeah.
I love that.
I did.
Baker in. Down the pitch comes Lamb. Lifts it up and over mid-on. Good shot. Clever batting. 4 more runs for Lamb. Moves into the 80s with that. And eyeing up 3 figures here at Emirates Old Trafford.
That's a wonderful shot from Lamb. Come down the pitch, got to the pitch, managed to get into the ball and get it over mid-on as the ball runs onto the boundary. That's a beautiful shot, and also shows Lamb's intent as she just ups the tempo. She's got 82 off 80 balls, and the run rate's creeping up to 4.92.
It's top stuff, this by Emma Lamb. And it's Baker. Balls again, that's cut behind square. A little bit of a fumble actually at backward point, even with a clean pick-up. I'm sure they would have been able to scuttle through for 1. 156 for 1. Lamb's on to 83. Baker, who's got the only wicket so far in the game, he's bringing Mack onto the front foot. Pushed to mid-on, but for no run. Final ball of the over. And need a little rattle of wickets here, the Central Sparks. They're staring down the barrel of a big score to chase. It's run away through point. Throw comes in towards the keeper. Lamb and Mack have shuffled through for another quick single. End of the over. 32 gone. It's 157 for 1. Emma Lamb unbeaten on 83. Katie Mack on 2. And will Lamb's role just change a little bit now? Because Mac might just need a bit of time to settle and get going. So Lamb, the scoring potentially might be more from Lamb than from Mac maybe now.
Yeah, I think Lamb will be the one that just searches a little bit, looking for the bad ball to put away, and look to put a lot more pressure on the opposition bowlers. Whilst Mac gets in, Mac will be busy. She'll look to put the bad ball away and run really hard between the wickets and support Lamb as Lamb just begins to accelerate.
There's 2 boundaries in that last over. As Lamb works it out towards square leg. Sorry, Mac, and comes back for 2. Doubles her total, moves on to 4. 159 for 1. They were the first boundaries that the Thunder have got since the 21st over. Welcome boundaries for Lamb, and indeed for the Thunder side.
It shows how well and how much they've run between the wickets, doesn't it?
Which is something you have to do here. You have to. It's a big ground, whether it's 50 over cricket or T20 cricket, men's or women's. You've got to know your angles and where you can find 1s, 2s and 3s.
I think that's a really important point, actually. We used to talk about that a lot in terms of looking to hit in pockets and looking to run 2 as much as we possibly can. And if you time it that well, it runs for 4, doesn't it? But actually, keep hitting your pockets, and I think that, and also angles. There are certain angles on this ground where you can stop runs or score runs, so important.
Ellis to Mac. It's worked to the leg side. Throw comes in. Again, Lamb's pretty quick across the turf there, making sure that Mac safely gets through for 1 more run. Katie Mack moves on to 5. 160 for 1.
Good cricket there, isn't it, from both Mac and Lamb? And again, that quick single. Bowled.
Yeah, he just calmly played defensively off the front foot for no run. Well, Central Sparks will have been hoping that 1 wicket turns to 2 and 3, and then a sense of wrestling back a bit of control, but it's not happened yet. Bottom edge by Lamb. Another sharp single. Excellent from Mac, who's actually kind of hit the ground running here. I mean, only faced 10 deliveries for 5, but she's been really switched on in terms of when Lamb wants to run.
Incredibly quick, isn't she, between the wickets? Busy cricketer. Really busy cricketer. I just, you know, I like the way she goes about the game. You know, I think she's a really good role model for the group of players we have here.
And comes Ellis, bowled. That's a nice shot, played back and played late. Steered away down towards the deep 3rd boundary. Mike comes back for 2. As you mentioned, the already with a happy memory of playing here with that century she got in the game against the Sunrisers, making exactly 100 off 110 deliveries with 9 4s. Batted well with Fee Morris in that game as well. A match that Thunder won by 142 runs. On 6-3 for 1. 17 overs remaining. Leg spinner to continue. Lamb wants a single again. And Mac obliges. Lamb moves on to 85. 164 for 1.
It is playing, you know, this way, and how both Sarah and Smale and Emma Lamb's playing, and now Katie Mack coming in, running hard, being busy, looking for the bad ball. That's the way to play the game.
Nicely driven straight to cover though by Mack. No run.
just gives you the chance of posting good totals and chasing down good totals, and you get yourself into a really strong position, then you can really put your foot down.
A little flatter, a little bit of turn, a bit of bounce, but Mac playing it well. Cutting the ball away for a single. I was here for that century that she got, and she's really strong square of the wicket. She cuts and pulls really well, but that, I suspect, flatter and quicker to Lamb. Nudged away to mid-wicket. Another quick single. Her main scoring reason was kind of point to deep third. She's got a lot down that. Run the ball well down to third man. Cut firmly away. Any bit of width for Matt, she seemed to jump right into. Just pulled away there as Baker was setting off. 166 for 1. Step down the pitch and driven firmly. Good stop by Eve Jones, the skipper. She saved some runs there for Central Sparks.
Good shot that, was it? Powerfully hit.
Baker to Mac. That's a thickish edge, seeing the ball down towards a deep third boundary. Mac might think of a third. No, just 2. Moves on to double figures with that. She's on to 10. Lamb's on to 86 not out. 34 overs gone. 16 left. Plenty of batting to come. Thunder in a strong position. One batter well set with Emma Lamb, Katie Mack, who's enjoyed success already this season for Thunder, alongside a home side in a strong position to go and build a pretty formidable total. No Sophie Eccleston for Thunder this week. Kate Cross is in the Thunder side. Mahika Gore available for selection again, so she plays. Plenty of spinning options as well in that Thunder team, which could be a big part of the defence. There's Ellis to Lamb. And that's pushed to mid-on for a single. Lamb moves on to 87 now, 169 for 1.
Yeah, they've the Thunder team, or the Thunder setup, have been, I think, really fortunate to have a number of the England players available for the vast majority of the games, haven't they?
Yep.
Which is a real bonus for sure.
In comes Ellis and balls. And Mac works it to square leg for a single. Of course, the international summer starts this coming weekend. England against Pakistan. Sophie Eccleston named in that T20 squad. Kate Cross isn't named in that, so she plays this week. At the start of the international summer, they can place at Edgbaston, England against Pakistan. Steered away to backward point. Oh, a sharp pick up and throw, and the dive from Katie Mack as well will tell you that maybe that would have been a little close. She put the dive in thinking it may have to be the full dive to make sure that she's safely home. Keeper couldn't take it and clip off the bails, and Max okay, but may have needed the dive. 171 for 1. Straight to extra cover where Baker fields, and there's no run.
Just got a bit of a breeze blowing across the ground as we look across at the old traditional pavilion. Winds blowing from left to right.
And it's in. Balls. It's hammered away through the offside by Mack, but there is a sweeper on the cover boundary. Webb's out there for the Central Sparks.
A little bit of cloud cover at the moment, so the weather just changed a little the last 5 or 6 minutes. see if that has any effect in terms of the conditions, the pitch, etc. For the Central Sparks bowlers.
Well, they've not, even with that new white ball, didn't appear to have too much assistance from the conditions earlier on. That's 4 for Mack. A little over pitch from Ellis. Punched away for 4 through mid-off. Mack moves on to 15.
Yeah, slightly over pitched, and Mack just leans into this ball, hits it hard, takes a step down the ground, hits it firmly past mid-off for a well-struck 4 runs, which takes the score to 175 for 1.
Yes, with 2 balls left of the 35th over. Slower ball, which is chipped out towards deep backward point. Might be successive boundaries, it is. And it's enterprising batting from Katie Mack. It's a lovely straight drive for 4 in the previous delivery, and she's found a way to free up her arms. Again down the pitch, scooping the ball out towards deep backward point. 4 more for Mack. She moves on to 19. 35 overs gone, 179 for 1. Mike's going to join you, Paul, and it looks like Mack is going to hit the ground running here.
Yes, Mack certainly started well and is supporting Lamb very well. Mack's on 19 off 19 balls, and Lamb continues to play well and develop her innings and create a really strong foundation for Lancashire Thunder to score a big total here at Emirates Old Trafford today. Lamb's now on 88 off 87 deliveries.
Here's Baker bowling from the Statham end and swept into the onside behind square, and Baker's there picking the ball up just inside the rope, and the score moves on to 180 for 1. Is Katie Mack the perfect player to have coming in this situation when you've got a base? I mean, I feel almost I would say she's the perfect player to have coming in any situation, but certainly this one, as she faces up to Baker and is busy on her feet as always, doesn't find a run to mid-on this occasion. 180 for 1 it remains. Paul Shaw.
I think Mack is a really good all-round cricketer in terms of the way she focuses on the game, her attitude to play, and how she plays the game. So I think she's good for any situation.
Back in a crease and punching hard into the offside, but finds the cover fielder on the boundary. 181 for 1 the total moves on to. Just busy on her feet, isn't she?
Yeah, really busy cricketer, and she's the type of player that if a batter's out there in the middle struggling, she comes in, she gets them going with the running between the wickets often. So I think she's a really good foil for Lamb.
Baker is chopped into the offside on the cut by Lamb, who is on to 90 now off 89 balls. A 1-ball 100 at this stage in the summer is very nice. With the, I know there's somebody from the ECB I've seen around the ground today, so it's not a bad time to be doing it as Baker bowls to the Australian Mack, who's trying to cut it, can't reach it. It'll be a wide. 183 for 1. It's really desperate for Sparks at the minute though.
Yeah, it is. Sparks have got their work cut out, really. They need to take a couple of wickets here, stem the flow of runs, and see if they can get back into this game.
Baker again, bowling to Mack, who's back across his stumps and still manages to find a single there when there probably wasn't really one on offer. 184 for 1. That was really just a back defence, and all of a sudden she angled the bat and found a single.
Absolutely, and again, great awareness from both batters to actually pick up that sharp signal and keep the scoreboard ticking. Because, of course, it's not just boundaries, it's 1s and 2s that are important.
Baker again, short of length this time. Now, will it beat the 2 fielders on the rope? They get across. It's Potts who's there first on the slide from backward square leg, picking up that sort of forward square leg on the rope. But that allows 2 because there was a fair bit of work for the fielder to do there. 186 for 1. Mid-pitch conference continues, Paul Shaw.
Absolutely, and the stage is set for Lancashire Thunder to really push on here at Emirates Old Trafford and take this game to a new level. I think they'll be targeting scoring 300. There's 14 overs left. You've got Emma Lamb out there on 92 off 90 balls, and the Australian Katie Mack, the busy cricketer that we all like and we've talked about a lot, 21 off 22 balls. So it's the perfect match, really, to take this partnership onto new heights and really see if they can target 280, maybe 300. Central Sparks, however, will be looking to stem the flow of runs, to take wickets now, and they'll be thinking, they'll be telling each other, 1 brings 2, 2 brings 3, come on, we might be able to be in the game here and keep them to 250. So that's the way they'll be thinking, but Thunder will certainly be thinking about 300.
Smell the only batter out if you just join us on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website around about 10 to 1, so maybe just sneaking out for your lunch break over there in Manchester city centre, away in the distance towards the high-rise buildings. But it's going very well for Lancashire Thunder, this one, and Seren Smale the only batter out. She got 67 off 105. Lamb is not out on 92, and Katie Mack, the Australian, facing up for the latest over and is back in her crease and flaying it away into the leg side out towards mid-wicket, and she'll get back for 2, even though it's only a short boundary, and it had to be a direct hit almost from the boundary to stop Katie Mack getting back there. She threw in the dive just to make sure, but as soon as the ball bounced and slowed up, she was always gonna get back for the 2.
As soon as Mack makes contact with this ball, she's not thinking 1, she's only thinking 2. That's the only thing she's thinking, is see if she can turn that 1 into 2, and then a full committed dive enables her to get home safely.
And the worst bit is she gets back to her feet and doesn't even look puffed at the end of it. I mean, it's almost sickening that she can just sprint one end to the other. Had to avoid the bowler as well on her way, and still gets back. Big full-length dive, and then just does a little press up back to her feet, and she's absolutely fine. Scores elsewhere: 143 for 4. The Vipers score against Sunrisers. 213 for 4. That's the Diamond score against the South East Stars, and 193 for 5. Western Storm against the Blazers. Here, the total will be advanced by Mack. 4 runs. Cracked away through mid-wicket in front of square. 192 for 1. Boom shows on the scoreboard, and it was a booming pull shot from Katie Mack there to advance her total further. And that, I suppose, that's the advantage of being as physically fit as she is. She's not puffed, so she's got the power in the arms to send that one away. 52 partnership from 40 balls.
Absolutely. Physically fit. You can be also very, very fit in your mind, can't you, in terms of decision making. And Hartlett's just dropped that short. Max rocked back, played that in front of square, and pulled it beautifully to the boundary.
Yeah, has been struggling, been a bit in and out the team, Arlette. I think struggling with her fitness somewhat, as this one is played back down the middle of the pitch. No run on offer. She'd only bowled, what, 4 overs before this in her first spell, so coming back for a second spell at a difficult time in the game here is Emily Arlett. Picks up a dot ball there, though. And it bears repeating, 25 minutes, 40 balls, 50 partnership. I mean, that's exactly what the Thunder needed.
Absolutely. Absolutely, it's the way to play, and we can see the run rate's now 5.26.
Here's Arlett. Advancing is Mack, chipping slightly dangerously in the direction of Arlett, who for a second thought the caught and bowled opportunity was there, but as soon as she thought that, it just disappeared, and that's rather summed up the Sparks' day so far.
It has, you know, things haven't gone for them today, have they? Things, you know, even the slower ball that sticks in the pitch that then hits the splice to the bat doesn't quite reach. It's just been one of those days so far, but if they start thinking that way as a bowling unit and as a fielding unit, it will be that day. They've got to find a way to get back into this game. 2 quick wickets here changes the face of the game.
Can they just hold on to the Thunder total here, which is advancing away as Katie Mack is back in her crease in that Lancashire red and can't quite get a cut shot away on that occasion, but she's still 27 off 27. She'll be quite happy.
Yeah, she's playing the way she needs to play. She's enabled Lamb to play her own way and gradually increase her strike rate. Mack's been the busy cricketer that's looking to put the loose ball away and run incredibly hard between the wickets, turn 1s into 2s. I think she's played brilliantly in terms of a foil for Lamb.
Pushed away on the back foot by Mack. It was a good old-fashioned Australian back cut stroke, that one, but didn't find a run on that occasion. Good fielding at backward point by Pavley there. 192 for 1. And I mean, Sparks have been struggling for runs this season as well, so that'll be really eating away at them. But I think it's like you say, isn't it? If they can just hold on here, and as I say, a couple of wickets maybe slows it, but just keep hold of Thunder and just keep them down to, you know, even if it's 260, 270, it still keeps them in the game.
They're still in the game at that, aren't they? If it gets start looking at, you know, northwards of 280, then it becomes more of a challenge in 300 further still. But actually, they have to believe that they can slow the flow of runs, pick up a couple of wickets, and all of a sudden this game changes. You know, they might be looking at 265, 270 as opposed to 300, which gives them, you know, half a chance. You know, if they build a big partnership, you know, then anything's possible, isn't it?
The voice of former Thunder coach Paul Shaw on BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Radio Lancashire and the BBC Sport website, as well as Lancs TV. As in comes Rhea Fackrell to bowl the latest over. Lancashire Thunder in a great position here. That might have taken more pad than bat, as Lamb, who is in the 90s, of course, is a little subscript here. Will get a run there, I think. So that'll be 90. No, she won't. Just last minute they go for the signal. It was almost as if there was a discussion between the umpire and Lamb there, and she kind of she lost that one there, and goes back down to 92. 193 for 1. Here comes Fackrell to deliver the ball, and it's pulled away by Mac powerfully again. There is a fielder back on this occasion, so that will be just the one added to the total. 194 for 1.
Yeah, playing well, these two, aren't they? Let's see if Lamb can get the century here at Emirates Old Trafford, which I know is a special ground for her and a special ground for the players, so she'll be certainly wanting to do that.
Fackrell tosses it up, clipped off the toes by Lamb, looking for 2 here. She wants 2, but she won't run herself out, but she puts the pressure on the fielder looking for the 2. It means there's a misfield. It was almost as if the fielder was trying to throw the ball before they'd picked it up. 196 for 2, and Lamb is on to 94, and every single one counts. As Fackrell at the back of her mark, and comes into bowl, pushed into the offside, single to the captain, Eve Jones, who must have plenty going through her head. Lamb on to 95. I've just been passed a note that I'm not sure whether I should say at this stage with Lamb on 95. Am I gonna say it? I've teased it now. It's gonna have to next over, when she's next on strike, I'll tell you then. As this one is just dabbed behind square on the offside by Lamb. Not sure how much she got of it, but she'll pick up 2 runs here, and I think there was some sort of bat involved, so she'll be quite happy with that. Lots of applause there as the score moves on to 199 for 1. Lamb still not on strike, so I'll still keep you waiting on this little message that's been passed in my direction. Here comes Fackrell again, throws it up, pushed down to wide of mid-off, and another single is on offer. Keeps Lamb away from the strike. The 200 up for Thunder though, and a very busy, enterprising innings from Mac is helping that along, but it's been the mainstay of Emma Lamb that has helped bring that 200 up from 228 balls in 148 minutes. Just the 1 wicket down. That was Seren Smale, who batted very nicely for her 67 in the end.
Yes, it's been an excellent batting performance so far, with Smale and Lamb playing beautifully this morning, and have now been supported incredibly well, or Lamb's been supported incredibly well by Katie Mack, coming to the wicket, playing really busy, sensible cricket, and 200 for 1, 38 overs. Still 12 overs left in this innings.
60 put on by these two so far. In comes Arlott, driven by Mack, who's setting off straight away as soon as she's hit it. She's through for the single. 201 for 1 the score moves on to. So Emma Lamb, if she does get these 5 runs, she'll become the first woman to make 2 centuries at Emirates Old Trafford.
Wow.
So there we go.
And
that'll be quite an achievement.
Absolutely, and knowing Emma Lamb, she will probably know that. She will know that she'll be the first player to do it, so that's something that might just be running through her mind at this stage of the game. So hopefully she can make that achievement.
Waits for Arlott and dabs behind square on the offside. Max quickly through again from the non-strikers end this time, and they're going to get overthrows as well. It's getting a bit ragged from Central Sparks, this. Lamb on to 97. And she's nearing that milestone, which is always a big one for any cricketer. But as I say, to become the first woman to make 2 centuries at Emirates Old Trafford would be a real achievement for Emma Lamb here. And our friends at Badger and Coombs who do the cameras will be happy if Emma Lamb's a bit of a badger, a bit of a stato for those uninitiated on that phrase, as it's a slower ball from Arlott. Lamb will still pick at 1, even though she hasn't timed the shot. Hit it into her foot, if anything. Moves on to 98 now, 204 for 1. But yeah, for anyone not familiar with the vernacular, a badger tends to be a cricket stato who knows these little milestones. And by the sound of things, Paul Shaw, when Emma Lamb was part of your team. She was a bit of a stato. She knew the milestones.
She wouldn't know certainly her individual milestones, the number of runs she scored, the average she has, the strike rate, etc., etc., etc. So from that perspective, she may tell people she's not aware, but I bet you she really is.
We'll get Scott to push her on it in the BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Manchester interview at the end of the game, as Mac just dabs that one onside of straight, and for once doesn't pick up a run. She's 32 of 33 at the moment. Will Mac almost be thinking every time she goes behind one a ball, right, I need a boundary now just to sort of increase it back to one a ball again?
I think she'll be looking for the boundary from every ball.
Yeah.
But she's just looking to rotate and score boundaries as much as she possibly can.
Waits, raises the bat, flicks it into the leg side. Will only pick up one on this occasion to backward square leg, but it keeps the board moving. 205 for 1 the total moves on to. We've got 1 ball left of 39th over. Emma Lamb on 98 just sweeps away at the pitch a couple of times, looks around. She'll see short extra cover, mid off, backward point, cover on the boundary, and third is the offside field. 45 in the ring, third's just coming up in the ring as well now. We've got backward square leg, mid wicket on the boundary, and long on the boundary, so 3 back on the leg side. As in comes Arlott to bowl to Lamb, slightly runs her fingers on it. Lamb happy just to cut into the offside, gets warm applause from the pavilion below us at the Statham end. 39 overs gone, 206 for 1. Emma Lamb has 99, and unlike poor Seren Smale last week, she's got a bit of time here on 99 as well, because Seren Smale was in the final over, got run out, sort of really trying to push for that 100. Lamb's actually got the time here. She's got 10 overs, well, 11 overs in fact.
Absolutely. So time and overs and balls is not an issue at all, is it, for Emma Lamb? This is just about getting that single or boundary that she requires to get to that 100 mark, and then I think it's around having a chat with Katie Mack and setting out her stall to get 150. Let's go for a real big 100 now. I've achieved something, a personal milestone, but hopefully Katie Mack will be saying that's great, but come on, job's only half done. Let's see.
So
if
maybe
get
don't.
150.
Well, let's see if she gets the 100 first. She's faced 96 balls. She's got 99 runs. Fackrell bowling, and Lamb happy to use a bit of that time and just defend this one back down the pitch. Interesting ploy to bring Fackrell in here for her 9th over. She opened the bowling today, which was an interesting strategy. But it hasn't really turned big here at Old Trafford today. It's been just a very, very good pitch, and I suppose with the T20s coming up, that's probably a sign of you start to play on those slightly better wickets, don't you, that have to be used for a considerable period of time. And at this stage of the summer, they will be nice and flat and very true, and this one has certainly proved to be, and certainly compared to scores elsewhere in the country, this is by far the highest scoring game at the moment, although Diamonds are ahead, but they've lost more wickets in their matches. Again, Lamb is forward, advancing down the track, pushing onside, but not getting a run. Yeah, Diamonds have 239 for 4, 149 for 5 as the Southern Vipers scores against the Sunrisers. Diamonds 239 for 4 coming against the South East Stars as Fackrell bowls, and that one will be the 100 for Emma Lamb, the first woman to score 200s at Old Trafford. It comes up with a 4 down through third. She was in control of it, just manoeuvred the ball there in the end. And Emma Lamb, 103 from 99 balls. That was her 9th 4 to bring it up. What an achievement that is for the Lancashire Thunder batter here at Emirates Old Trafford. And the message from the balcony, as you saw there from Seren Smale, was we are not worthy. She was doing the bowing down with both hands. Brilliant innings from Emma Lamb.
Absolutely fantastic innings, and you know, with this ball here, she deserved just a little bit of luck on her way to help her to get to the 100. But I tell you what, hasn't she played well today? That's a fantastic knock from an outstanding player.
She slightly misjudged the length, but then manoeuvred her hands such as her skill, and she's straight on the reverse sweep. Now, how much has she got of this one? It's going down towards third, but very, very fine past the wicketkeeper Freeborn. And Sparks starting to look a little puffed here. They get 2 more to the total. And just didn't quite get enough to get the boundary, but immediately Lamb looking to be inventive now, and like you said though, she's above 1 a ball. She can probably wait another 2, 3, maybe even 4 overs here before she really starts trying to whack it out the park, and as you say, go for that big 150 score as Lamb faces up again. and flays it into the offside and only finds the fielder there. And no run is on offer to extra cover on that occasion. 2-12 for 1 with Mike Perkins and Paul Shaw on Lancs TV. A bit of a whirring siren in the distance as Fackrell comes in behind square and hit over the umpire for a single out to Wong at backward square leg, who again we haven't seen loads of in this. Wong just bowling the 3 overs so far. 213 for 1 after 40, Paul Shaw.
Yeah, it's the stage is set for a big total here at Emirates Old Trafford. It's been great to see Emma Lamb play the innings that she's played. She got herself in, starting with the 4 through the covers, and gradually built the tempo of her innings. She's showed great battership as she's built partnerships with Seren Smale and now with Katie Mack. She's rotated strike really, really well. She's played absolutely beautifully here today. It's been a top-class innings, but it's not over yet, is it? This is about, for me, this is about her going on then to the next level. Let's get 120, 130, 140, 150.
And we've been mentioning good timing with England selectors in, but is this about almost proving to the England selectors, look, I'm somebody who can make the big innings this summer. I can get a 150 and a 50 over game.
I think it's been the perfect opportunity for her to show the England selectors and the powers that be that, you know what, here's how I go about my business. It's been a great showcase in terms of how Emma Lamb can play.
Well, she looks in fine touch. 106 of 102 balls as she waits for Arlott to bowl from the James Anderson end. It's a slower ball and it's smashed back down the park. Arlott, I think, maybe just got a little bit of something to take some pace off the ball, and there will only be one because Long On is able to get round. 215 for 1.
And that run rate's just beginning to climb. You know, for much of the game it started at 3.5, then just above 4s. It's now at 5.33, and we said in those last 10 overs get into a position where the stage is set for you to go really big to get to that total of 300.
That would go past the score that Thunder made when they beat the Sunrisers here. That one's squeezed out by Mack. No run on offer on that occasion. They made 292 that day to beat the Sunrisers eventually by 142 runs. And they're setting up the game in very similar fashion here. The 300 looks on to me, Paul.
And I think to do that, they're going to need one of their top 4 in a good place. Batting with the people coming in from down the order with a free licence to score.
They're going to have to avoid dot balls like the last one's the only thing, and Mack is going to look to try and get a boundary here. She's smeared it through wide long on. It won't quite have the power to reach the rope, but they will pick up 3 there, and that shows how big the field is here at Old Trafford, actually, because the rope's in. We're quite a long way to the left of the square as we look from the Statham end. The score 217 for 1. So it's obviously been brought in on that side. It's all the way out pretty much on the far side, but on the shorter side. But even on the shorter side, you can still run a 3 here.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, we talked a lot previously about hitting pockets. So hitting pockets on the ground like the corners and running really, really hard, and understanding the angles here at Old Trafford. You know, that gives you a leading edge on the opposition.
Max certainly learnt them well, and she's going high. She's 36 of 36. It could be the end of the innings, and it is. It's a superb catch out there, brilliantly taken by Bethan Ellis, who dived away to her right-hand side on the mid-wicket boundary. Mac didn't quite get the power she was hoping for from that. In fact, and she will be departing here, and the wicket falls, the second wicket of the innings, 217 for 2. Superb catch by Bethan Ellis there, and in fact it's Emma Lamb, apologies, who has been dismissed. 107 then from 104 balls with 9 fours. Lamb just not quite getting all of that and being able to clear the mid-wicket boundary, having just run a 3 with Katie Mack at the other end. And it's hard to say, will she be a little bit disappointed walking up with 107, but I mean, it sort of felt like there was more to go in that innings.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there was a few more runs in the tank there for Emma Lamb, and it's an outstanding catch on the boundary there, isn't it? Deep mid-wicket by Ellis. Full stretch, diving catch, running probably 15 yards, full stretch, one hand. What a catch. and probably the type of catch to end an outstanding innings. I mean, Lamb today has played beautifully. She's hit the ball through the covers really, really nice. She's pulled off the back foot. She's also rotated strike very, very well when needed. But she was playing both well, front foot, back foot, and really playing, I think, a low-risk, high-reward innings today. And I think she's played absolutely beautifully. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here at Emirates Old Trafford and see her put that type of innings together. I really like the way that she started to up the tempo and come down the ground and punch the ball down the ground and over the top, and run as well as she did between the wickets. I think that's a real high-class innings, and any 100 here at Emirates Old Trafford is special, but that's certainly been a special one today.
Only the only woman to make 200s at Emirates Old Trafford, Emma Lamb. Very, very happy with that 107, and it was a really good innings. Arlott comes in, bowls to the new batter Morris, who punches down up to mid-on. Down up to mid-on. Let's get that sorted out. Punches the ball up to mid-on as we look from the Statham end. 217 for 2. But yeah, I mean, you saw it there on the replay. Some classy boundaries, but also had that period from the 21st over to almost the 40th over where there were no boundaries, but it was Lamb who took the risk in the end and got Thunder going, as Morris will hit this one high into the leg side. It bounces once, and there will only be one run on offer. Had Ellis still been back at mid-wicket, she might have been on for a second great catch of the over, but she wasn't there. So Morris gets her account underway with 218 for 2, and I suppose Morris has had the perfect example from Mac. Just come in and be busy and keep the board moving.
Yeah, absolutely, and it'd be interesting how Fee Morris goes today, because she's struggled the last couple of games or so to get the runs that she would want. She obviously scored early in the season. She got some big runs, I think here, so started the season well, but has struggled a little bit since. But I think if her mindset today, she's a really good T20 player, so I think, you know, there's 9 overs left, play T20 cricket.
Yeah.
You're going in, Mac's set, Mac's hitting the ball hard, she's rotating the strike, go and free yourself up and play really T20 cricket as you would here in just a few weeks' time.
So we want to see the sweeps, the ramps, all those kind of things she's got in her repertoire.
Well, I think the full repertoire, get in by hitting it hard down the ground, because she can hit down the ground really well and then bring those shots into her game.
Fackrell bowling will be completing her spell this over, and it is hit hard down the ground, and it'll beat the bowler and mid-off and away for 4 runs for Fee Morris. And it's just a fresh pair of arms as much as anything coming in here to hit the ball nice and hard now that Lamb's departed, and it doesn't bode well for Sparks. 222 for 2.
Absolutely, and what she's looked to do is go down the ground, get into the ball, hit the ball down the ground. That's low risk, high reward cricket, which is paying dividends here at Emirates Old Trafford today. And as you rightly say, the other shots that she has within her repertoire can gradually work their way in this innings. It would just be really positive.
Here's Fackrell to throw it up. Chipped over mid-wicket. This one was racing away towards the boundary. 2 fielders out there. Webb picks up and throws back, but 2 more added to the total, and it's the busy Katie Mack who's back doing the hard running at the non-strikers end. 224 for 2. It moves on to, Fee Morris made and played an excellent shot actually early in that innings of 89 against Sunrisers earlier in the season, batting alongside Katie Mack, and this time went a sort of slightly more aerial route than she did that day. Was facing from the other end that day as well, but it shows that she is still in form, and picks up another single with a cutout to cover here. 225 for 2. You're watching Lancs TV on YouTube or listening thanks to BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Radio Lancashire on the BBC Sport website. Lancashire Thunder against Central Sparks, as in comes Fackrell, bowls, and Arlott's up there at mid-on. Another one taken, 226 for 2. We're in the 42nd over. Paul Shaw.
And Lancashire Thunder are really well set here. We've talked about 300. Can we get to 250, then 270, then 280, and take this game on and go past 300?
Fackrell bowls. Hit uppishly, but in the gap, as it often has been during this Lancashire Thunder innings. And 227 for 2. The total moves on to Fee Morris through for the single there. Just didn't quite time that one, but still got a single.
Yeah, and that's important, that she keeps looking to hit the ball down the ground for as long as she can, and she'll beat extra cover, she'll beat mid-wicket, and she'll beat mid-off and long on.
The flags on top of the pavilion and the hotel just blowing towards Manchester now as Mack is advancing, but not getting as much of that one as she wanted. Just inside edging it, brings the 42nd over to an end. 227 for 2 then. Fackrell completes her 10 overs, 53 without reward. A little bit of an experiment at the start of the game, starting with spin for the Central Sparks, but I mean, you have to say it hasn't really worked just looking at where the board is.
Yeah, absolutely, that's right. I mean, it is a good pitch, we know that. There's a little bit of offering a spin, and the longer the game goes on, it will spin a little bit more. But it's been a real challenge, I think, for all the bowlers. The spinners, certainly Fackrell, none for 53 in 10. And the seamers have found it really tough here today, but I have to say that the partnership of Smale and Lamb was an outstanding partnership, and I think would have challenged any attack in the country the way both of those played. And Mac's certainly taken the game on to the next level. She's 37 off 38 and is well set, and has been joined at the wicket Fee Morris, who's got 9 runs off 6 balls.
Facing up again as Arlott comes in and bowls and hits hard down the ground, exactly what Paul Shaw said he would have advised her to do coming in here in his days as Lancashire Thunder's coach. Single to the total, 228 for 2. And as you say, it was that platform, wasn't it? It was that 140 runs that the opening pair put on is what Morris and Mack are benefiting from now.
Absolutely, and it enables Morris and Mack and other players coming in to play perhaps with a little bit more freedom, still with responsibility, but a little bit more freedom to be as positive as they possibly can. Each batter, when they come in, will always look to take the positive step. Every single time, you know, that's something that we always try and coach, and I know Chris Reed will be on the same page of that. But when you come in at 200 for 2 as opposed to 10 for 2, you know,
it's a bit of a difference.
It's a bit of a difference, so you do play slightly different.
Well, facing up and trying to take advantage of that now is Katie Mack, and she's down the track and she drives towards cover. Baker across to her left from extra cover makes the stop, so only 1, and that's what Sparks have to keep doing, just trying to hang on here. 229 for 2. Would you almost be contemplating maybe, I don't know, throwing in a Tara Norris, who we know can hit very, very big sixes if she wants to at the back end of an innings? Would you sort of be looking at what hitters you've got in your lineup at this stage? Datani, we know, can clear the ropes, as this one is clipped away by Fee Morris. There's going to be 2 more on offer because Mack is the non-striker and is very quick, and so quick they threw to the wicket-keeper's end in the end, trying to get Morris out. 2-3-1 for 2.
You'd certainly be considering what options you've got down the order. You'd be looking for ball strikers and people that can clear the ropes, definitely. I'd also be looking at what type of form those types of batters are in.
I was going to say, is it sort of almost like what someone's feeling like on the day, and you know, maybe if they've hit a few in the warm-up and they're like, right, this feels like my day.
Yeah, and you know, where they've been the last couple of games and how they're striking the ball, I'd be considering that as well.
Here comes Arlott, elbows jutting out, delivers now. Morris looking for her first little ramp, nearly hits the helmet. There was an ooh from the Thunder players and staff below us there, because they thought that was going to land right on the Central Sparks badge and give them 5 runs, but Morris just missing the helmet, which was behind the keeper Freeborn. 2-3-2 for 2. She gets a single in the end after all that. I mean, I'm sure she wasn't aiming for it, because I don't think you could do that if you tried, but it wasn't far away.
No, just hit the ball down the ground, Fee.
I enjoyed that. If there's 5 on offer, why not take it? As Arlott bowls, and Mack is hitting this one more conventionally on the forcing shot, really, on the back foot, out towards cover, and she gets back for 2. They try and run Mack out, but there's barely any point bothering. 2-3-4 for 2. It was the first thing we noticed there from Katie Mack, who moves on to 40 now, that just how quick she is between the wickets. I mean, absolutely rapid.
She's like lightning, isn't she? But that's what we're talking about. These types of areas, she's hitting, you know, pockets of the ground and looking to run too. So she's thinking 2. If I time it, it's 4. If not, it's 2 runs. And that's the mentality she has. That's the great mentality, and that's a batting mindset that you actually want.
So in terms of the pocket on offer to her now, we're looking sort of extra cover, are we? We're looking third. Those are the 2 areas that are vacant.
Yeah, you're looking extra cover area, and you're also looking in between deep mid-wicket and and mid-wicket. Sorry, and mid-on.
Let's see where she goes. She goes to mid-wicket. High in the air, though. Might be caught. Just bounces a couple of times in the end for the fielder. And then it's a misfield, and they're through for 2. And that's the pressure that is on the Sparks now. Any misfields, that's going to cost you 2 runs. It hadn't even gone. She hadn't even hit that one particularly well. Hadn't even hit the pocket, but still gets back for 2. 2, 3, 6 for 2. Mac has 42 or 41.
And there's no boundaries in that over, is there? But there's 9 runs.
Yeah.
There's 9 runs. I know it's tiring, but actually... And let's say the last ball's a bad ball and it goes for 4, all of a sudden then 8 turns into 12. And I think that's the way to play. I honestly think that's the play. If you go too high risk too early, end up going across the line. Keep looking to punch the ball hard. Hit the gaps, run hard, and play good percentage cricket down the ground as long as you can.
And you've just seen there the run rate still creeping up, still heading up towards 1 a ball. I think the 300 is still very much on here with 7 overs left. The rate 5.5 at the moment. Baker back on into the attack. This will be her 8th over, 40 for 1. She's one of the only 2 bowlers to take a wicket so far for the Central Sparks. Delivers from the stay the man. It's hit down the ground. This could go all the way for 4. There's a chase on for Arlott, but having bowled 8 overs herself, Arlott never looked like getting there. 4 more to the total. 240 for 2 now.
See, I think that's a great shot. Absolute great shot. She's picked the length, she's come down the pitch, and she's hit that ball so hard, got into the ball there as Fee Morris. And that's the way to play. When there's pace on the ball, then you can deflect. But when there's not pace on, you look to attack the ball and generate the pace yourself.
It was a fluid swing of the bat from Morris. She's now back into a crease and cutting into the offside. It had a chance for a second of evading the cover fielder, but ultimately was stopped fairly comfortably in the end. 2-4-1 for 2. Diamond's still going well. 2-7-8 for 6. Thunder will have an eye on them in the table as the team closest to them, I believe, at the start of play. So that one's in the air. Good catch by Fackrell, going away to her left. And Katie Mack is out, just trying to find another one of those pockets, this time using the aerial route, and that allowed Fackrell the opportunity to throw herself to her left. Great catch off the bowling of Baker, and for all the pressure Sparks have been under in this game, and all the pressure that Lancashire Thunder have put them under, 42 for Mack from 42 balls with 3 fours. They have caught very, very well when they've had the opportunity.
Yeah, they have. This is a really good catch, actually, by Fackrell. She's done well to cover the ground, full stretch dive, and knows how important it is to take the wicket off Katie Mack, who's played beautifully, 42 or 42 balls. And certainly the Central Sparks wouldn't have wanted Mack to be in going into those last 2 or 3 overs. So that's a big wicket, and that just gives them a chance of pulling this game back just a little bit.
It shows they're still fighting, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It shows that they're going to give this chase a good go, and they still believe if they can just take 10-20 off it, they're in the game.
Absolutely, and it's so important to believe, even when what's happening in front of you is not what you planned. It's so important. You have to fight. You have to show character. You have to be determined. You have to persevere. You have to find ways to take wickets and stay in the game. It's about staying in the game. The longer you stay in the game, the closer you get to winning the game from any position, and I think that's really important. So it's pleasing. I know the coaching staff at Central Sparks will be really happy that they've just got a chance now to get back into the game in some degree.
And the running between the wickets we've been talking about, the clinging onto your catches like that, I suppose that's what you're saying to people in cold sports halls during the winter. I mean, I know they're not cold sports halls anymore. They're very nice facilities that these professional players are getting. But, you know, when you're sort of having to drag yourself out of bed to get to training, it's kind of why you do it, isn't it? Because it gives Rhea Fackrell that extra yard. It gives Bethan Ellis that extra yard to just get the catch, or it gives Katie Mack that extra little sprint to get back for her 2. As this one is bowled, it's clipped into the leg side to get Threlkeld underway with a 1-2-4-2 for 3.
Yeah, it's all about that, and building that mentality when it's 6 o'clock in the morning, it's 7 o'clock, it's 8 o'clock, however early it is when they're doing the sessions, that actually this is always about connecting those sessions to the game and enabling you to perform better, take wickets, take catches, score runs, and maintain that.
Baker bowl, shorter length. Oh, it's chopped between the wicketkeeper's legs, I think, in the end. Freeborn just sort of looking aghast for a moment as where the ball had gone, because it disappeared off the bottom edge of Morris's bat, past the wicketkeeper, and 1 more to the total. 2-4-3 for 3. 1 ball left of the 44th. We'll bring Scott Reed back in at the 45th over, just to sum things up for BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Lancashire listeners who are with us. There's going to be a run out here, is there, as Baker just gets Threlkeld out. We were waiting for the finger from the umpire there, because it took Baker a long time, and she did have a long time, and she composed herself, but Threlkeld for a second there was almost in with a chance. She's out for one, run out, sort of sacrificing herself, really, the captain there. She knew she'd hit it. She knew they had wickets in hand. They've got to take risks with the running as well as the stroke play, but this took Hannah Baker an absolute age to get onto the stumps. There was hesitation from Threlkeld, actually, and that's what allowed Baker the time, but she just really slowed down, and almost too much, but just about made the right decision, I think, in the end there, Paul Shaw, because Threlkeld's run out for one.
Yeah, absolutely. The umpire was very considered before giving that decision.
Yeah, it took a while.
But it's the right decision, and took the time to make the right decision. But just that hesitation there, wasn't it? Just after Ellie Threlkeld played the shot, she hesitated before making the run, and she'd have gone straight away. There perhaps would have been a run, but again, we talked earlier, got to keep believing, because one wicket brings two. We've had 2 or 3 relatively quick wickets in the context of the game, and now the skipper's just gone, Threlkeld's just gone, and Fee Morris, who was on 19 of 12 deliveries, is joined by the left-hander and ball striker Naomi Datani.
2 wickets in the over. Mack and Threlkeld out in it. Mack for 42, Threlkeld for 1. The other players out if you just join us at around about 1:30 on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website. Emma Lamb, a magnificent 107. The only woman to make 2 centuries at Emirates Old Trafford, and Seren Smale makes 67. They put on 140 at the top of this innings, and that's what the foundations have been built on today, as this one's driven by Datani. First ball finds mid-off and doesn't find a run. Obviously, a little bit of just pressure given how well the innings has gone to just keep scoring here, but Datani, I think, will relish this, a chance to free her arms before we get into T20 mode.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's really important that she does strike the ball well and at least get 1 off every ball.
Bethan Ellis, who took a terrific catch earlier in the innings to dismiss Lamb for 107, gets another dot ball here. Good start to the over. Warm applause from Fackrell there at 45 on the back of the ring. We've also got 2 out on the leg side boundary, a mid-wicket in the ring, and a long on. As in comes Ellis again. Has Datani managed to line her up yet? Drives towards extra cover and will quickly get through for the 1. 244 for 4.
See, that's a good shot, isn't it? The ball's full enough, she's able to lean into that and get into the ball and target that area there. So as she gets in, you'd expect her really to hit that ball really hard, past or over mid-off. It sometimes takes Datani just a little time just to get in and start striking the ball. What you wouldn't want is any pressure to grow on Fee Morris here. You want Fee just to play the way that she's playing, you know, take the Thunder towards the total of 300. The run rate at the moment is 5.48, and there's 5.3 overs remaining. The score's 244 for 4.
I mean, they want really those 56 runs to get them to 300 here. It's going to require some big hitting, and Morris just dabs into the offside on this occasion, having advanced, looking maybe for one of those big hits, but realising it wasn't there, having the presence of mind to still pick up a single to Courtney Webb at backward point. 2-4-5 for 4. We have 2 balls left in the 45th over. It's been a good over from Ellis, but I mean, Morris clearly is sort of hitting it quite well, 20 off 13, so Datani maybe needs to make an assessment of how good she's feeling, and if she isn't feeling good, perhaps get to the non-strikers here. Well, she's feeling okay because she's cleared the front leg and heaved that one into the leg side. Does only pick up 1 because she finds the mid-wicket fielder, but I suppose the right approach there, Paul. 246 for 4.
I think that's it, though, isn't it? It's look to strike the ball, and if it's not quite there, get 1. So
yeah,
you've always got 2 options in your mind. I'm looking to strike the ball, but if I'm not quite there, let's get 1 and get Fee on strike.
And again, I guess we're coming back to those pockets. If you hit them, then all of a sudden you open up the 2 as well, as Ellis bowls, and this one's flicked into the leg side towards one of those pockets between long on and mid-wicket. They think about 2, but it definitely wasn't on. So they decide at this stage, with 5 overs still left of the innings, at 247 for 4 to decline that second one. Let's bring Scott Reed back in from BBC Radio Lancashire and BBC Radio Manchester. Our thanks to Paul Shaw for now. We will get more thoughts from him in the second innings of this game, but let's just get a few thoughts from Scott Reed, who's seen plenty of this Thunder team developing over the years himself, so we'll get him back in. This innings built around Emma Lamb's fantastic 107, the century coming up off 99 balls, including 9 fours. Really big innings from Emma Lamb, that one. And she was accompanied for the first part of it, for the first 140 runs, by Seren Smales 67, and then by Katie Max 42. So thank you for joining us on Lancs TV if you're watching on YouTube. And it's going to be Baker to bowl from the Statham end. It's clipped leg side. There could be 2 on offer. I think Tani was perhaps keener than Morris. Another single to the total. 248 for 4. Scott, it's all going very well from a Lancashire Thunder perspective.
It's all gone pretty well, pretty much from the toss, hasn't it? When they win the toss, they wanted to bat first, clearly.
Yes, please, we'll have a go.
Yeah, exactly. And they've batted really well, haven't they? He's been obviously set up by the opening pair. They've batted superbly. And it's going to be a very tough test to chase these runs down, especially when you're batting last and you think about Thunder's spinners. They'll have a big role to play.
Baker bowls to Tani on the sweep. Appeal for LBW. I think it was just doing a bit too much down the leg side. They get through for a leg bye. 249 for 4. Yeah, just felt as if it was turning down the leg side, that one.
And you look at what Thunder have got to open up with. They'll have Mahika Gore and Kate Cross first up with that new ball, and then you've got this challenge of facing, I would think, quite a bit of spin.
Baker again bowls, and down the track comes Morris. Hits this one out to cover. I think she wanted to go straighter than that. It still brings up the 250 for Thunder, though. Smattering of applause from the players' balcony and the fans underneath the point and at the old pavilion at the far end. The wind blowing left to right, and Thunder very happy with their 250 from 273 balls. Oh, and that's a mis-stumping, I think, from Freeborn. Down the track came to Tani. Got right in the keeper's way, to be fair, but a keeper of Freeborn's quality would expect to have whipped the bails off there, and that could prove costly. They've caught well, Central Sparks, but that's a bit of an error on that occasion from Freeborn.
Yeah, she kept well, hasn't he, through the course of the game, but sharp chance, if it was a chance, and I think it was, and with you, Mike, we're not seeing a replay of it, but sharp chance, but one that she probably would expect to...
it was one of those where the view of the ball got obscured by the batter, wasn't it? The batter got right in the way, and she was... Obviously, you should always anticipate the ball, but I think she was probably expecting, you know, having sort of lost the ball behind the batter, that it was either going to hit the batter or be hit. Let's have a look at the replay now. So Baker is coming in and bowls the ball. Tani goes charging down, and yeah, it just sort of hits Freeborn. She was maybe just had the back foot in the crease as well. She'd sort of aborted the dance down the track a little bit there, Tani, so perhaps she would have regained her ground anyway. But to me, that felt a mis-stumping, Scott Reed.
Yes, it could prove to be a pivotal moment potentially in the match, but there's still quite a bit batting to come, even if that stumping was taken.
Baker bowls, and it hasn't put Tani off coming down the track. It's out to cover. There will be just the 1 run, 251 for 4. As Baker has the ball returned, just wipes her hair back behind her ear, contemplates what she's going to do as she comes towards the end of this 9th over. Manages to dig it in the pitch enough to stop the advancing Morris getting a bat through the ball with any great purpose. It goes to cover, 252 for 4.
Yeah, and there are games elsewhere taking place in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, not just this one here at Emirates Old Trafford. Games involving the Blaze and the Western Storm, Sunrisers against the Vipers, and South East Stars against Northern Diamonds. And you can see the match there between the Sunrisers and the Southern Vipers. 200 for 7 in the 49th over of Vipers batting first. Two of the games, the Northern Diamonds at the South East Stars and the Western Storm against the Blaze. So we'll keep across how all these games are edging towards their end of the first innings of the match. That's the Northern Diamonds batting against the South East Stars, 297 for 7. That's in the 49th over.
And the one we haven't brought you just yet, Western Storm 256 for 9 against the Blaze. They've just lost a wicket in that one. Back here at Emirates Old Trafford, it is Emily Arlett bowling from the James Anderson end and hit into the leg side, and that was a good stroke from Fee Morris, and powerful wrist took it just wide of the fielder, coming from a fairly straightish mid-wicket position on the rope, threw herself forward but wasn't able to prevent the boundary being scored. And that was a fairly classical Fee Morris shot. We've seen her go straight down the ground, but she likes to get those wrists into the shot, and she just took it away for 4.
It's a good shot, isn't it? She stepped across the stumps to open up that leg side. It's a slightly shorter boundary there. It's good batting by Fee Morris.
She might go for the same ploy again as Arlett comes running in. Bowls shorter of a length. It was kind of actually ended up having to reach towards the offside there. She's gone for a second run, and does she get there? No. The bails are removed by Freeborn, who actually had to throw the ball because she'd had to go a little distance away from the stump. So there was a bit of pressure on the wicketkeeper, who'd fumbled the ball in the previous over to hit the stumps there, but she did so. And Morris just coming back for the second, sort of knowing it wasn't really on, but at this stage you've got to take risks with your stroke play and risks with your running, and that's what Morris did there. And she just couldn't quite get back in time, and had Freeborn missed that little underarm throw into the stumps, then she would have got her 2. It looked for a second as if she had, but Fee Morris is out for 29 off just 19 balls, 257 for 5 the score.
Yeah, kind of sacrificed herself there a little bit, didn't she, trying to come back for that second. You could tell that Datani wasn't convinced that there was 2. She wasn't really for running, but it was Morris that was going towards the danger end. And actually a good piece of wicket keeping that, because she's not got much to aim on. She's not too far away from the stumps, but by the time she picks up the ball and reacts and able to throw it back and hit the stumps, is good work by the keeper.
Now it's going to be Danny Collins to come in. There's a really good little video about the sort of the latest efforts to get sponsorship in here for Lancashire Thunder, and Danny Collins was featured in it, and I didn't know. I mean, she'd been in the early days of the competition, been working in a petrol station just to finance a living as a cricketer, and this now means that they've got more contracts to give out due to the increased sponsorship, and it means that they've got Danny Collins on a full contract. So she will perhaps be feeling better rested than she had in the days where she was doing those late shifts in the petrol station. Let's see what it produces with the bat. She drives straight and hard back at Emily Arlett, who makes the stop and prevents a run being scored. We're midway through the 47th over with the score on 257 for 5.
Yeah, Lancashire Thunder have already got 15 contracted professionals, haven't they? I know that's the base level from next year when we go to the tier 1 teams. That each tier team will have to have 15 professional contracts, and Thunder already have that.
Here's Collins clipping leg side up to a straightish mid-wicket position.
Listen to what Paul was saying to you before about how much that has advanced, and actually advanced really quickly here. That maybe what kind of 5 or 6 professionals at one, relatively recently, and that's expanded, and they've been able to broaden that squad. It's a much stronger squad that they've got at Thunder. That development's happened really quickly here.
Yeah, certainly doubled it, almost tripled it in fact, as Collins drives off an inside edge, picks up a 1 down to long on. 258 for 5 now the score as we approach the end of the 47th over. Have Sparks just taken enough wickets here to slow that total below 300? It's feeling as if they might.
Well, that would be a win, wouldn't it? That would be quite a big win for Sparks if that turns out to be the case, because 300 looked absolutely on, didn't it? Maybe 5 or 6 overs ago.
Here comes Arlett again. Bowls, and Tarney swishing her bat at it outside the off stump and picks up a 1 to mid-off. 259 for 5. You're with Mike Perkins and Scott Reed of BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Manchester. We also have Paul Shaw, the former Lancashire Thunder coach, and he was saying wickets would be what Sparks needed if they were to keep this below 300. They look like they're doing it. We're seeing Northern Diamonds there, 311 for 9 now. So they've gone past 300 and completed their innings there against the South East Stars. So that picture just coming up if you're watching on Lancs TV. Here, though, 259 for 5, so Thunder, a little bit of work to do all of a sudden. We're seeing as well Southern Vipers, 205 for 8. They are taking on the Sunrisers. A big, big game in the trophy, that one, second against third. Vipers going into the game with more points, but can the Sunrisers peg them back in that one? And the other game happening today is between two other sides who need a win. Western Storm and the Blaze. Blaze are just the one more win so far this season. 267 for 9 now, Western Storm against the Blaze. So they've actually overtaken where Lancashire Thunder find themselves here at Emirates Old Trafford. In running is Potts. Right arm over the wicket, and it's a fairly rank wide full toss in the end, and it is signalled a wide. 260 for 5. So maybe going for that wide Yorker there, Potts, and that could be the plan with a bigger boundary on the offside for this over, but it's cost her a wide from that first ball. 7 overs so far for Potts, 28 without the reward of a wicket or even a maiden. But she's bowled good length, particularly at the start of the innings, but couldn't get the breakthrough as Datani's hitting this one long down the ground. Will it go all the way? No, just one bounce and away for 4. Boom, comes up on the scoreboard again. 264 for 5. A lovely shot from Datani. She's been clearing that front leg. That's the first time she's really got hold of one. It wasn't a baseball style shot though, it was a proper cricket shot in the end. The sort of the bottom half of the body was baseball style with the leg being clear, but the top half was a classical cricket shot. 264 for 5. Here's Datani again, facing up to Potts. She goes slightly wider into the offside, out towards the cover fielder, which is Wong, and they will get back for 2. Wong not picking up cleanly, got herself in a bit of an awkward position there. 266 for 5, and every one of these little margins feels like it counts at the moment, Scott Reed.
Well, I was just looking at what the Central Sparks have got this season in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
Not
scores
many from memory.
213, 170, 120, 213 again, and 215 is their highest total.
Yeah,
so they're going to have to improve considerably on that.
It'll be built around the likes of... As that one's hit for 6. Well, what a shot that is from Naomi Datani. That was more of the baseball hit over long on, and it brings the 6. And just as we were saying, is the 300 on? Naomi Datani has other ideas, and she's baseballed that one over long on for 6. 272 for 5. And Sparks already requiring their highest score of the season. It'll be built around Jones and Freeborn, you imagine, as well as Webb, the overseas, as this one should be caught and bowled. Oh, it's dropped. And Central Sparks, they've had a tough day out there, and they really can't afford that. And at this professional level now, that catch should be taken 10 times out of 10. It was just clapped up in the air by Datani. Didn't time it well at all, having hit the 6 previously. And it was caught by Grace Potts, as we see Southern Vipers there going to 209 for 9 at the end of their 50 overs against the Sunrisers. So keeping you across all the scores here today on Lancs TV, as this one is bowled by Potts and hit down the ground firmly. Across comes Fackrell, does do the fielding at mid-on. Datani was prepared to come back and almost sacrifice herself there and put the pressure back on the tall bowler Potts, who won't be feeling great about herself at this stage, unfortunately, Scott Reed. That was a really poor drop.
Yeah, compounded by the fact the previous delivery she'd absolutely boshed it for 6, and then tried to do the same again and top edged it back to Potts. Couldn't take the catch.
Seeing between balls there, Western Storm 273 for 9 against the Blaze. So we're getting the idea of the chasers now. Datani's gone high and up in the air, and this should be Freeborn's, and it is Freeborn's. And the drop earlier in the over hasn't cost too much, because Datani is out for 17, just not getting hold of that one, and it went straight up in the air, and Freeborn with the gloves was right underneath it. And to be honest, if she'd not put the gloves up, it'd probably hit her on the top of the head. It was that sort of catch to the wicket keeper. 274 for 6. Freeborn will be happy to have done her work on the run out and now taken that catch and just sort of got a little bit to take off the pitch with her there.
Done okay though, Datani. Done a job, hasn't she, really?
You come out you, at this stage of the innings. You've got to get on with it or get out and get somebody else out there to have a go, especially when you've got still quite a bit of firepower to come. We know what Kate Cross can do, so that's okay from Ditani, isn't it? She's done a job, hit a big 6, hit a 4, got to 17 off 13 deliveries, tried to keep it pushing forward, went for another big shot, but maybe just one too many on that occasion. But decent little cameo by Ditani.
Yeah, was trying to repeat the dose with the baseball shot again, didn't quite come off, but this will be fun. Kate Cross coming out to bat. We know she likes a ramp, for instance, so there'll be some fun shots. I almost wondered if they'd send Tara Norris in. I saw her hit some huge 6s at Southport in the tie against the Southern Vipers last year, and I almost feel in some ways, though she's primarily a bowler, she's probably the biggest hitter that Lancashire Thunder have got. In comes Emily Arlett to start the new over, the 49th, and Collins is clipping leg side but not finding a single on that occasion. She remains on 2 of 5 balls now, 274 for 6.
Yeah, so the highest score that the Central Sparks have managed in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy this season is 215. So it's a big jump up to get to what they're going to be set here.
There's Arlett bowls, and this one's hit down the ground powerfully by Collins, who just almost that was almost that. I've had enough here, I'm just going to absolutely throw everything I've got. Bat body the lot at that ball, but only found long on in the end. 275 for 6.
Saying that, some of those games were at Kidderminster, one at Beckenham, one at Wormsley, so what they will have here is a good pitch. They'll have a pitch that's got plenty of runs in it. And
I certainly remember, I think they might have even been the first side to go, they've certainly the first side in the Northern Group to go past 300 in this competition, the first edition at Grace Road, I think it was, as that one's chopped by Cross past her stumps, and she picks up a single, 276 for 6, sort of bit stuck in the crease there, Kate Cross, from that delivery, but gets a single nonetheless. So they can go to these big scores, although that was in a sort of dead rubber game at the end of the season, but I think it was built around Eve Jones, who of course people in Lancashire will know well because she did the double with Lancashire. She's part of that double winning team, as this one is played away into the offside by Collins for another single, 277 for 6 out to cover. That was the year they did the T20, and what was then the 50 over competition was known as a county championship in those days. Eve Jones heavily involved in that side, but she made 115 at Grace Road that day, and that was it was built around that innings, that 300, so she might have to do something very similar today, or be keen to do so against what is essentially her former side in Lancashire Thunder, as Cross comes down the track, doesn't get much of the ball, hits it into a pad, 278 for 6. 275 then, the Western Storm total against the Blaze. Just seen the scorecard flashing up there as well. Runs for, it looks like Wraith there has got some runs there, 73. Luff with 37 as well, as in comes Collins, and that one is played away down the onside of straight, and there is another run, 279 for 6. So we're sort of the last out at the moment. Everyone's having their sandwiches at the moment. One more over of this innings to go. 21 needed to get to 300. It seems a big ask to get those 21 runs, but who knows? It'll be fun if they get there.
It's going to need a really solid start, isn't it? I mean, it's going to need a very, very good power play by Central Sparks. They're going to need wickets in hand to try and sustain it through the course of their innings. It's going to have to be a really well-judged innings, this, by Central Sparks. But this is a good pitch, and there's runs in here. We've seen that from Thunder through the course of their innings. It's not just been one batter that's got the runs. I know Lamb's the kind of the headline, but Smale and Mack all contributing as well.
Grace Potts on her way to complete the innings from the Brian Statham end. It's pulled round the corner here by Collins. There'll be one. How much bat was involved, we're about to find out from the umpire. No signal, so there was a little bit, and that's a single from the first ball. It's certainly worth staying with us for this final over of the innings, I think, to see if Thunder can get those 20 runs from 5 balls. It's going to be eventful seeing them try, and do make sure you're back for the second half of this match, the second innings, where Sparks will be chasing a big total to try and achieve victory here at Emirates Old Trafford against Lancashire Thunder. Siren whirring away in the distance here. Traffic busy along Talbot Road, but all the action's been on the pitch with 107 from Emma Lamb and 67 from Seren Smale, as in comes Grace Potts again to bowl. 9th over of the innings, the final one of the innings. A ramp is attempted by Kate Cross, but it wasn't quite there for the ramp, so she almost had to try and scoop a slightly shorter ball in the end and didn't get much of it. That's her option, isn't it? I wouldn't be surprised to see her go there again in these next 4 balls. It was a dot on this occasion, though.
Whether it's there for a ramp or not, Kate's going for a ramp.
Kate's going for a ramp. Yeah. The good thing about a ramp is you can always turn it into a sort of a hook if it ends up being a short ball, or if it's a good length, you can turn it into a scoop. So there's plenty of ways you can go with it, but if you miss it completely, it can hurt, I guess, because you're right there in the firing line, aren't you? Here's Cross. We've seen her do it against Australia. Will she do it against Potts here for Lancashire Thunder at Central Sparks? It is short. She goes for the baseball option, toe ends it, out to cover. There's 1 run, 281 for 6, and the 300 option has very much disappeared over the hill, to use that analogy. Even with 18 here, they're needing snookers to cross me sports. They'd need a wider or no ball to get to 300 now. As we say, scores elsewhere. Vipers 212. That's what they've set the Sunrisers. 312 will be the South East Stars chase. That'll be interesting because Stars have been in good form and are top of the table. That's wide down the leg side, so they've got the snooker. 282 for 6. It's back on. 3 sixes now from Danny Collins, and the 300's possible. The other score we didn't give you there was the Blaze, who they are taking on Western Storm, and they've managed to restrict them to less than 300 as well. Western Storm score 276, or the chase will be 276 for the Blaze, 275 the score, if I remember correctly. Reverse scoop attempted by Collins, doesn't get much of it, and there will be another single to the total, 283 for 6. Collins slightly frustrated with herself, beats the pad with the bat. She's 6 off 10 now. Cross is 3 off 4. 2 balls remaining in the innings. 6 is required pretty much. Where's Kate Cross going to go? Will it be the scoop, or will she look to baseball over the head of mid-on? Here comes Potts, bowls, and it is a baseball stroke, but on the floor, and it finds Arlott at mid-on. Central Sparks quite happy to settle for a single. 284 for 6. But I mean, it all matters for Kate Cross, because she might come out at number 10 or 11 for England this summer and be needing to find the rope, and she's had a bit of practice at it there. It hasn't gone the way she would have liked, perhaps, but this is all important in a long summer of cricket. The sunshine out here in Manchester, as in runs Grace Potts, right arm over the wicket, and Collins does go baseball style into the leg side, but is caught at mid-wicket. It had a chance, that, but it didn't go all the way, and she has been caught right out on the boundary to bring the innings to an end. It is the overseas player Courtney Webb who takes the catch. Collins is out for 6. 285 then will be the chase for the Central Sparks here in Manchester under sunny skies. Scott Reed, what have you made of that innings?
Well, it's a good little cameo at the end by those two heading off, and Kate Cross certainly has plenty to work with the ball. Likewise, Mahika Gore when they come out, and then the spinners coming into it as the game progresses. Central Sparks, I think everything's going to have to go right here with the bat for them to get up to that 285 to win the game. Will be their biggest score of the competition so far this season, and a lot will depend certainly on their captain and their top order to get that run chase off to the best possible start. But it's a super performance by Thunder with the bat. The opening pair were outstanding. Seren Smale and Emma Lamb, and Lamb the pick of the batters. It's been a pretty impressive performance, and those two opening partnerships, 140 for the first wicket and 77 for the second wicket, kind of the beating heart of what has been a very good day so far for Thunder.
Yeah, not much to look at in those bowling figures. 46 for 2 from Grace Potts off her 9 overs, probably the pick of them. 57 for 1 there for Emily Arlott, and 2 for 51 for Hannah Baker from 9 overs, the best of the bowling figures. But it's all been built around Emma Lamb's 107. She put on 140 with Sarah Smale, who made 67 at the top of the list. We will be back for the chase, which will be 285 for the Central Sparks to try and beat Lancashire Thunder. Do make sure you join us when we resume at around about 2:25.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
Alex, nice to see you. First things first, you love ice cream. Top 3 favourite flavours, hit me, come on.
Oh, I mean, easy. Mint chocolate chip,
Yeah?
raspberry ripple, vanilla.
How have you answered that so far?
Well, it's easy. I've
That's
not. Do you know what?
ridiculous.
I actually haven't had an ice cream for ages because
I got spotted as the ice cream girl from the BBC, and I was like, this cannot carry on. I can't be known for just eating ice cream. So I've stopped eating ice cream now.
I just went to Italy and we had gelato every day. But if you say gelato, it makes you sound super pretentious.
Yeah, it does. It makes you sound posh, doesn't it?
Especially then when you have pistachio and elderberry.
Oh, stop.
Honestly, unbelievable. I was like, what should I have? They were like this. Also, they were like pumpkin seed.
No.
That's what I thought. Amazing.
Is it?
Yeah, maybe only in Florence. Probably don't get it in like Warrington.
You've got to stick to what you know. You know, what's the strawberry, chocolate, vanilla? That one, where you can get it all in one. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a good start. How did you get into cricket?
So I played football with all the lads on my estate. So I was the only girl. There was probably about 6 or 7 lads. So we all played football. One Friday night, they were like, we're going to go up to the cricket club. So I ran home. I was like, Mum, can I go and play cricket? She's like, no, you do everything. She's like, you do football, you do basketball, you do hockey, you do everything, gymnastics, swimming. I was like, come on. She's like, no, not one more spot. Like, the bar's open. Come on, Mum. She's like, right, come on, we're going up.
That was it, sold.
Not quite like that, but yeah. So we went up every Friday night, and I absolutely fell in love with it. So every Friday after school, I'd be up at the cricket club from as soon as we finished school right until I got told I had to go home because it was dark. Just loved it.
Now, I didn't Google you earlier, definitely did. But you went to school in Clitheroe, is that right?
Yes.
So did you play at school as well as at home?
Yes, so I played at school. When all the girls in PE went to do netball, I was not very good at netball. I kept bouncing the ball, and they were like,
Like you
oh
were playing
God.
basketball?
Yeah.
Wanted to be Jordan?
All the girls were like, oh my God, this girl's so annoying. So then I started playing cricket with the boys. So the girls would go and play netball, and I'd say to the teachers, can I play cricket? And they'd be like, well, yeah, fine.
When you started playing, was it immediate that you decided you were going to bowl left arm?
I guess.
Is that just a natural thing?
Yes, I've always been left-handed. But yeah, picked the ball up left-handed, obviously, but bowled seam. So started just bowling, I want to say, rapid.
Yeah.
But obviously it wasn't that quick.
Yeah.
But always batted right-handed as well, so always been ambidextrous.
And you made your county debut super young. I think you were only 14.
Yeah.
How did that come about and how did you feel?
Do you know what? I've got no idea how I felt. I remember being really nervous.
Yeah.
And I remember my mum being there. And I remember her...
Where was it? Do you know?
Got no idea.
Really?
Yeah, I've got
Can't
no
remember.
idea. I remember being stood at fine leg, obviously.
Yeah.
And my mum standing next to me. I was that young that my mum's like stood there being like, are you okay? And I'm like, oh, yeah, I think so. She's like, you're going to do great. But it just came about because I played under 13s for Lancs girls.
Okay.
And then under 15s. And when I was 12 or 13, I was still playing in the under 15s team and under 17s. So just got picked for the first 11. And I think, on memory, I did get 2 for.
Did you?
Think.
No way.
Yeah, 2 for about 20, something like that. And just loved it.
Okay, so you started at 14 and then obviously you're playing and improving and then you make the decision when you were, 19, 20 to move, I guess, down to London and play for Middlesex.
Yeah.
How did that come about?
So Lancashire were in Division 2.
Yeah.
And everybody that played for England at the time played Div 1 cricket. So I thought, if I'm going to play cricket for England, I've got to take a bit of a leap of faith here and try and play Div 1 cricket. Not going to go to Yorkshire because it's Yorkshire, obviously. So I was like, I'm not going to there. I think Warwickshire already had an overseas. So it was literally pick a team out of a hat, any of the southern teams. So I was like, right, Middlesex, no one will know who I am, what I do.
That was it.
Yeah, I was like, that one will do.
Yeah.
Just a fresh start. You know, nobody knows who I am. No one's got an opinion on what I do, that I'm rubbish with the bat or in the field. I can go and just be a new version of myself. So travelled down twice a week for 4 years or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But I loved my time playing for Middlesex. Like, if it wasn't for me moving down there, I genuinely don't think I'd have ever played cricket for England because
Really?
I got to be a new version of myself and work hard. And actually travelling down for cricket made me really focused on cricket. And I obviously met some amazing friends, which I'm still friends with now. And I've kept in touch with them all. So, yeah, wouldn't change it for the world.
Obviously, I've known you for 4 years or so. And your media kind of personality is you're pretty confident and outgoing and like a laugh and you kind of say what you think and people seemingly love that about you. Have you always been like that? When you went down to Middlesex at 19, 20, were you like that or were you more reserved and in on yourself?
No, I've always been like that.
Really?
Literally always been like that. I'm very Marmite. Like, a lot of people hate me before they've met me because I'm quite boisterous and say what I think.
Yeah.
Don't hold back. I don't know where I've really got that from. My mum's a little bit like that, but I reckon it's not that I'm confident because I'm actually not a very confident person. I just come across confident. It's just my personality. It's just who I am. I guess I've always been comfortable in myself.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
So I go down and I'm like, "Hey, Alex the lad, Jack the lad from Manchester."
Yeah, I'm talking to everyone on the tube.
Yeah, but yeah, literally always been the same. And on air, the first piece of advice I got given was be yourself.
Yeah, for sure.
So I was
think
like,
it massively
right.
comes across if someone isn't their authentic self or they're disingenuous about things.
Yeah, and I think
so. Eating ice cream is perfect.
Doing stupid things, talking into your ice cream. But no, so be yourself on the radio, because otherwise you're going to sound stiff and So yeah.
Well, I want to talk to you about that in a minute, but you mentioned something earlier about playing for England. Was that always an ambition? And then how does that feel when you get that call to say, oh yeah, you're in the squad and you're going to make your debut?
Yeah, it was always an ambition, but I didn't think it would ever happen, because at 15 I got onto the England Academy. At 17 I got dropped because I wasn't good enough, and I didn't get back on until I was 21.
Right.
So I dropped out of college. I was a will writer for a while. I worked in a bakery just so that I could train.
Yeah.
Trained my arse off. I trained so hard. I never really got anywhere. Got back in the England Academy, but was then always a net bowler for England. And I would constantly bowl 60, 70 overs a week at the England girls and never get that call up. And Mark Robinson came to me on a Friday afternoon. He was like, "I'll see you on Monday." I was like, "All right, okay, like the girls need a net bowler." And he was like, "No, you're in the squad." I was like, "Pardon?"
Wow. How old were you then?
I don't know. I made my debut in 2016, so 24.
Yeah. Okay. And that was against Pakistan, right?
Yeah. But now I look back on my career and I'm like, I'm genuinely a fan that ended up playing cricket for England, because I've always just been a massive cricket fan.
Yeah.
And I used to follow England women around and watch them all around the country. Yeah.
So you make your debut in 2016, and then what? Less than 18 months later, World Cup winner.
Yeah, it was a whirlwind, absolute whirlwind. So debut June 2016 against Pakistan.
Yeah.
Worst day of my cricket career
Why?
ever. Didn't enjoy it. Hated every second of it. Didn't bowl well.
Why did you hate it? Were you nervous?
So nervous. I'd tried so hard for so long that I thought I'd just be all right when the day came. And I was too busy concentrating on, was my partner's family okay? Was my family okay? Where are they sat? I can't see them. Where are they?
Really?
I didn't do all my routines. I didn't get into the zone. I was just so oblivious to the cricket game.
Yeah.
I think I bowled none for 50. 56 maybe in 10 overs, and Pakistan probably only got 150.
Right, you shelled a third of their runs.
Yeah, and the first ever ball that came to me, I let through my legs for 4.
Did you?
So it just couldn't have gone any worse. It just couldn't have gone any worse. Then we went away from international cricket.
When that happened, and it goes through your legs for 4, do you then massively get in your own head, and then you can't stop thinking about it, or were you like, that's gone? Focus.
You do go, oh, am I really good enough to be here? And then all those thoughts start coming back, because I always believed I was good enough to play cricket for England. I just never got the opportunity. And then I got the opportunity and I was rubbish. So I was
did anyone put their arm around you or have a quiet word or go, okay?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
They're all your teammates. They want you to do well. You probably could see I was nervous.
Yeah. Like a rabbit in headlights.
Yeah. And then we went to the West Indies. I got picked for the West Indies after a good KSL, the Super League.
Yeah.
And in the warm-up game, I did the same again, none for 80 in 10 overs. And the coach said to me, I was like crying on the pitch. I was like, I'm just not good enough for this.
Yeah.
He's like, where were you a year ago? I was like, in the bakery making chicken sandwiches. He's like, where are you now? I was like, in the West Indies.
Yeah.
In Jamaica. And he's like, where would you rather be? I was like, here. He's like, well, get on with it then. He's like, you're playing the first game, get your head around it.
I mean, you don't want to make Danish pastries. What's wrong with
What's wrong with you? I felt so fat just eating cakes all the time. So yeah, that was a real mindset shift. And it was the best thing he ever said to me. He was like, you're here now. Get in the moment you're playing the first game.
Yeah.
And then that tour broke world records and bowled really well, and that was it. I had a whirlwind 18 months.
And then in the final, 2 wickets?
Yes. Yeah.
Talk me through that.
Well, I was always the wicket taker during that World Cup, so every time the game needed changing, I'd come on.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know, literally, because I'm like, what's going on now? I'm half the team now. I'm like, this is amazing. How was that me?
Yeah.
So we needed a wicket. We needed to get Harmanpreet Kaur out. So I got brought back on. She hit me for 2 sixes. I was like, this is not going well. 2 really nice shots down the ground, into the crowd, both of them. One was a slog sweep over square leg, and then she top edged a slog sweep and Tammy Bowman at square leg. I'm stood there and I was like this.
Please,
I didn't even
Tammy.
watch it.
Did you
I
not?
was like that. I want to just hear the crowd.
Yeah, yeah.
Then she took the catch and the game completely changed from there. We didn't win the World Cup. India lost it, you know, but still
Who
the
cares?
best day of my life. It was
Were the
amazing.
celebrations amazing afterwards? What happened, or did we not go there?
I drank a magnum of champagne on the lap of
you?
honour, and I don't remember.
On the lap of honour?
Yeah, I don't remember the rest.
That's pretty
It's
impressive.
really, it's the worst thing I ever did. It's my biggest regret.
What, because you
because
can't remember?
We
After?
worked for 4 years to sing the team song at Lord's,
Right.
and I don't remember singing the team song at Lord's.
Okay.
So yeah, all I remember is Kate Cross trying to give me a chicken drumstick and was like, "Eat that, you'll regret it," and I just threw it at her.
No way.
I was like, "Shut up." 2 hours later, I was in bed.
Class.
I woke up naked with my medal on though, so I was
Did
like,
you?
"Yeah,
Yeah.
baby, I still got my medal."
It's the greatest story. I remember us talking about this before in terms of that's a pretty tricky transition time in terms of stopping playing for England
Yeah.
and then thinking, do I still want to carry on playing cricket or how am I feeling about this? That's tough and takes a lot of mental strength and resilience. Was that a hard period for you?
Yeah, it was like the worst because I lost my England contract. I got told, I went on holiday. This was the worst thing, right? I had a 2-week cruise with Kate Cross and we worked really hard, went to the gym every day.
Did you, on the
And-
cruise?
On the cruise,
Really?
and ran laps of the cruise and everything.
You weren't throwing chicken drumsticks at her?
Yeah, like throwing balls. We were on holiday, but also working hard because we had fitness testing when we got back.
Okay.
Day after I got back from a holiday, I had my appraisal with Jonathan Finch, and he told me I'd lost my England contract. And I was like, "You could have told me 2 weeks ago, mate.
Yeah.
I've just been working hard on a
I'd have just
holiday."
been drinking magnums of champagne, yes.
But it was awful, like the worst feeling. I rang my dad and I rang Crossy. I think I rang Crossy first, said, "I've lost my contract," rang my dad. They both came round to my house. And I'd just lost my identity overnight.
Yeah.
I'd gone from Alex Hartley, a World Cup winner, to actually the newspaper article actually said, World Cup winner to trash heap overnight.
So what? Trash heap?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
And that's what I felt like as well. Felt like I was nobody. I had nothing to get up for. I was still going to the gym with Crossy Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And then there was one Friday, I was like, what am I doing? I don't need to... But that was just my routine.
Yeah.
So then I spent 3 months at home, didn't get out of bed, didn't leave the house.
You not?
No, didn't know what I was or who I was going to be.
Where were you? Were you with your parents or
No,
were
I
you by
was
yourself?
by myself in the
Were you?
flat. So my mum rang me 5 or 6 times a day, and I'd be like, "Go away, I'm fine."
Yeah,
But she
yeah.
obviously knew I wasn't fine.
Yeah.
I was like, "I'm fine, leave me alone, leave me alone. I don't want to speak to anybody. I don't want to go out. I don't want to do anything." So yeah, I had September, October, November, December, basically doing absolutely nothing, crying every day, didn't leave the house. And then Mark Robinson, the England coach, was like, "You need to start getting out. You need to start doing things." So I joined a gym. I decided to go travelling. The whole thing was just changed. It just
Did you just completely switch off from cricket and training and just
Yeah.
relax?
Well, I don't like. So I missed a bit of the story out. Sorry. So my mum knew I wasn't all right, and took me to see Conor Maynard. Really
Okay.
random.
Right.
Because I need to try and get her out of the house. So I said, "I've got tickets to see Conor Maynard." And that night I had a complete mental breakdown on my mum, ripping my hair out, eyelashes out. Just like
Seriously?
so stressed. Yeah.
Right.
And my mum rang the ECB and said, "You can't treat people like this," because they hadn't even checked if I was okay. They'd just like gone, "Right, not ours problem anymore. Like, see you later."
Yeah.
So yeah, that all got sorted. I got myself into a little bit of a better place. And then I went travelling, and I just thought, well, I can live my life now, because playing international cricket, you sacrifice so much. You know, I missed out on birthdays, Christmases, everything. You know, I missed
Yeah,
my own 21st birthday.
Yeah.
Um,
So I guess it's quite freeing in a
It
way.
was, and I could just be who I wanted to be and sort of be a different version of myself. And I was a loose cannon. You know, I missed out on so much, so I just went
And had a
did
good
that.
time.
I went and had a brilliant time, yeah. And then from LA, I flew straight to Australia.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you.
Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
Everybody, welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford for the chase, with Lancashire Thunder having set 285 for the Central Sparks to win this game in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, our final game of this first block of fixtures before a little break for the Charlotte Edwards Cup. And alongside myself, Mike Perkins, is Paul Short, the former Lancashire Thunder coach. And the consensus seemed to be in the lunchroom, the press area where we were having a very nice lunch, has to be said. The consensus was it might be a few too many for Central Sparks. Is that your feeling at this stage, Paul?
Yeah, I think it could be. I mean, 284 to chase down for any team in certainly regional cricket is a real challenge. That said, Jones is a formidable opponent, so we'll see how Cross goes against Jones.
She opens the bowling to Eve Jones, the former Lancashire player, flicks it away down to long leg and gets her account going with a single, one without loss. 284 more required.
What it will take is a similar innings or a similar partnership to what we saw with Lamb and Smale, and how they built that. They got themselves in, rotated the strike, and gradually just built and built and built and built. It will take maybe 2 partnerships like that, and then someone coming in down the order scoring quick runs. So partnerships are the key for them today, and I'm sure their coaching team will have been talking to them about just keep building and building and building.
Pavley, also left-handed, faces up to cross now from the James Anderson end, in towards the hip, and it takes Pavley on that hit. There is no run from the second delivery of the innings, and it will be an interesting little challenge for Karis Pavley here to try and negotiate Kate Cross, an international player, but as we were saying in the first innings, that's what this competition is all about.
Absolutely, and I've seen Pavley develop over the last couple of years. I saw her the first time about 18 months ago, and I've seen her develop quite a lot in that period of time. So let's see how she goes today.
Here's Kate Cross bowling to Pavley, who's back in the crease and defence, sort of across the crease really as much as anything. Doesn't get a run on that occasion. Mind you can get this game on Lancs TV if you want the pictures, and to have it on YouTube. Thanks to Badger and Coombs for all their excellent pictures as always. And we also are on the BBC Sport website and at this commentary brought to you by BBC Radio Lancashire and BBC Radio Manchester. We've got Scott Reed from those stations with us, who will be on shortly, as well as myself, Mike Perkins, and former Thunder coach, as that one is short of a length and into the body again. Pavley is getting a bit of a working over from Cross here, but we also have Paul Shaw, former Lancashire Thunder coach, alongside myself here, and we will see what this second innings produces. We've already got one of those blank shirts. I think it's the jumpers this year don't have the numbers on the back, so we've got 2 slips in place. One of them's definitely Fee Morris. It's definitely Ellie Threlkeld with the gloves on, as this one is bowled to Pavley, who's back and across, pushed out into mid-wicket, and there is no run on offer. And you're probably going to have a better chance than me, Paul, here of identifying the player without the number on there.
Seren Smale, I think.
Ah, of course. Who is a wicket-keeper herself, so it makes sense that she's in first slip, because the angle isn't too much different from that. And of course she's made a lot of runs, so 67, she probably needs to rest the legs slightly as well. So she'll get a couple of overs off at least in those slips, as in comes Cross to bowl. Back goes Pavley, again can't find her first run, just defending into the offside this time. And that is the end of the first over, 1 without loss. The score for the Central Sparks. They need 285 to win this game. We've got games going on between the South East Stars, who are chasing a target of 312. They're 19 for 1. 8 without loss is the score for the Sunrisers. They need 212, and 276 required by the Blaze, who are currently 14 without loss against the Western Storm. So we'll keep you across all of that on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website, and we will see Mahika Gore, who was a real find for Lancashire Thunder, was Mahika Gore, and she took the first 3 wickets to fall in the previous game, and she'll be looking for something similar again today.
Absolutely, she's got loads of potential, already beginning to perform for England. Real high quality bowler that I think has got a wonderful career ahead of her, providing she stays fit and strong and keeps developing the skills. It'll be interesting today to see how much swing she actually gets today. She could probably do with a little bit more cloud cover, but if the conditions suit, she certainly does swing the ball.
Gore comes in, left arm over the wicket. That one did seem to move a little bit, and it was driven out through cover by Eve Jones, and it's a long chase on for extra cover Emma Lamb, and 2 more added to the total, 3 without loss. I just detected a little bit straight away there, Paul.
Yeah, it certainly looked like there was a little bit of a drift, maybe a little bit of swing away from the left-handed batter. Be interesting if they can break this partnership to see how the right-handers cope with Mahika's swing as such. But she's a real top-class bowler. And if you look at the Lancashire Thunder attack, they've got a number of international bowlers, Cross and Gore, and also then there's Datani and a number of other bowlers that are of high quality.
Gore bowls, and again that one seemed to move a bit, and it was just stabbed away by Eve Jones, down to 3rd for 1 run, 4 without loss. The total moves on to the previous game. She got Graves for 8, de Klerk for 3, and Tammy Beaumont for 25. The first 3 wickets to fall in the Blaze innings in that 1 wicket win for Thunder at Trent Bridge. So something similar today, I guess, will be what Mahika Gore's after.
Absolutely, and if you look at that ball in attack, you know, the Mahika Gore was mentioned, there's Kate Cross, both high quality performers. We've also got Tyra Norris, Naomi Ditani, so you've got lots of left armers in that setup. Jones also, from a left arm spin perspective, we call her Dead Eye Jones because she just keeps balling lovely and straight.
I actually,
straight.
no, I didn't face her. I played against Hannah Jones last year when she was making her way back from injury, and she was by far the best player on the pitch that day, and she is absolutely dead eye, isn't she? She didn't give anyone anything to hit. As Mahika Gore comes into bowl, a big swing outside the off stump, and Pavely gets nowhere near it. 5 without loss, the score, and she just became, in the previous game, she went past Alex Hartley's tally of wickets for Lancashire Thunder, and so now has 35 to her name, does Hannah Jones, and that means that she is the leading wicket taker now for Lancashire Thunder. So that, I think, feeds into the dead eye point, doesn't it? She just doesn't miss as Mahika Gore comes in and bowls another delivery that seemed to have a little bit of shape through the air, and there's a attempt at a quick single, the sort of quick single that Katie Mack would have liked to take herself, but she was the one throwing the ball this time and actually hit the bat of the batter, but it was well past the crease at that stage. We nearly ended up with one of those moments where the ball goes off the bat for runs, but fortunately it stayed inside the ropes.
It's a good quick single though, isn't it? And again, that shows real positivity and eagerness to pick up ones and twos, so that's going to be really important as they try and build this partnership with Sparks.
The wind blowing left to right, which will assist Gore's swing as we look from the Statham end where she's bowling from, and that one is an attempt at a prod into the leg side. Jones doesn't get much of it. We were mentioning that when Sparks do get big scores, they seem to be built around Eve Jones. 115, her highest score in the first edition of the competition, 100 not out in the second edition, but hasn't had 100 in the last 2 editions, 91 and 84, and that's maybe what they need her to do today, get up to those 3 figures and ensure that the Sparks have something to build around. Gore bowls, it's back of length, pushed into the offside. Just really sort of turned there. You usually say that when the ball goes into the leg side, but this was in the offside in front of square. 7 without loss.
Yeah, it was a good shot, wasn't it, in terms of how she got into line with the ball, but then manoeuvred the ball into the gap. One, it's good awareness, but as I said before, really important for them to keep picking up singles as such. And you know, similar to how the Thunder players played in that first partnership, it's about low risk, high reward cricket for as long as possible.
That was certainly what Jones did there. Can Pavely do the same? She again manoeuvres the ball into the offside just from the crease, this time behind square. Mack has to chase from point to do the fielding. 8 without loss, and that is the score at the end of the second over of the innings. The chase 285, remember.
Yeah, this partnership's pretty important, isn't it, for Central Sparks? They'll obviously be looking to set the foundations, very similar to how Lancashire Thunder went about their game in terms of Smale and Lamb at the top of the order. They'll be wanting to go and follow that and produce some type of partnership in a very similar manner and just keep intact with the run rate, but gradually build and build and build as they go through this innings. But that's easier said than done when you've got a quality attack like Lancashire Thunder have. I think they've been known for their strengths as a bowling unit for a number of years. They've got swing bowlers, pace bowlers, left arm bowlers. They've got spin, left arm spin, right arm spin, so they do have all bases covered.
Here is Cross, and she bowls, and back into the stumps goes Pavely and picks up 1 down to third, where Mahika Gore does the fielding. 9 without loss. We're just starting the third over at round about 23 minutes now to 3 o'clock on your Wednesday afternoon, and we hope you're enjoying yourself wherever you are, watching Lancs TV or listening via the BBC Sport website and app. Brilliant to have you all with us, and we hope to bring you a thrilling game here, although I think from a local perspective people will just be hoping that it is Lancashire Thunder on the right end of it, as that one's prodded into the leg side by Eve Jones. Just rehearses a flick as maybe an alternative there, but settles for a dot ball in these early stages, and the end of the second over. 8 without loss, exactly the same score in both innings, so it's a good start from Central Sparks. They'll be happy with that. It was only 36 without loss at the end of the power play, so they don't have to go and get sort of 50-60 in these first 10 overs. to match what Thunder did. There's an appeal for a catch down the leg side. Everyone's convinced, particularly Threlkeld and Cross, who has her hands on her head. Eve Jones doesn't look too bothered by it. She didn't do the telltale look behind, but let's have a look at the replay. Gore bowls, there's appreciable swing, and I don't think, for me, that Eve Jones has got anywhere near that.
No, I don't. As you say, it swung a little bit, hasn't it? In fact, it swung a fair bit there for Cross. It may have just flicked the outside of the pad, maybe, but it's great work by Threlkeld behind the stumps there. Takes a yard, low catch to her right, and then finishes with a commando roll right on the end of it, but quick feet from Threlkeld.
Great keeper, Ali Threlkeld, one of the absolute best in the country, and she's up to the stumps to take the return as that one's prodded into the leg side. No run on offer again, as with the previous delivery. Yeah, it was almost as if Jones, in trying to follow that swing, had maybe almost like clipped her own pad or something with the bat, or I don't know, a bit of Velcro went and everybody got excited by the noise, but she looked nowhere near it on that replay to me. And she certainly didn't react. You know, quite often when somebody hits the ball, they immediately look round, don't they? They're quite guiltily, and I don't think she did that there, so I think she was quite happy. We've got kind of a very interesting, like, short mid-wicket, quite wide mid-wicket, not quite a forward square leg, as that one goes down the leg side. That's probably the swing again, hampering Cross. It's a wide ball, 10 without loss. So Fee Morris has gone from second slip to this kind of position on, it's about the third cut strip, isn't it, from the wicket, just on the mid-wicket line.
Jones sometimes just clips the ball through there in the air without really timing it. She just sometimes clips it, probably shin high through that area.
Got a straight, more conventional mid-wicket as well, as Jones drives straight back to Cross, and there's a little bit of an exchange there, it seemed, between the batter and the bowler. These two will know each other very well. They won that double together in Lancashire colours.
Yes, they know each other well. They played with each other for a while, didn't they, in the Lancashire setup some time ago. And there's always a fierce competition between them on the field. One wants to outdo the other one, which I think is healthy competition.
Yeah, I've heard certainly that about both of them, that they're fierce competitors. As Cross comes in, and Jones does get bat on this one and diverts it away to fine leg for 4 runs. Really nice shot. She followed the swing well that time, and 14 without loss, and the batter getting the better of the early exchanges here. 285 the chase.
Yeah, especially when we can see that both bowlers, Cross and Mahika Gore, are swinging the ball at a decent pace today. So both batters have started really well. Jones looks really assured, doesn't she? She's playing, I think, really well at this point in time. She's combating the pace and the swing, getting her feet apart, getting forward, getting back, and it looks really balanced at the crease. And Plavers just a young player developing, so she'll take her time to get in. But I know she's a real positive player, so once she gets in, she'll look to be positive, I would have thought. So positive for Thunder, the ball swinging. The positive for Sparks, they're building a partnership.
14 without loss, 271 more required. Gore on her way from the Statham end and bowls, and that one is defended by Pavley. Down into the offside, and on hand is Emma Lamb.
It will be interesting to see just how many overs Mahika Gore and Kate Cross will bowl today, because collaboratively their workloads are managed quite a lot by both Lancashire Thunder staff and ECB staff, quite rightly. So sometimes you put a number on just how many they can bowl.
But they want to keep them on as long as they can if this ball is moving, as that one did again a little bit from Gore. It was nice and full, gave it the chance, pushed out into the offside, no run. Yeah, 2 balls into the 4th over, and it is interesting that the ball is moving, and whether it's just skill from the bowlers or whether it's just the ball that's come out the box, we probably don't know, but we barely saw it move off straight in the first innings, and now all of a sudden we're seeing Gore and Cross getting it talking, as the bowlers like to say. In comes Gore again, left arm over the wicket, up his shot, and it's, well, now was this a bump, or did that go straight to Lamb? Because if it's gone straight there, Lamb will be very, very disappointed with that, and putting it down at cover. It looked as if it may have, and we're going to see the replay here, but it looked as if it went straight to Lamb. It did, and it's a really poor drop from Emma Lamb. She could have got the first wicket on the board there for Thunder, and perhaps should have. A life there for Pavley on 3. flicked away into the leg side. There's going to be at least one, if not 2 or 4. They'll come back for 2. It's pulled in inside the rope. Jones is across. 16 without loss, but perhaps should be 14 for 1, Paul Short.
Yeah, absolutely. Lamb's normally got a really good pair of hands in that extra cover position, so I'm as probably surprised as she is for her to drop that ball. She didn't look to get herself in a great position with her hands, and unfortunately the ball didn't stick.
So a little note of that's worth making is there's a little stabby, jumpy sort of push outside the off stump there from Pavely going back in a crease. Doesn't make contact, dot ball, but I think that Pavely dropped on 3 is worth just scribbling down in the 4th over of this innings to see how crucial it becomes, because 140 for the first wicket in the Lancashire Thunder innings, and that is what these two are trying to match really here. And it nearly ended with the score just on 14. Lamb picks up cleanly on the floor this time. It is 16 without loss after 4 overs. And as I say, I almost doubted myself there, thinking, oh, maybe this was a bump ball, just because of there was just something about the way it went. I don't know if it was because the bat twisted in the hand slightly as Pavely hit the ball, and maybe that was just what put Lamb off for what seemed such a routine catch. It was just inexplicable how she managed to not hold on to it.
Yeah, because the ball normally travels a lot quicker, doesn't it, when someone shapes up like that? It could be right, she could have just clothed that. Pavely just mistimed it. Bat's just spun in her hand slightly, so the ball comes off the bat a lot slower than you'd expect. But yeah, we're all surprised, and I'm sure Lammy will be very surprised that she dropped that ball. So 4 overs gone, 16 for none. The Central Sparks are just beginning to start building that partnership that we saw Lancashire Thunder build in that first innings, and let's see how they go if they can continue that.
The challenge is a tough one against Cross and Gore, as that beats the outside edge of a flashing Jones. An unusual shot from Jones. She's usually a check driver and even a check pusher off the back foot when she plays outside the off stump. A very strong area for her, likes to go square of the wicket, but had a big flash at that one. 16 without loss.
Yeah, it's most unlike Jones, that, isn't it? Normally she plays any type of flamboyant shot, she's normally in a good position and gets into the ball, whereas that she's just a little away from the ball.
Will she get back into a stroke play here? That one's wide down the leg side. Almost had to withdraw the bat there, Jones, when she realised that was a wide and she perhaps wasn't going to score off it. She was almost trying to tell herself not to go near it, so she did get the extra. 17 without loss. But I think the fact we are seeing wides creep down the leg side is just a sign that this ball is moving for Lancashire Thunder here.
Certainly swinging around a little, isn't it? Really good to see Rachael keeping well again today. Her footwork was magnificent there when she took that ball.
There's cross bowls, and this one is defended firmly by Eve Jones, and so firmly that it flies up to mid-on, even though she was on the back foot. Good length from Kate Cross being found again, 17 without loss. I mean, I do think Rachael, and I mean, I see far less of Amy Jones, but I do think Rachael the best keeper in the country, just on pure keeping. I think her keeping is absolutely fantastic. I know the issue is does Rachael score the runs that England would require as Cross bowls, and that one does just take a little feather on the way down the leg side and evades the gloves of Rachael. She wasn't far away. It's come off the pad. It's 4 more to the total. Very valuable runs, 21 without loss. The chase, remember, 285 here for Central Sparks, but some bonus runs there.
Absolutely. 21 for none now, and again a much needed little bounce. It doesn't matter how they come. Central Sparks batters and coaching staff and players will be delighted every time the ball crosses that boundary rope. Yeah, going back to the skipper, Ellie Rachael, I think she's an outstanding keeper, and I think she's getting better and better, and I think she'll continue to get better. She'll sharpen up slightly. I think she's a tremendous talent.
Here comes Cross and bowls to Jones, who's playing a more characteristic drive there. It goes past the stumps on the onside and is fielded well up at mid-on by Danny Collins, I think it was, up there. 21 without loss. And I mean, in terms of runs as well, I mean, at this level, 794 in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy coming into this edition of the competition. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's a good return. It's just it's perhaps not an Amy Jones return, as this one goes down the leg side, wide ball 22 without loss. I mean, Jones obviously hasn't played a massive amount of Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy cricket because of her international commitments. She doesn't get to put the Central Sparks jersey on that often, but she does still have the highest score in the competition, which just shows what a useful player she is. 163 that she made in the second edition of the competition against Western Storm. So it's quite a high bar that Threlkeld has to try and match, given that Jones is such a good keeper as well, as that one's pushed out into the offside, and Emma Lamb's there to do the fielding, 22 without loss.
Yeah, I think you make a good point there, and also if you consider the recent history with the England women's cricket team, Amy Jones obviously bats in the lower middle order that can bat and has scored runs, and before that Sarah Taylor batted in the top four, outstanding keeper and outstanding run scorer. So the standards are set by there, aren't they?
Lovely shot by Eve Jones, and it will beat the dive up at mid-on. It's Tara Norris actually who's doing the fielding up there at mid-on at the moment, and 4 runs just escaping underneath. And Norris a little unhappy not to get onto that one. 26 without loss the score. We've had 5 overs of the 50, the target 285. We'll bring Scott Reed in to the commentary position, and we'll get some more thoughts from Paul Shaw.
Yeah, looking at the Central Sparks start to this game, 26 for none off the first 5 overs. Jones is on 13 from 16, Pavely 5 from 15, and a really healthy run rate at the moment, run rate of 5.20. So they've made a really good start against the 2 quality bowlers.
Yeah, Mahika Gore to continue. Just play calmly away to mid-off, and there's no run. I suppose that's you're facing quite a sizable run chase. Do you just have to kind of almost just ignore the scoreboard a little bit? Otherwise, you can get wrapped up in run rate. You can potentially get wrapped up in the DLS score. That's often the guide you can use as to where you are. I don't know how easy that is to clear that from your mind when you're chasing quite a lot of runs. It's flashed away off the pads out toward deep backward square leg. Well, that'll help. That's 4 more. And Pavely just tucks that away. It's a little bit of a kind of help yourself, that wasn't it, in truth, and she put it away quite nicely.
Yeah, she gets on top of the ball and works it just behind square for 4 runs, but she's just missed her lines there as Mahika, and the ball didn't swing as much as she thought it might do, so she's got a little bit straight and got work behind square really nicely by Pavely. Yeah, it's an interesting point you make. You know, a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step, Scott, as you well know. So it's bite-sized chunks, I would suggest.
He's got in left arm over balls to Pavely, and actually beats extra cover, short extra cover. And Pavely can move into double figures with that. She moves on to 10, 31 without loss. Wise words. Wise words.
And I think it is. It's taking it, you know, just step at a time and just looking to be positive in attack, positive in defence, get into good positions. Bad ball comes, you put it away. Rotate strike as often as you can, and keep your game quite compact. And then you just gradually grow that partnership. Very similar to what Smales and Lamb did today, and we saw the foundation they created.
4 ball, which is squirted away down to deep third by Eve Jones for a single. And obviously, they need someone to score big, don't they? They need at least one player to score big, and then someone or a couple of others to join in. But you've got to have that base, I guess, haven't you? That it could unravel quickly with a new ball with Cross at one end and he could go at the other, and you could get into an almighty mess in the power play. That hasn't happened so far. Pretty solid start. And punched into the offside, and Emma Lamb is patrolling short extra cover, as she often does when there's no run. Good fielder in there, isn't she, Emma Lamb, in that position inside the ring?
She is. I mean, she dropped one today, which was so uncharacteristic of her, really, wasn't it? We were saying whether it's come off the bat much slower than she expected. She seemed slightly startled. but normally she takes those catches.
Final ball of the 6th over. Well, that beats Pavely, who goes back this time, and the ball just shapes nicely away and into the gloves of Ellie Threlkeld. That completes Mahika Gore's 3rd over. So both opening bowlers have sent down 3 so far. Kate Cross 3 overs for 13, and Mahika Gore 3 overs for 15, and that's all right. Watching the worm on the screen, just tracking where Thunder were. It's a happy-looking worm at the minute, but it's a long way to go. It needs to be an extra long worm to get somewhere near 285.
It is, but if you look at the Thunder wickets that fell later on in the innings on that graphic, you could see that 1 wicket brought 2, brought 3, brought 4. So build the partnership as long as you can. Have one of your top 4 batters well set going into the last 10 overs is often a reasonable recipe for success.
Okay, Cross to continue. Punched away into the offside by Jones. No run.
It sounds very simple, doesn't it?
Yeah. Sounds like quite an easy game up here, doesn't it? I quite like it up here.
I'm finding that it's much better up here.
I suspect it's a bit trickier when you're out there. Lovely and straightforward from up here. 32 for no wicket. Cross balls again. Just nudged away by Jones out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Well, it's a great test for the Central Sparks. We mentioned before they've not had perhaps the volume of runs that they were hoping for this season. Some late 100s and some early 200 totals, but those scores have come at kind of like Kidderminster and Wormsley, Beckenham. They've got a good pitch to bat on here, and they've started nicely. That's carved away. It's in the air, but down to Mahika Gore on the deep 3rd boundary, and the score moves on to 33 without loss. You can see on our we've got 2 monitors in the commentary box here. The screen to my left, can you see this? Someone's put a smiley worm on it. Cross balls again, turned to the onside by Pavely, straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. We've got the live feed from some of the other games taking place, and then in the bottom right corner we've got a very smiley little worm.
Oh dear, that's made me chuckle.
Pavely on 10. Here comes Cross from the Anderson end around the wicket and nudged away into the onside, and there's no run. 33 without loss. 1 ball left of the 7th over. Might have a look, shall we, at how some of the other games are going at the end of this over, with 3 other matches taking place in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. It's Cross. Oh, well, Pavely went forward and then back to defend that in the end. Actually defended it quite late, but keeps it out. Just a single off the over. 7 gone. What's happening elsewhere? That's the Sunrisers against the Southern Vipers. It's a 26 without loss. The Sunrisers, their target you can see there, but in the bottom right, 212 to beat the Southern Vipers, who finished on 211 for 9. So that match is underway. Elsewhere, with a big target for the South East Stars to beat the Northern Diamonds, who finished on 311 for 9. Their target of 312 to win. The South East Stars are 55 for 2. And the Blaze up against the Western Storm. Another big score to chase down. Western Storm 275 all out. And the Blaze in response to that are 52 without loss. Tammy Bowman opening the batting for the Blaze. Here's Mahika Gore in and bowling to Eve Jones, who's back and just working the ball away through the offside. Picked up at backward point, and there's no run.
The scoring's just slowed slightly here, isn't it? So if they can, Gore can just keep hitting her good lines and lengths and just keep building a little bit of pressure, they might just encourage a false shot here by Jones. Yeah, going around the grounds there, Scott, it's interesting to see. If you went round the grounds probably 4 or 5 years ago, I bet there'd be a lot more scores nearer 200, 220. And I think that's a sign, we were chatting earlier with Mike, I think that's a sign that the development that's happening around the country, that there's a lot more scores in and around 300.
Go in, balls to Jones, that's worked out towards the offside, there's no run. So would that be a combination of a number of factors, of player development, of professionalism into the game, and also kind of understanding 50-over cricket and how to build it? Is it kind of all those things combined?
All those things plus, I think, quality pitches.
Okay.
Pitches that level the quality of pitches are a lot truer, etc., etc. So I think all those things certainly contribute, without doubt. And the experience of playing 50-over cricket for periods of time.
Wants to play in a miss by Jones. And that ball just shapes away from Mahika Gore. I mean, she's got such a lovely action, and she's got such a lovely delivery action. Left arm over, angle it in and just taking it away.
Yes, terrific prospect. I mean, she's already a performing England bowler, but can't help thinking that she's going to have a wonderful career ahead. And she's a bright girl as well, very intelligent girl. I'm just going to make sure she stays fit and strong.
Jones going back, just turning the ball away up to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Do you know the story about Mahika Gore? I think you probably have heard with Heggie being out in Dubai. Warren Hegg, the Lancashire legend here, was out in Dubai and spotted her, didn't he, at a little camp that they were running with their sponsors. And I'll fill people in just after this ball.
Yeah, Jones waits, go in, back and across, and defends, and there's no run.
And I got a text. He said, Shawsey, I've just seen an unbelievable left-hand swing bowler, bowls the speed of light. She's slightly taller than you. And I knew, I was kidding. She turned out to be 6'3". So she's slightly taller than I am. He said, you've got to have a look at this player. You've got to have a look. She's raw, but you've got to have a look at this player.
In to complete the 8th over. Full of ball. Punch to mid-off, no run. Maiden that for Mahika Gore. She bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden for 15, 33 with that loss.
So we all got together. David Thor, the regional director here, and a number of us, as well as Daniel Gidney, and found a way to get her to fly her into the UK and into Manchester. She actually stayed at the Hilton, and she came for a few days, and we invited her to training, and we watched her, and we could all see, Stephen Parry, Craig White, myself, she's got a bit of something here. So we found a way to then bring her in, gradually bring her into the programme. She got a scholarship at Sedbergh School and gradually grew and developed from there.
Cross starts a fresh over. Again, Pavley going back, defending, no run.
So we managed to work loads very, very carefully, started to get her fit and strong and used to strength and conditional and video analysis and training, etc., etc., by also supporting her through her education, because of course that comes first. And within 2.5 years we got a player in his hands. But it goes back to what Warren Hegg saw in terms of identifying that potential.
Here's Cross in. Wicket. Bowls Pavley. Cross strikes for Thunder. Central Sparks lose their first wicket. Pavley for 10. Cross finds the stumps. Central Sparks 33 for 1.
And this is an excellent delivery, isn't it? It's just at the top of the bail on middle and off. So Cross has hit beautiful lines there, really good length, and angled the ball back into the left-hander. It's a great delivery. And we were just saying, weren't we, that, you know, pressure's just beginning to build if the Lancashire Thunder bowlers can hold their lines and lengths. And that's a great delivery. Pavley goes for 10 off 25 balls. The score's 33 for 1.
Just going back to that Mahika Gore Warren Hegg story, it was just a by chance, wasn't it? Basically,
yeah.
That he spotted it.
Absolutely.
It wasn't kind of necessarily going out and looking for players, scouting players.
And they did, I think, an open training session or open camp with a few of the Lancashire players out there and a few staff, and there were loads of children coming in to bowl, etc, etc, etc. I think Keaton Jennings may have been out there actually at the time, and she came in there to bowl just like that, and that was it. Bang.
Brilliant, isn't it?
And
it is a great story, that, isn't it? It's lovely.
Wonderful story. And also then, you know, for the Lancashire club to, as such, not just to identify her and bring her in, but the support that the club has offered through Daniel Gidney and co has been outstanding. And then the programme that we had in place over a couple of years give her the opportunity to start to fulfil her potential. And she's still got a long way to go. But wow, I mean, it's a bit of a fairy tale story, really, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And as you say, already in and around kind of the thoughts of England, even when she's still only 18. She's turned 18, I think, at the start of the year. Freeborn, the new batter. It's a solid-looking front foot defensive shot by Freeborn.
That's a great example of when we say as a coach, be positive in attack and positive in defence. That's like, get through there, isn't it? You know, that sends a message to the bowler. That's a positive movement.
33 for 1, so the first breakthrough for Thunder. Courtesy of Kate Cross. Glanced down towards fine leg, and Abby Freeborn gets a first run. Score moves on to 34 for 1. 2 balls left of the 9th over. A target of 285. The Central Sparks to win this game here at Emirates Old Trafford, which depends on the captain, Eve Jones. Cross will come around the wicket to Jones. Eased up towards mid-off. And there is no run. Delivery to go of the 9th over. Experienced batter, Eve Jones.
And in the last 2 overs, we've just seen a decrease in run rate.
Going back and steering the ball away to the leg side, and there's no run. That's the end of the over. That's tidy stuff from Kate Cross. The previous over from Mahika Gore was a maiden. Cross just conceding a single and then picking up the first wicket, so yeah, a little bit of a stranglehold here.
You can just see the dip here in the current run rate before the wicket, and often that just dries up the runs, gives you an opportunity then to take the wicket. So the run rate was at 5.02, has now gone down to about 3.5, I think, something like that. So they already require more than 6 and over, but they've still got to take their eye off that and focus on let's build a partnership, positive in attack, positive in defence, rotate the strike, put the bad ball away, and then see where they're at with the 10 overs to go in the game. With hopefully wickets in the 10th is how they will look at this.
And they've obviously watched how Lancashire Thunder put their innings together. And some lovely shots. We've seen the highlight reels of both Seren Snail and Emma Lamb. And both scoring beautifully. Some lovely shots. But actually the running between the wickets was just as important. He could go in and bowling foolish ball to Freeborn. That again just slates back in again to the gloves of Ellie Threlkeld. So they watched that opening partnership, and it wasn't just about boundaries. It was, as you were saying, and a positive play, running well, turning ones into twos where they could. Smale and Lamb were excellent with that, as well as having all the shots. He could go in ball, just takes the pace off that and didn't quite get the direction right. It's been signalled as a wide by the umpire. Score moves on to 35 for 1. 5 over burst from Kate Cross from the Jimmy Anderson end, and this is a 5th over on the spin for Mahika Gore. So come to the end of the power play after this over, might well be the first change potentially on the way for Ellie Threlkeld, the skipper. forward again, solid on the front foot, right into it, full face of the bat. And there is no run.
I think Freeborn's been one of their bigger scorers, I think, this season. And she certainly looks to be getting into decent positions. She'll be looking to bat long today and then increase the tempo if she gets in further on down the line. But I know she's certainly scored a few runs this season. Wicket-keeper batter.
Yep, top run scorer for the Sparks. She tries to get through for a single, which would have brought up her 200th run of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy this season. Couple of 50s in there as well. Top score of 93. It's averaging just under 40 in the first 5 games. So the in-form batter, alongside the captain for the Sparks in the middle there, trying to start something here with what they need is a big partnership. It's turned away off the pads behind square on the leg side. They might think about 2. They should do. There was a bit of hesitation, but there was always 2. Freeborn does come back for a second.
So if you're in the Central Sparks camp, this is, if you like, the partnership that they will need to lay a really good foundation for them to have a go at this run chase. 284 is no mean feat. It's a challenging score, so they'll need to bat really well, these two.
Heyhoe balls, left arm over to Freeborn, who's forward, looking to try and force the ball away into the offside. And there is no run. Just looking at last season as well for the Central Sparks. Yeah, both of these two last season top of the run scoring charts. Both got north of 400 runs each. Eve Jones 440 runs last season in this competition, 450s, averaging 44. Go balls again. Oh, that's a big LBW appeal. Not out, says the umpire. End of the 10th over. 37 for 1. It's not far away from being 37 for 2.
Just going down leg,
probably, isn't it?
Do you think just missing leg?
I think probably just, yeah. I mean, on a review, at best, maybe kind of umpire's call, isn't it, that? But you can just see that shape back into the batter, couldn't you? And you could see both off and middle stump. I've just been doing too much, maybe. Nice way to end the 10th over, mind you, for Heyhoe. That is the end of her opening spell, which it may or may not be, because Kate Crofts are going to bowl another one here.
Interesting, you know, who they go with next, won't it? Whether they go with a seamer. They've got options. They've got the 2 left hammers to come over. They go with spin.
He's crossing balls, fires in a Yorker to Jones. Takes a half step forward and does well to dig that out.
The ball is swinging though, isn't it, from both ends? So you would think someone like a Tara Norris, who left arm and swings it back into the right-handed batter, is an option. Or maybe they'll look at Jones just to fire in a little bit of spin, but the ball is swinging, so they might look to go with another swing bowler as such.
Crossing balls, and Jones getting back, trying to pull the ball away to the leg side. Just maybe got onto her a little bit quicker than she was expecting that.
Yeah, she just looked a little bit rushed then, didn't she?
Yeah, Jones last season 440 runs, averaging 44, top score of 84 and 450s. And Abby Freeborn last year 400 runs at an average of 36, top score of 107 not out. Pushed away into the offside. They stopped at short extra cover, but they can get through for a single. And Eve Jones moves on to 16 not out, 38 for 1 now.
Good stop that from Lamb, isn't it? As you rightly said, in that position, pretty effective. And a good diving stop, got a good hand on that, which saved probably 2 runs, maybe 3.
She seems to anticipate it really well in that position, in a close in, short extra, mainly short extra, isn't it, really? Kind of always in good positions, low down, knees bent, able to be pretty alert to a left or to a right. Pretty solid off the front foot by Freeborn, defending into the offside, no run.
What is interesting the Lancashire Thunder bowlers have both, the left arm of Gore and right arm of Cross, have both swung the ball quite consistently, and there's very little cloud cover. It's all sun, and then this morning when there was cloud cover, the Sparks bowlers didn't really swing the ball that much, did they?
Cross in to Freeburn again off the front foot, punching to mid-off, no run. Is that a reflection on the quality of Lancashire's seam bowlers? Because the conditions you would think would be better suited this morning than they are now.
Yeah, potentially it is.
Can it just be the ball you get from the...
Well, sometimes it is, isn't it? Sometimes some just don't swing. It's, yeah.
Final ball of the over for Cross. And just a slower ball, which Freeburn gets forward to and works it across the front pad. Turns it to the leg side. Keeps the strike as well. That's 6 overs on the bounce. Be surprised if Ellie Threlkeld just would like to keep Kate Cross back for a little bit later on potentially. She's got 4 overs remaining to bowl. We'll see. It's going to be Mahika Gore to bowl with 6 on the spin from the Brian Statham end. 39 for 1 after 11 overs. Just that 1 wicket. Pavely bowled by Cross for 10. Threlkeld pondering about perhaps her first move. It's always going to be Mahika Gore and Kate Cross with to open up the bowling. Wonder what will be her first decision, the first change.
And Threlkeld's made a tactical decision to stand up to the stumps here to Mahika Gore.
Over number 12, Gore bowls a little bit of width and carved away nicely by Freeburn. Not an enormous amount of room to try and work the ball through there. The offside field is well guarded. Done well to find a gap.
It was a good shot this actually, wasn't it? She just went forward slightly, then rocked back and got on top of the ball and hit it between point and well, yeah, backward point and point really.
Go in again, swinging in towards Freeburn. That's deflected down towards fine leg. And just for a single.
See, I can't help thinking if that was Lamb and Smale running between the wickets, then that would have been 2.
Yep.
And it all counts, doesn't it? Adds up. If there's just one of those every couple of overs, it's another, 25 runs that you pick up along the way. It just builds and builds and builds. So they're going to have to run. Going to have to run hard here.
Yep, they will. They're going to have to. Yeah, I mean boundaries are difficult to score at a big ground like this. Playing a miss by Jones, taken by the keeper, no run. Of course you can get boundaries, of course you can, but you've got to supplement that, haven't you, with your ability to run well and run hard.
And when you watch Lamb and Smale, early on today, there was a long period where they didn't score any boundaries, wasn't there? But they were still going at 5 and over through singles and 2s.
Yep.
When the boundaries had dried up, so I think that's real evidence of that and the importance of that.
44 for 1. Clip down to fine leg. Will just be a single on this occasion. Jones moves on to 17. It's 45 for 1 now in the 12th over.
Looking hastily around the fielded unit, Lancashire Thunder, and looking for anyone that looks to be warming up rapidly, but I can't see anyone warming up yet in terms of that was going to be the first change.
No, there's no clues out there. Nice delivery from me. He could go from over the wicket in towards Freeburn, who's been absolutely solid on that front foot. It's about the 3rd or 4th. Pretty emphatic front foot defensive shot.
I really like the look of that as well. I think as I said before, we'll get through that. There's nowhere through. You watch the next ball, swing it through the gate.
Final ball of the 12th over. Still with the keeper standing up. And then pushed into the offside for no run. So Mahika Gore, 6 overs, 1 maiden for 24. Kate Cross, 6 overs for 1 for 17. Let's have a look and see where we're going to next with Ellie Throkel's first change.
Tara Norris.
It's still just enough there, is there, for you as well, just to
yeah,
continue with that?
I looked at a number of the dismissals that she got down at Vipers just last week, and she did swing the ball a long way, so she'll be thinking if there's anything left after cross, any swing that is after cross and go, then I think I'll give Tara Norris a little go. She might just do it for 2 or 3 overs and see what happens here, and then she might bring spin on as well. Interesting whether she goes double change here, which percentage-wise she probably will do. See how Tara goes.
Yeah, picked up 3 for 45 in the game against the Southern Vipers last week. Match at Wormsley. Running in from the Anderson end, left arm over. A little bit of width, and Jones goes back and cuts it. Stopped inside the circle. But through they go for 1. And Jones moves on to 18.46 for 1. A match between the Southern Vipers and the Thunder. Had Thunder batting first, reaching 206 for 9, with Smale 99. Magnificent innings. On the top of the order, Vipers reaching their target with 3 wickets to spare. It's down the leg side by Norris, nicely taken by Threlkeld, who clips off the bails. Umpire calls a wide.
It's a great bit of work by the skipper there, isn't it? Threlkeld picked the line up of the ball and moved late and fast. A great take by the leg side, or down the leg side, so it's a good thing that Freeburn was still in her crease, because she's got very quick hands from the positions that she gets herself into as Threlkeld.
It's driven up to mid-off, but for no run. Kate Cross fielding. Nice for Tara Norris to have Kate Cross at mid-off, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure, all that experience over the years and little conversations and a little bit of insight that she can share with her to help her search and get the wickets that she wants.
Again down the leg side by Norris and taken by Threlkeld. 48 for 1, another wide signal. You can see Threlkeld, the skipper. It's your 3rd season, I think, isn't it, as captain? Back down the pitch to Norris, who feels off her own bowling.
Yeah, Ellie's, I think, has got really good leadership capability in terms of her behaviours, a professional attitude, a character, how she goes about her business, her work ethic. All those things are really good, and I think she's developing over time tactically too. So yeah, I think she's a really good captain to be as such.
Single here, just turned away off the hip towards square leg.
And especially when you move in an environment, if you like, from amateur to professional, that whole professionalisation piece doesn't just happen overnight. It happens through instilling good behaviours and values, etc., because that's really important. Ellie leads by example with that. And as I say, she's developing tactically very well, and that's why I think in time, I think she'll be a really, really good captain. She leads this team well, currently.
Norris to Jones.
Shot on it.
Yeah, nicely timed. That's going to be 4. Just eased away. Effortless, really, from Eve Jones. Brings up the 50, that, for the Central Sparks.
In terms of timing, that's probably as good as you get. That ball's angled in. She just works it away, uses the pace of the ball, no more than that, doesn't hardly puts anything on it, and just diverts the ball back with a square for 4 runs. Beautifully timed.
Deep square leg, and there's a fine leg. So two fielders on the leg side boundary, and she's picked out the gap between them both beautifully. So 53 for 1. Appeal for an LBW there by Tara Norris. As Jones just gets a little bat on it and flicks it away down towards short fine for a single. Keeps the strike as well. 23 to Eve Jones. Abby Freeburn on 10. Two of the stronger players in the Central Sparks side there, looking towards the scoreboard, in conversation, assessing where they are, trying to manage the run rate. For the Central Sparks, two key people together. That's gives them certainly a nice platform in which to try and continue. Looks like Fee Morris was going to come into the attack, and I think they've made a last-minute change. She certainly removed a cap and looked like Fee Morris was about to come on and bowl, and then it appears as though it's going to be Mahika Gore to continue.
Either she's trying to fool us with that little cheeky sense of humour she has, or she's fooled herself and everyone in the ground. Even the scorer is having to quickly adjust the name, isn't it?
She was introduced over the PA system. And it will be Mahika Gore to bowl a 7th over on the spin. The Brian Statham end. Single to backward square leg for Eve Jones. So 55 for 1 in the 14th.
7 on the bounce. I wonder if this is going to be her final over, and they might be bowling her allocated overs in one spell. I'm just wondering whether that's the case or whether they're striving for a wicket. I'm not sure, but whether or not 7's one too many, I'm not sure.
Freeborn on strike. Gore in, swinging back into Freeborn. That's good work at short mid-wicket. It's chipped out towards the leg side and nicely fielded by Fee Morris, who thought she was bowling at one stage. Now it's a very short mid-wicket. Close catching on the leg side. There's a deep square, there's a fine leg, there's a deep third as well on the boundary. Driven again on the bounce back to Mahika Gore. And again, there's no run. 10 to Abby Freeburn, 24 to Eve Jones. Yeah, 7 on the spins, no mean feat. Little width there for Freeburn to try and carve that one away. They just have missed out. It's a very good take again by Threlkeld, who not only takes it but then flicks off the bails. Kind of instinctively the keeper, even though Freeburn was well in a crease.
Yeah, Freeborn will be disappointed, won't she, there? Disappointed that's the ball she's waited for, just to put away through backward point as such, but unfortunately missed that. And as you rightly say, Scott, it's another great take by Threlkeld.
Go in, balls. Freeborn defends. And there's no run. Well, it's the 7th successive over by Mahika Gore. It's been one slightly a freebie delivery for the batter to try and score from, which was missed by Freeburn, but everything's been on the mark again by this hugely impressive teenager. In to complete the over. Oh, that's a big shout. Oh, not out, says the umpire. Trapped on the crease, Freeborn as well. Big shout by Mahika Gore. Keeper was up as well, the captain fancied it. I suppose the element of doubt for the umpire is that it's left arm over and it's swinging into Freeborn, and has it just done a little bit too much? But it's a close call that had it gone the other way, I don't think you'd have had too many complaints neither. It's a close call one way or the other. He reckons maybe the umpire is just slanting down the leg side, perhaps. It's a tight one. Looked like a better shout than the previous LBW.
Yeah, I was just thinking it looked much closer than them, didn't it? You know, you thought you're in the game with that shout as such.
It's Norris to continue. Single taken out to mid-wicket by Eve Jones. Moves on to a pretty steady 25. 56 for 1. Talk about not being too wrapped up in kind of scoreboard pressure and getting too bogged down in where what the run rate is and where they perhaps would need to be via the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern calculation. But there is one eye that does need to be kept on it a little bit, doesn't it? You don't want to get too bogged down. At the minute, one thing that these two aren't doing as well as what Thunder did is rotate the strike. There's no run rate below 4 and over, the required rate pushing up to almost 6.5, which is still, I think, is manageable, isn't it, at this point? But don't want that to grow too big from a Sparks point of view. Full and off stump by Norris and driven to mid-off by Freeborn, and there's no run.
Yeah, you wouldn't want the required run rate to go much higher than that. You need to keep just half an eye on that and think about, okay, one thing we can do is we've missed 2 bad balls in the last 2 overs that we could have put away. Let's just really focus on putting those away, and let's see if we can get a couple more singles and over.
Yeah, that's
you know, that's the thing, isn't it? And all of a sudden it shifts momentum again.
It does. And of the bad balls that they've had, they've not put them away. It's swinging towards Freeborn and driven to Tani at mid-on, and there's no run. It's a 56 for 1. Target 285. But we saw at the end of the previous over both these two batters looking up towards the scoreboard in conversation with each other, so they're the best people, I guess, to manage it and how they think they should go about this. In a minute, they're just absorbing a bit of pressure from Thunder. Norris balls again, bit of width this time. That's carved away through the offside, beating point. Danny Collins with the dive there, out towards Emma Lamb, who's on the cover boundary. Freeborn moves on to 11. 57 for 1 now. Brings Eve Jones back on strike.
Run rate just creeped up to 6.48 in terms of required run rate.
Norris to complete the over. Eve Jones chops it away into the offside for a single and keeps the strike as well. And they've got 3 off that over, the 15th. Jones on 26, Freeborn on 11, 58 for 1. 2 batters meet in the middle again, Paul. And they could just do with finding a boundary just to try and ease a little bit of the pressure which is building up. Mike's going to come and join you.
Yes, I think they'll be chatting around how they're going to get that boundary and how they're going to look to pick another 2 or 3 singles up per over from some very tight Lancashire Thunder bowling so far, but they may just have the opportunity of facing some spin. We can see Fee Morris, the right arm off spinner, the all-rounder.
Is she definitely coming on this time, though, or is she going to bowl through her action a few times this time and then take a cap back? And she's one of my favourite cricketers, Fee Morris, and for exactly things like that, I think it's quite funny.
I think this time, Mike, we can rest assured she's going to bowl the ball, I think.
She might not let go of it. Let's see. She's bowling from the Statham end and does deliver the ball. So Fee Morris into the attack and push down the onside, past the stumps. Mahika Gore there with a tumbling stop. It's 58 for 1. It's the first ball, the 16th over. We're just after 3:30 on Wednesday. Who knows, you've maybe even got an early dart from work so you can enjoy the run chase here. Target 285. Traffic just starting to build a little on the Talbot Road in the distance as that one's pushed off the back foot by Jones and finds Lamb. I think what you and Scott were saying there was this is the crucial partnership, and I have to agree. Obviously Courtney Webb, the overseas, will be another one they'll need to get out, but these two are the two who've proven they can get big scores for the Sparks, as this one is pushed back up the offside, up to mid-off this time, where Naomi Datani does the fielding. Another dot ball.
And just in the last 2 or 3 overs, runs have just become rather difficult to find, haven't they, for the Sparks players?
And the difference is the dot balls are starting to build up as that one's tucked off the pads for a single, crucial single, but it's only one, it's not a two. In the Lancashire Thunder innings, it felt like those were going away for twos rather than ones, and it's those sorts of little margins. 59 for 1, we're well into the 16th over now, and all of a sudden the spins come on and another over's almost just vanished.
Yeah, absolutely. That's it, isn't it? And all credit to the Thunder batters, the Lancashire Thunder batters that rotate a strike incredibly well. And we've talked about it a lot today, but it's such an important aspect of the game from a batting perspective. And certainly Lamb and Smale did that incredibly well. In fact, they went a long period of time without any boundaries at one point, and still were able to go 4 and 5 and over in singles.
Yeah, it was almost the entirety of that period between the 20th over and the 40th over that they didn't get a boundary, but all of a sudden then Lamb hit a couple in an over and they were away. Another single there on the cut for Freeborn. She is up to 12 now, 60 for 1 the total, the chase 285, so that's what, another 225 from here. Here comes Morris around the wicket, right arm to the left-handed Jones. They've got to be quick for the single there. That was good running. They identified Hannah Jones as somebody they could just creep a single to there at behind square on the leg side, and they did so. 61 for 1 then the score after 16 overs.
I think if Jones had been a little more aware in the field then and could get to that ball, well, she's not quite as quick to the ball as maybe others in the side, but if she could have done, that would have been a run-out opportunity, couldn't it, at the keeper's end as such?
Yeah, I mean, it's almost one of those where perhaps if you, I don't know, if you're maybe not the fielder that stands out in the side, you can almost kind of creep in there, can't you, and sort of make things difficult for the opposition by just kind of maybe stealing an extra yard or something like that, and they think, oh, easy one here, and actually all of a sudden they're a yard short, but just couldn't quite manage to. Jones off down to long leg now. We've also got a forward square leg on the boundary as Norris bowls, and it's tucked towards that forward square leg by Eve Jones, who is away and up to the non-striker's end to start the over with. 62 for 1.
It's nicely worked that from Jones, isn't it? Just in there, into the line of the ball, off the hips, into the nice little gap there for 1.
One quirk of the scorecard from the first innings that I liked was Ellie Threlkeld managed to get 1 run in 2 balls and was at the crease for 3 minutes, so she went 1, 2, 3, which I really enjoyed when I was just glancing back there as Tara Norris comes in round the wicket to Freeborn, who sort of almost like heaved at that one on the drive, and it went out into the offside, but I think might have just taken a bit of pad or something on the way. It was a very awkward shot to Fee Morris at cover.
And Freeborn will just be feeling it a little bit. She's just got 12 off 29. My sense or my intuition is telling me she normally scores a little quicker than that.
Waits again, bat raised above stump high. She's looking for the little paddle round the corner, gets it, but only finds Mahika Gore, who is down at long leg. Not quite sure she's become a fine leg yet. It's always a little bit of a cricketing quandary, that one, when long leg becomes fine leg, but I think we'll keep her at long leg at the moment. Mahika Gore, 63 for 1 anyway with the single.
I think that's a great example of where someone's actions is sharing where they're at in their head at that point in time as the pressure's building.
Yeah, it wasn't the easiest shot to be trying to attempt there from Freeborn. Still fairly early in the innings as Jones forces this one back to Norris, who's there with the fielding.
With a fine leg in place, you can see.
Yeah.
You know, it's high risk.
Because even if she sort of caught it on the bat, you're almost risking getting caught there at the over your shoulder, so to speak.
I mean, I know she does often play that shot well, but I just think, you know, it's a bit more percentage, really.
It was a dot ball, as was the last one to Jones, and as is this one outside the off stump, and Jones curses to the sky that she didn't connect on that. She was sort of leaning back as the hands went through the ball, which is never the best sign. 63 for 1.
Looked like a slightly slower ball there, didn't it, from Norris, which maybe deceived Jones.
90 without loss was the score after 20 overs in the Lancashire Thunder innings. So that seems some way off, and they've lost a wicket as well here, Sparks, as maybe that's why Jones is flaying outside the off stump again and again missing. It's another dot ball. And it's almost as if, because that bit of pressure's there on the scoreboard with a target of 285, they're just trying to force it a little bit more than Lancashire Thunder had to in their innings.
Absolutely, and it becomes that scoreboard pressure, doesn't it? You're aware of what Lancashire Thunder scored, you're aware of what you need to go at, and etc, etc, and it just builds this pressure in your mind that actually you end up trying to force it, as opposed to playing the shots that you can, getting into the ball or away from the ball and getting to really good positions to score well in front of square and also behind square.
And those little innings down the list as well just become more difficult. You know, the 29 of 19 from Morris that's harder in a chase, I presume. Datani 17 off 13, same sort of thing as this one is hit away. Oh, what a catch that is from Naomi Datani. It was a full toss. It was hit well by Abby Freeborn, whose hands are on her head. She can't believe she didn't find the gap there. For all the world, it looked as if she had, and Datani just threw herself. And that is a brilliant, brilliant catch by Naomi Datani to get rid of the Central Sparks top run scorer this season, Abby Freeborn. She has more than 200 to her name, but she's had a fairly torturous time here. Freeborn out for 13 of 31 balls, only hit the 1-4, was looking for a second there, and this is a magnificent catch by Naomi Datani. Seemed to almost have no right to get there, Paul Shaw, but she got both hands to it in the end and clung on.
What a catch that was. You know, she's on the edge of the ring at mid-on, and she's gone full stretch. She's gone with two, but I think it's actually, the ball's actually nestled into her right hand. It's a wonderful catch. If you were at the Bolton Barnsley game last night, that was a goalkeeping save going into the top corner. But what a catch that was. And that's a huge, huge blow for Central Sparks. Freeborn's been a good player for some time for them. And as we've already discussed, she's been a good run getter for them in previous seasons and this season's. But what a catch, what a fantastic catch that was by Datani.
Without wishing to keep the football analogy going too long, the only difference is if it had been Barnsley, it would have been in the top right corner, wouldn't it? And I say that as somebody whose dad's a Barnsley fan, but there we go. Importantly here, it makes the score 63 for 2. And Datani definitely didn't let that one go by her into the top right corner. It was a brilliant, brilliant catch, and you got to hear it on the BBC Sport website and watch it on Lancs TV. Elsewhere in the country, South East Stars 120 for 3. They're in pursuit of a big, big target there against the Northern Diamonds, who went past the 300 mark. 212 the chase for Sunrisers, who are 82 for 2 at the moment in their game with the Southern Vipers. Big game between second and third there. Stars are top of the table at the moment, having only lost 1, so Diamonds setting them 3-12, got a chance of making that difficult, as this one is just turned leg side for the first ball from Chloe Brewer. Back into the side today, one of 2 changes, and she's off the mark straight away, 64 for 2. So, yeah, as we say, they're sort of 2 big games at the top of the table there between Sunrisers and Southern Vipers, and 124 for 3, the Stars, who lead the competition at the moment, chasing 312 against Northern Diamonds. So the team at the top under pressure, which is good to see in a way, as that one is driven away off the back foot by Eve Jones, comfortably out to cover, where the fielding is done a couple of just on the edge of the square, really, by the fielder who'd come off the rope, Kate Cross. 65 for 2 the score here in pursuit of 285, if I can get the end of the sentence out. And the Blaze is the other chase going on, as that one is driven up to mid-off. And there is no run again for Brewer on this occasion. 110 for 4, the Blaze, in pursuit of 276 to beat the Western Storm. So cricket going on across the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, 50 overs aside, and it's the Central Sparks against the Lancashire Thunder here. The Sparks trying to use their 50 overs to get to this big target of 285. They need another 220 and didn't add to the score with that little back cut there off the bowling of Fee Morris, who picked up a wicket with a full toss thanks to the athleticism of Naomi Datani, and she will take her cap very happily at the end of the 18th over there. 65 for 2, so they're going to be behind on runs, they're going to be behind on wickets at the 20 over mark, because Thunder were 90 without loss at that point. We've still got 12 balls for them to get closer to that 90, Paul Shaw, but it seems a little way off.
It does, it looks a little way off at this point in time. We talk a lot, don't we, about building partnerships, but again, this is another important partnership. Brewer's in, Chloe Brewer is in today, rather than Campbell, the left-handed bat, so we've got a right-handed batter in, and we've got right and left hand again batting together, so that might just cause some problems with lines and lengths, etc. So they'll be hoping that's the case and they get a few balls to put away and get them going.
Tara Norris bowling from the James Anderson end, and that one is pushed into the leg side. Athletic fielding by Fee Morris. Probably would have been stopped by mid-on anyway, but she ensured it was a dot ball. These two opened the batting last week at Kidderminster, but both got naught. Eve Jones out from the very first ball of the game, and then Brewer out in the 3rd over with Kate Kopak amongst the wickets that day, bowling very well indeed for the Sunrisers. That's why they've sort of been the team to watch at the start of this season, having got a bit of form together at the back end of the last one, and Jones hits up to Tatani, who's clearly buzzing by that return of the throw to Threlkel, because it came in very sharply. Great catch in the previous over.
Yeah, the Sunrisers finished off last season very strongly, didn't they, and started in the same way this season. They've got a really good coach actually down there, head coach Andy Tennant, who I think is doing a really good job down there.
He's had a tough job, hasn't he? Because they had to wait so long for their first win. Obviously, he wasn't coached for the entirety of that time. It came in fairly early on as thrashed away by Eve Jones, but only finds cover dot ball. So to kind of keep his team going for as long as they had, it almost seemed at the start of last season they had Vipers and they beat Vipers in their first game. It was almost as if they'd almost tried to start their season early with kind of targeting that game, and then it took them a long time to win their second game, but then when they did, they went on that lovely little run at the end of the season.
Absolutely, absolutely, and he got his bowlers bowling much straighter, his batters playing more percentage cricket, and the results started to come.
Here's Norris, down the leg side, brilliant work by Threlkeld. It's a wide ball, but it was a fantastic piece of wicket keeping. Flicked the bails off, but Eve Jones's toe was still in the crease, so it was no appealing from the wicket-keeper, but 66 for 2. And it's just moments like that, and it's the standing up to Mahika Gore. That's just why I think Threlkeld is just that fraction ahead of Amy Jones, in my view, just with purely on the gloves. But obviously Amy Jones is fantastic because, as you said earlier, she managed to displace Sarah Taylor, who was the best for about probably 15 years. That's in the air over Emma Lamb and away for 4 runs. A much needed boundary for the Sparks, flashed over the top of backward point by Eve Jones. She will have a little chat with Chloe Brewer on the way past. 70 for 2. Jones looks in the mood today, even though it's not flowing yet. She's still there. She's a dangerous player at the wicket.
She certainly is, and while ever Jones is at the wicket, then they're in with a shout, aren't they, of some type of, in some order. Jones threw her hands at that ball. She saw it was a little wider and really tried to pounce on it. It just squirmed its way over the hand of Lamb.
Norris bowling to Jones. He's onto the back foot and cutting this time, but finds the fielder on the cover boundary. It's Collins, I think, out there. Oh no, in fact Collins is at on the leg side, so it's Katie Mack who's out there on the far side. 71 for 2. We're approaching the end of the 19th. But it's almost as if Jones is kind of matching the Seren Smale innings, but she doesn't have the be Emma Lamb at the other end going at 1 a ball on her way to the 100 at the moment, as Norris comes in and Brewer drives. It's sort of slipped off the face, so goes out to cover where it is Danny Collins on that side of the ground. 72 for 2, 19 overs gone. You're listening to this commentary brought to you on the BBC Sport website by BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Radio Lancashire, and you're watching on Lancs TV as well if you're looking at the YouTube pictures. So yeah, very good to have you with us. Good to see around about 300 of those thumbs up as well on YouTube, so if you get a chance to push that button, that always helps people find the stream. Long conversation mid-pitch here, Paul Short.
Yeah, well, I think you raised a really important point, Mike, about when Seren was just getting stuck a little bit. Lamb was still going at 1 a ball. And when you're in that position, you're struggling a bit, you think, well, at least my partner's getting a few runs, they're keeping the scoreboard ticking, so it takes a little bit of pressure off. But at the moment, she'll be feeling that pressure, because actually, up until that boundary, they were getting stuck.
Lamb ended up with 107 off 104, as this one is flicked leg side by Brewer. Doesn't find a way past mid-wicket, so there's no run. Smale ended up with 67 off 105, so a more sedate innings, but it was the partnership of 140, wasn't it? That's what the innings was built on. And Lamb almost managed to bat in. She wasn't getting the strike, but she almost battered in Smale's shadow actually for the kind of her first 50, and then really took control and became the only woman to get more than 100 at Emirates Old Trafford, which is quite an achievement. She's had a good day in Manchester as the woman from Preston today. Here comes Fee Morris. Well, the second over of the 20th over. It's a little ramp behind square on the leg side, and that was a better percentage shot. We mentioned Freeborn went for that stroke of the medium pacer when long leg or fine leg, depending how you're philosophically looking at that one, was in place. But there was nobody on the 45, so it was a good little 2 to pick up for Brewer. 74 for 2.
See, I don't mind that. That's good thinking, isn't it? You know, that's tactically thinking percentage-wise. So I think that's a good shot.
Here she goes for it again and catches the ball before it bounces. Only gets 1 this time, I think, because she caught it before the bounce. She hit it slightly better, and it goes out to the backward square leg fielder on the boundary. A little sharper, 75 for 2. And she almost knows Morris is going to bowl outside off stump here because of the way she turns the ball as well. So it's kind of, Morris has a very small area she can look to pitch the ball. Drinks in the Sunrisers game, 94 for 2. They're chasing 212 against the Southern Vipers. That slipped off the face, but it will be advantageous to Jones, because actually if she'd hit it well, she probably would have found the cover fielder, and in this case she's going to look to get 3 here. They should have got 3, and they hesitate and they go back, and I think Eve Jones might have a little word with her junior partner there, because it was Brewer's job to get back to the striker's end. Didn't do so. 77 for 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And we go back to the Lamb and Smale partnership, don't we, and how well they ran together. There'd have definitely been 3 there. You know, you've got to really commit, make your decision and really commit to your decision.
Here comes Morris, throws this one up, driven powerfully through the offside, and the half volley taken advantage of by Eve Jones, and she might be quite glad she's at the striker's end now, because she's hit a 4 and a much needed 4. It takes the score on to 81 for 2. Eve Jones, that's probably the best shot of her innings so far, Paul.
Yeah, I thought she played that really well. Overpitched, the ball was overpitched there by Fee Morris, but Jones hit the ball under her eyes, got her weight into the ball and hit the ball through extra cover. It was a beautiful shot.
It wasn't like those ones she was flailing the arms at earlier. She sort of, okay, she did flail the arms, but she waited till it was in that zone there. As in comes Morris, bowls a better ball on a good length, and Jones is equal to it with a defensive stroke out to cover. So 81 for 2. We've had 20 overs, so they're behind by 9 runs. They're behind by 2 wickets is probably the way of looking at this, as we see that beautiful shot of Old Trafford, and the wiggly worm comes back out, and it emphasises just that. 9 runs behind and 2 wickets behind.
Yeah, absolutely it does. But if you look at the continuation of the worm, here is where we've got the cluster of wickets with Lancashire Thunder. So often 1 brings 2, 3, 4. So actually if these can keep batting and batting and batting and take it into the last, say, 15 overs, then they could be set up for a really good run chase. But it's going to take that batting, you know, probably another 15, 20 overs of this partnership, and gradually the required run rate will gradually start coming down.
Yeah, see that at the bottom of your screen there if you're watching on Lancs TV, just under the striker Chloe Brewer's name as she defends that ball. It's a dot ball, which always will affect that equation ever so slightly with the runs required and the current run rate, which is just above 4 and over. So that's not too bad, but it'll be the wickets column will be the concern. It's Hannah Jones into the attack for this over, and that one is worked away into the leg side. 2 dot balls to start a spell. Deadeye Jones is back on it. Of the Hannah variety, because we've got Eve at the non-strikers end as well, so we'll probably give Hannah Jones her full name today, as that one is clipped away by Brewer. Has to be quick. I don't think quite realised the fielder was there at square leg when she set off for that, and all of a sudden she was like, oh, I need to hurry up here, and she did. 82 for 2.
It'd have been interesting if Katie Mack had, I think it was Katie Mack running in.
Yes.
It'd have hit the stumps then. That'd have been close, I think.
Yeah. It was closer to Chloe Brewer's elbow, I think, in the end. It nearly. We saw Seren Smale get hit by one in the other innings. It was nearly a bit of a mischief. 130 for 4, South East Stars. They're chasing that huge total of 312 against the Northern Diamonds. That one's driven up here at Emirates Old Trafford down the onside of straight. Or up the onside of straight as we look from the Statham end. No run on offer. And we also have another 153 required off the final 25 overs of the match between Western Storm and the Blaze. It's the Blaze chasing there as Jones goes back and again curses a little as she can't find a single. This time going into the onside but finding mid-wicket. No score again, and it's those balls they don't score off that rise the pressure, and Jones has come in and produced an absolutely brilliant first over. Just goes for the 1 run, 5 dots. That is exactly what you want from your left armour coming into the attack.
Exactly what you want. I mean, that's an over. Was it just one off that over? Everything's really, really straight, pretty full and straight, and week in, week out, that's what Jones does. She's, you know, she doesn't get the nickname Deadeye Jones for nothing. She's balls really, really straight and often picks up 2 for 30, 3 for 30 in her 10 overs. If she does that today, she'll probably win the game.
Liv Bell just coming on as a substitute fielder, I think, for Emma Lamb, and that will just perhaps allow Lamb just to go and check up after that 107, because I imagine the hamstrings are probably getting a bit tight at this this stage in the afternoon after such a good innings and one that required so much running as well. That one's clipped away behind square on the leg side. There will be a single taken. 83 for 2.
Nicely worked that by Brewer, wasn't it? Just into the line, just worked it slightly behind square. Nice shot.
The best news for me is having said it was Emma Lamb, I haven't spotted her out there, which is always the worry at this stage. So I'm quite pleased with that. You're with Mike Perkins and Paul Shaw, the former Thunder coach, as Morris bowls, and it's cut away into the offside, but without the real power that Jones wanted to find. She's sort of getting frustrated here, you feel, Eve Jones, but you feel almost she's using that as the motivation to keep her, to spur her on. She's on 42 off 61.
Well, from a Sparks perspective, she's still very important, isn't she, in terms of not just as captain but as a batter, and for them to win she has to bat well.
She wants to lead by example as that one is pushed away on the offside. Got a 50 in her previous innings. We'll get the strike back from Brewer, who is on 9 now off 14. 85 for 2 the score with that single. The Thunder players encouraging each other here. Clapping the hands from Naomi Ditani. Took a great catch to get rid of the dangerous freeborn. Eve Jones restricted to a dot ball here, pushing out to mid-wicket off the back foot.
Just noticed that the required run rate has just gone a touch above 7s. I think for the first time.
It's those dots and ones that have taken it there. Morris bowls, and there'll be another one here. Stabbed defensively out to cover, which was a vacant area. So 86 for 2. How pleased were you then at the start of last season when you got told you had Ditani, Norris? Obviously we're keeping hold of Deandra Dottin, and you were getting Fee Morris into the side. I mean, 4 sort of very high quality cricketers there, as that one is played away behind square on the leg side. 87 for 2 the total moves on to.
Yeah, no, it was really pleasing. We worked hard in the close season with conversations with each of those players, myself and David Thorley, the regional director here, to bring those players in. And each of them have all offered over last season. I'm sure they'll offer much this season, but it enabled us to bring some fresh blood in to mix up the squad a little bit, and also just bring in a little bit of experience to help those younger players as well. So yeah, I think they were all good signings, and I think, you know, this year I think Katie Mack has been a really good overseas signing.
Good find. Well, not a find really, but just a good addition.
Good addition to the team and to the squad.
Come back to that after this bowl from Jones, which is just defended off a good length defensively by Brewer on the crease.
Because it's not just what a player offers on the field, of course that's really important, but it's the behaviours, the attitude and characteristics that they show both on and off the field that develops a professionalised outfit as such.
Nicely hit into the offside on the drive by a Brewer bat that was advancing slightly out of the crease. 88 for 2. Is it almost more important then for a team that is professionalising in the way that Thunder have been over the recent seasons? And there's the excellent documentary, of course, that was released at the start of this season, which really sort of gets inside the changing room, if you like, as Hannah Jones delivers over the wicket to Eve Jones, who hits it very hard on the drive, advancing down the track, but only finds Tatani. Is it almost more important to find the right characters at this sort of regional domestic level that's professionalising? We'll get an answer on that after this latest ball from Hannah Jones. It's wide outside the off stump, cut from Eve Jones, but mixing it up there, Hannah Jones gets a dot.
I think it's incredibly important to get the right type of characters. And right type of behaviours, as well as someone that can play the game. You know,
Hannah Jones to Eve Jones, appeal for caught behind. Threlkeld was convinced. The captain almost threw a little tantrum there when it was given not out, and then remembered where she was. It was a cut stroke by Eve Jones. Didn't seem to get much of it. Let's have a look at the replay. Paul Shaw is studying this one.
Yeah, well, I mean, Threlkeld looked very, very convinced there, didn't she? You know,
the ball was in the right area, wasn't it? Close to the outside edge. I think that may have been close. Oh, and it's driven brilliantly by Eve Jones here. Down the track, finds the boundary at wide, long off, and there's 4 more to the total, 92 for 2.
Threlkeld's not the type of wicketkeeper or character to appeal when it's not out, or when she does. She obviously thinks there's been an edge there.
Yeah, and it's rare to. I mean, it wasn't descent, but it bordered on it, and that's rare from Threlkeld, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And she definitely was visibly disappointed that was given not out. Let's put it that way. That's probably quite tactful, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I think everyone's getting the picture at home if they're not watching Lancs TV on YouTube. She was very disappointed, but I suppose this is what she's learning as a captain now. She's composed herself. She's gone and had a chat with her international cricketer Kate Cross, and she's not letting that affect her.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's so important, isn't it? Because when your emotions are high sometimes, and you feel a decision's not gone your way, and it can really rock you sometimes. But actually, especially if you're a young player, but spending time with other players slightly more experienced, just to bounce off and just to help balance you out, and okay, that ball's gone. Each ball's an event. Let's move on to the next one. Is actually crucial, especially if you're captain, because you're the person making the decisions, aren't you?
And I mean, without continuing to bang the Ellie Threlkeld for England drum, it's exactly the sort of character I think they need round that setup and around the A side. I know Bess Heath is obviously the player they're looking at long term as Tatani bowls, and this one is pushed into the offside. There's no run, 92 for 2, but you just feel she's a great character. She could do a great job on those sort of around an England A tour or something like that. You know, I just feel she's one of those players that there's a lot to give, not just for Lancashire Thunder, but for a country as well. As she waits hands on knees at the moment with those distinctive black gloves. Tatani bowling, and this one is driven firmly into the offside. And there is no run on offer, and what's good about the bowlers coming in is they're contributing dot balls every bowling change.
Absolutely.
The latest one working again.
Yeah. 92 for 2 off 23.2 overs. run rate still creeping, isn't it? 7.24 it's now at.
And they probably want to hold that around about 8s, don't they, you would think, as this one gets cut into the offside. Another single to the total. It goes to Brewer. She has 11, 93 for 2. You feel sort of, if it starts creeping above 8s before, what, 10 overs to go, they're in real trouble, and that would almost be panic button time. We need to hit 3 or 4 boundaries. Ditani just assesses her options. We get a nice little cool breeze through the commentary box. Someone's opened a door somewhere. It's very pleasant indeed on this fairly warm day in Manchester. Probably not the warmest day in May we've ever had, but it's creeping in the right direction, the thermometer, as that one's played into the leg side. 94 for 2 with Mike Perkins and Paul Short. And we will have BBC Radio Lancashire and BBC Radio Manchester's Scott Reed back with us around about the 25 over mark, I would imagine. And by then, I suppose Eve Jones will be looking to go to that half century. She's 2 away. It's Brewer facing up now, though. And here is Ditani, faked to back away there with the left leg as Ditani was in a delivery stride, but Ditani just popped it on a length and it had to be defended.
When Scott comes back on, you know, I'd be really interested to see what he thinks about my jacket. So I got out of the car this morning, and surprisingly, it felt a little. Well,
I've had a sneaky preview of his thoughts on your jacket actually when you weren't around. Yeah, we'll see what he makes of it as that one flicks off the outside edge and down towards third. There's a single on offer, 95 for 2. But yeah, we'll bring Scott back in for me at 25, and we'll get some thoughts on the jacket. I think it looks very dapper, very smart.
Thank you very much.
People on Lancs TV have seen it at the moment. It's yeah, it's an excellent jacket. Lovely shade of light blue.
Be interesting to see what Scott thinks.
We'll see.
Do you think he'll be honest in his feedback?
I don't know. I think there might be a bit of a Lancs Yorkshire thing going on, and he might have to, whether he likes it or not, he might have to pretend he doesn't anyway. Anyway, Threlkeld just in her field, and she'll be quite happy with the situation her team finds itself in, as will be the people in the high-rises over there in Manchester. It looks as if the sun's shining. Sort of fairly hazy sunshine here, just breaking through the clouds in Manchester as that one is driven out towards the hotel. There's going to be a chase on for Kate Cross, getting in a little bit of running ahead of her international summer there, out on the boundary. Does well, 97 for 2. Jones looks furious because she's conceded runs, and she always looks furious when she concedes runs, does Hannah Jones. But she has 35 wickets in that all red of Lancashire Thunder, more than anyone else, as this one's hit back to her on the bounce by Brewer. No run.
The shot that Brewer played just a couple of balls ago through extra cover was a lovely shot. Just went in to out and played it on the floor through extra cover.
And she goes the other way through. Wide, long on here. He'll roll away towards the boundary. Big chase on, and it's an unsuccessful one, and it looks as if might need some treatment out there on the boundary. It was one of those horrible ones where the fielder dives and the body doesn't keep sliding, and part of it gets stuck. There is movement there, which is a good sign. I can't quite see the fielder who was chasing it round there on the far side, but Hannah Jones was clipped through wide, long on by Chloe Brewer over the top of mid-wicket, and it was rolling out towards the boundary. Does go for 4 eventually, but the chase was on all the way. The fielder comes into the picture now, and really, well, I think it may more be disappointment from Danny Collins to not get that, because she's such a good fielder, but she's taken her time to, in fact, is it Katie Mack there? It's Katie Mack who's out on the leg side boundary, and the physio is going to come round and just check on the overseas, because okay, we've got Georgia Vole coming in for the middle for the T20 bit, but
Danny Collins.
It is Danny Collins, yeah. Right, okay.
Danny Collins,
well,
I think.
It's not good whoever it is, but I suppose we don't have the overseas concern about it as Jones comes in to bowl the next ball. Oh, it's escaped Threlkeld's grasp rather unusually down the leg side, so there will be another, at least 1 to the total here, plus a wide. The 100 is up as well with that 4 that we missed due to our concern from Danny Collins' welfare. She seems to be back to her feet. She seems to be all right. As I say, there is a physio coming round just to double check on that. 103 for 2 the score. Approaching the halfway stage for this innings. Well, we will bring Scott Reed in for his awaited thoughts on Paul Shaw's jacket. But this is cut down towards the boundary and away for 4. And 4, again, much needed runs. We seem to be saying that every time a boundary's scored, but it's true. And Eve Jones gets to her 50 with that shot through third. Probably not where she would have liked it, but it's the same place that, albeit at the opposite end of the ground, that Emma Lamb got 100, and that's what Jones will have her eye on. 52 runs from 69 balls, 7 fours. The crowd being treated at the pavilion end and underneath the point to a fine game of cricket here today, and seeing some excellent batting. Jones will look to continue here against her namesake Hannah, and Eve clips up to mid-on with bat in hand, doesn't get a run.
Yeah, it's been a good knock from Jones so far. She's had to work hard for those runs, hasn't she? And they've not come as fluently as she'd like, but certainly a captain's innings in terms of looking to score big and being very determined to do so.
People have been sort of saying it's unusual to see Eve Jones not in great form as she hits that one out on the cut to Katie Mack, who does the fielding. 107 for 2 as the siren begins again, which I think is on a building site somewhere. I think they're testing that today because we've heard rather a lot of it. 107 for 2. We've had 25 overs. As I say, Eve Jones hasn't been quite at her fluent best this season, but she's had 50 in the previous game, 50 in this game, and she'll be looking to double that up to 100. Let's I will depart. You can give some more thoughts on Eve Jones's innings, Paul Shaw, and we will bring in Scott Reed.
Yes, it's been a good innings from Jones. I think she's played pretty well. It's not been easy going for her. She's had to build and build and build and work really hard, but has shown a lot of character. As I said before, she's not quite being as fluent as she would have perhaps liked, but it's certainly a captaincy innings from a point of determination, character, and finding a way. Now, it's a really important wicket for Lancashire Thunder to get another grasp of this game and take the game away from Central Spark. So Jones's wicket is pretty important. But if we look at the scores at the moment, 25 gone, 107 for 2. Brewers 18 of 24. Jones is 52 of 71. Required run rate is up above 7.12. Our Central Sparks target 285.
Hi, Paul.
Good afternoon, Scott.
There is this kind of background sound that's been kind of whirling around for most of the afternoon. So we've dispatched our drone to go and find out what's going on. Here we go. Look at this. So our aerial reconnaissance has been out there, and we think, I say we, Badger and Coombs, as Supremo Colin, reckons it's this thing that's making the noise. This kind of digger thing here. But there's some building work going on the opposite side of the ground. So there's the tram lines, and there we are here. That's our little media centre there, in the bottom left of the screen, in the red box. And we think it's maybe that building site that's is where this this kind of siren is coming from. And that tram's been there for a while. Not sure what's going on, but that's still there. Anyway, maybe we'll gloss over that. 107 for 2, 25 overs gone here at Emirates Old Trafford. So we think we've found out where the dodgy siren and the wailing noises are coming from. It's the building site on the other side of the tram lines here. So hopefully it's not too off-putting. But they've got all the gear, a Badger and Coombs team. They just absolutely sent it up. Aircraft went up, no problem. It's got radar.
Well, they ordered
night vision. It's got that as well.
They ordered Millie's jacket.
I think it's a Bobby Dazzler, that jacket.
Yeah.
I think it's lovely. Yeah.
Shall we get it out of the way really quickly? What do you think?
I do. I like it. It feels. Sky Sports were here for the championship match last week, and it's something that got E Award to wear that. You know, very stylish, very nice, lovely pastel blue colour. 107 for 2. That's in the air, but it's safe. It might be 4. It is. Nicely played by Brewer, out towards deep backward square leg, and 4 runs takes the score on to 111 for 2. Good looking shot.
That's really well played, isn't it? Slightly top edge of the bat, but actually she's rocked back, picked up the length and worked that ball behind square for her well-earned 4 runs.
These are aerial shots that we're getting. As Titani sets off from the Brian Statham end. That's worked away by Brewer, in front of square on the leg side for a single. 112 for 2. It's this little device here. It's a little kind of mini helicopter type thing. It's got all the gear, this.
It's incredible, isn't it? Reminds me of those Star Wars X-Wing fighters or something like that when I was a child. Imagine that's a few years ago now, Scott, I have to say, but that's impressive.
Titani bowls again, muscled out towards the leg side this time. Mahika Gore will chase after it down towards the boundary and catch up with it. And they push the score on to 114 for 2. So this has got radar on it, it's got night vision. It can go, it's stealth, it's got stealth mode on it as well.
What a great bit of kit there is,
That's Colin. He's the one that's found where the sound's coming from. It's the 50 partnership up as well here. 51 these two have put on. The tiny balls again, wide and carved away. It might be 4 more. It is. Beautifully timed. Fee Morris doing her best to try and get across the cover boundary to backward point to field the ball. Eve Jones strikes that very nicely. 4 more.
Yeah, she just nudges forward, then rocks back onto the back foot, gets the weight above her back knee and times that ball beautifully behind square for 4. Certainly there's been a little flurry of runs and boundaries, and the current run rate is up at 4.60 required. It's now below 7.
This defender that just kept a little low actually. Titani pushed it through. Jones, who's put together a very stylish 58, really hard fought 58 as well by Eve Jones, the skipper, and she knows she needs to go on. She probably needs to double it to keep the sparks in the game, but they're still in here, still in the match here. 118 for 2. Titani balls again, chopped out through that offside. Fee Morris gets to it quickly, and a good throw in towards Ellie Threlkeld. And just a single there, this time for Eve Jones, but actually she's nicked the strike, which is quite handy, because she looks like she's just bubbling nicely into a good groove here. She's on 59, Brewer's on 23. It's 119 for 2.
And Brewer's just beginning to catch up, isn't she? She's got 23 off 26 balls. So we can see here with the worm, our graphic is really progressing nicely and is almost back to where Lancashire Thunder were at this point in the game, just after 26 overs or so. So they're making good progress. This partnership is key.
And a Jones balls played off the back foot, just trying to guide the ball away through the offside. And there is no run. Katie Mack fields. 119 for 2. So Jones into her 4th over. From the Anderson end, down the pitch comes Eve Jones, chips it up towards mid-off. Bouncing in front of Titani.
Never an easy one, is it? But I just, if you could have just maybe moved forward to that a little earlier.
Works the ball cautiously away to the leg side this time, where Lamb fields. 19 for 2. It's a big wicket if Thunder can get Eve Jones out. It's driven to mid-on. And again, there's no run. Good battle this for Hannah Jones, isn't it? Jones to Jones, but it's a... You feel that Eve wants to try and get at Hannah Jones here, which I guess also brings her right into the game. Potential opportunities to be created. Just run away off the face of the bat through point for a single.
We do know that Hannah Jones does bowl very straight, you know, when she's playing well most of the time. I think if she's able to hold that really straight line, but then just vary her pace a little bit, just vary her, push one through, just hold one back a little bit, which make it more difficult for Eve Jones to get after her.
It's Brewer playing calmly away off the front foot into the offside for no run, so just a single off it, even though you could tell that Eve Jones was trying to be quite positive to Hannah Jones. Just that one run conceded, which is nice and tidy. 120 for 2, 27 overs gone. Run rates above 7 required. 2 wickets to fall. Baveley and Freeborn, one for Morris, one for Cross. Key batter at the top there. Eve Jones unbeaten on 60. Because she's still got Kate Cross with 4 overs. In fact, here she is. Yep, she's going to return from the Brian Statham end. Is that a reflection potentially that Ellie Threlkel's thinking 28th over of the innings this? Jones looks nicely set and starting to play some really confident shots.
I think it is, and that's a difference I've started to see in Threlkel's decision making. She's bringing the strike ballers back earlier in the game.
That's hammered away for 4 by Eve Jones. He's looking in excellent touch. She moves on to 64 not out, 124 for 2.
Yeah, she's just looking a little bit more fluent now, isn't she? It's crossed just slightly over pitches, and Jones gets into the ball and gets her hands through a ball. Full back face, past extra cover for 4 runs. Really well timed 4 runs.
Goes back and defends this time. Pops the ball into the offside, no run.
And going back to what you said there, I think that's exactly what Threlkel's doing here. She's trying to bring back Cross, her main strike baller, to break this partnership, because she's sensing how important this partnership as a whole is, but certainly Eve Jones. And if you can get Eve Jones out, then you go a long way to winning the game.
Cross to Jones. Slashed a little, really. Quite where she was aiming. It's actually gone behind square on the leg side. Takes a single for him, moves on to 65, 125 for 2. Brings Brewer back on strike. And deep square leg, with fine leg, deep third and deep point. The boundary riders. Fee Morris coming round from the deep point boundary. With Emma Lamb there in support as well. It's Lamb that gets to it first. Come back for 2. 127 for 2 now.
Yeah, these two have built a nice partnership, haven't they? Both of them played well. Certainly in the context of the game, it's not been easy for them to start with, but runs are becoming a bit more fluent.
Defensive push by Brewer into the offside, no run. Yeah, they put on 64 from 63 deliveries. It's been busy, hasn't it? It's been a really positive partnership. Brewer's 23 from, or 25 from 29 rather. It's Cross over the wicket this time. And driven to Mahika Gore at mid-off, and there's no run. 127 for 2, a target of 285 to win this match. So a further 158 runs off 132 deliveries, 8 wickets in hand. Eve Jones, key to the run chase, is still out there batting for the Central Sparks.
You know, just thinking about the women's game as a whole and where it's at the moment, I think this playing surface is ideal. There's just a little bit of something in it, but if you get head down, it's a good pitch too, from a batting perspective.
Jones to Eve Jones.
And I also think the playing surface, the size of the playing surface, is still enough room to run 2s and 3s, and if you time the ball well, it goes for 4, and a nice quick outfield. I think it's ideal, really is.
It's chipped, it's in the air, it's safe. Back over the bowler's head by Eve Jones for a single. We're discussing, weren't we, in the first innings, and you highlighted the point about the number of scores that were pushing up to kind of the 300 mark, and we've seen that on a much more consistent basis in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. As Hannah Jones comes around the wicket, Brewer drives to mid-off. Oh, it's burst through the fingertips. Be worth it. A single for Brewer. Moves on to 26, 129 for 2. And one of the factors you mentioned was quality of the pitches that are being used. Swept. Oh goodness, that's a great shot. Excellent from Eve Jones. Moves on to 70 not out. Looking in fine fettle here. It's a terrific looking sweep shot.
Yeah, that's an excellent shot. And runs are beginning to flow again for Central Sparks, and certainly for Eve Jones. She's looking to get herself into some really good form here. That was a wonderful shot. Wonderful sweep shot off Jones.
Drops it into the offside and through they go for a single. Eve Jones moves on to 71, 135 for 2. And I think it's actually, well, just see a replay, I think, of this sweep shot for a moment. Just not quite yet, but yeah, it was an excellent shot for 4. This is the final ball of the over. Might be called a wide. Yeah, it is. Fizzed in down the leg side, so score moves on to 135 for 2. Hannah Jones will have to bowl it again. Into Brewer to complete the 29th over. And that's driven to mid-off. And there is no run. So 29 overs gone, 135 for 2. Brewer on 26. Jones on 71. Target of 285 to win. And it's pretty much neck and neck at the minute. They've caught it well. It was around this time where that big partnership was broken, where Thunder lost their second wicket. I'll be hoping that history repeats itself and Kate Cross can find a breakthrough. 72-run partnership. It's worked away to the leg side by Eve Jones, and there is no run. But yeah, just on the point of the quality of the pitches, and it is absolutely vital, isn't it? That you need good quality pitches to play on. And I remember years ago in the Kia Super League era, Kate was captain, and she was saying about the quality of the pitches. These weren't good enough pitches to play on and to develop on and to improve on. That's back of a length delivery.
Yeah, I think it's hugely important. Just looking whether that was a wide or not.
Yeah, it's not been signalled as a wide. That was a little bit surprising.
Yeah. But yeah, going back to the pitches, it's really important from a scores perspective, but also you'd expect the bowlers in the next year or two to come back a little bit and work on their skills to be able to do things on really good pitches where it's variation of speed or pace, etc., or different types of slower balls to try and get back into the game as the scores have gone up. You normally get that cat and mouse as cricketers are developing as such, so I'd expect to see that.
Cross to Eve Jones, turns this ball behind square on the leg side. Able to hustle back for a couple by the time Danny Collins picks it up and sends into the gloves.
And the other thing, of course, is when you're training and developing from a youngster, it's really important to play on true pitches, to train on true pitches. I mean, obviously we as Thunder as such train here at Emirates Old Trafford, but also down at Sale, which has got a great square to develop both batters and bowlers. So
low full toss, it's in the air, it's cleared. Mahika Gore, who was in the game for a minute, but too high for her at mid-off, and down towards the boundary, 4 more. And Eve Jones, a little bit of risk in that shot, but a calculated risk that brings her 4 more.
Didn't quite hit it as cleanly as she'd like, but just had enough in the in that to get it over Mahika Gore at mid-off.
77 now to Eve Jones, 141 for 2. Cross again, this time called a wide. Just slates it down the leg side. Took a little bit of the pace off there, Kate Cross.
Rachael's glove work again has been exceptional today, hasn't it? So far.
Thunder hoping that Cross can find a much needed breakthrough. Cut away to the offside for one run by Jones. Moves on to 78. Not out. 143 for 2. With one ball remaining of the 30th over. This Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game live from Emirates Old Trafford on Lex TV. Commentary also available via the BBC Sport website and app. Final match of this first kind of block of 50 over games before the T20 competition starts. Forward goes Brewer, nicely in defence. And there is no run. That's the end of the over. She's bowled 2 in this little spell, Kate Cross. Will Ellie Threlkeld look for a third or just hold her back, knowing she's got 2 more? It feels like it's almost at a little bit of a pivotal point in the innings, really.
Yeah, it'd be an interesting decision whether she does give her another one or, as you rightly say, just hold her back for making a breakthrough later in the innings. She does still have options. She's got a number of options, but obviously when you've got the experience of the England international Kate Cross within your ranks, then you want to give her as long as she can to spearhead the attack and make the breakthrough. But it'd be interesting now, I'm just looking at the scoreboard, 143 for 2 off the 30 overs. That's 20 overs left, so requiring 142 to win off 120 balls. This partnership from a Central Sparks perspective needs to be extended further still, doesn't it? See if they can take it into the last 10 overs and see where they're at, and not let the run rate required go any higher than round about 7.
Tara Norris replacing Hannah Jones, and that's scooped out towards the leg side by Eve Jones for a single. Takes her on to 79, not out. 144 for 2. So the change from Hannah Jones, who bowled a 5 over spell from the Anderson end for 27 runs, gone back to the left arm of Tara Norris. Just tweaking the field a little bit. There's now a short fine leg, which is Mahika Gore inside the circle at short fine leg, a deep square leg, deep mid wicket. Fielder out on the cover boundary. Mid on, mid wicket, mid off, cover, and short third. Actually, Mahika Gore now dropping back towards the fine leg boundary. So there's 3 on the leg side: fine leg, deep mid wicket, and deep square leg. Left arm round the wicket with pace off to Brewer. Punch into the offside. There's no run.
With this type of field, what Tara normally does, as she's doing now, is coming round the wicket, and she would normally bowl a few slower balls, but go quite hard into the pitch and bring the ball in here, so it's just going for the odd one out into the outfield. That's generally what she looks to do with this type of field. There we go.
That's muscle to mid-wicket. Breakthrough for Thunder, and it's Tara Norris that strikes. Brewer pulling it right down the throat of mid-wicket, short mid-wicket. And Thunder with a little bit of relief. That partnership was starting to become a wee bit concerning. 81 runs they put on together. Brewer, in the end, caught at mid-wicket. Norris strikes. Sparks, 144 for 3.
It's a good catch, that good sharp catch by Seren Smale at short mid-wicket. Tara Norris has just gone back at the length, probably slightly shorter of that, and Brewer's rocked back and looked to pull the ball to the boundary, but hit it in the air at a good pace. But it was a really good catch, sharp catch taken by Seren Smale, especially when she's used to having the gloves on. She does like to keep wicket, but that was a good sharp catch.
Was. A yard either side, and Brewer's eyeing up runs, potentially 4 of them. Caught it sweetly. Right at the meat of the bat, wasn't it? Right down the throat of mid-wicket. We see back on the replay here.
Yeah, she certainly hit it quite hard. She'll be disappointed with that, isn't she? But I say she hit it well and aimed sharply to our wicket keeper that's in the ring at the moment, fielding really, really well. She's already scored lots of runs today. Seren Smale played beautifully, and now he's in the action, taking a good sharp catch at short mid-wicket.
Well, they need to find another partnership. They've had so far a pretty solid start to this run chase. There's a lot of runs to get, but 33-run partnership for the first wicket, then 30 for the second wicket, then 81 for the third wicket. They've got to try and find another one. Something that's going to bring up another 80-90-run partnership to keep the Sparks in with a chance of chasing these runs down. That Thunder team huddle would have felt a little bit better. And the plan to bring Tara Norris back into the attack has worked a treat.
It has, yeah, good decision. It's got the wicket that they required. It's broke the partnership and brought a new batter to the crease.
Webb, the new batter, just running it down towards short third. But Hannah Jones is there to field, no run.
So Webb plays for South Australia in the Women's National League, in the Big Bash League with Melbourne Renegades. An interesting fact, still, as I understand it, plays Aussie rules football.
Tremendous. Norris to Webb, that's turned out towards mid-wicket and there's no run. I do love it when you see athletes that play multiple sports, that do I'll play one sport at one time of the year, then during the winter I'll do something else. Love that.
Well, of course, Elise Perry, the excellent Australian all-rounder for some time now, played for cricket for Australia and football for Australia, didn't she?
Norris balls again to Webb. That's flicked away down towards deep backwards square leg. Gets off the mark. End of the over as well. 145 for 3. 31 overs gone. Target is 285. A couple of starts so far for the Sparks, with scores of this is for Courtney Webb I'm referring to here. Scores of 15 against the Diamonds, 28 against the Sunrisers, and prior to that back in Australia 22 and a 75, kind of the standout performances in the last month or two. Well, it's just that 2-over spell for Kate Cross. Maybe the fall of the wicket may have just helped Ellie Threlkel's decision just to say, right, I'm going to keep Kate back for 2 more a little later on, because Fee Morris is going to come and replace her from the Brian Statham end. That's a nice shot, playing it late down towards the deep third boundary. Just for a single though. Katie Mack as well, getting across the ground pretty quickly.
Yeah, I was just thinking then in a similar situation you'd have seen a Lam and a Katie Mack really pushing hard for 2 there, wouldn't you? See, each run does count, especially when it gets to the latter stages of a game. Interesting how Jones plays this now.
I'm about to say there was a bit of pressure on Johnson prior to the fall of the wicket, and there's even more resting on her shoulders now. 79 not out. Happy just to go back and work the ball away into the offside. Picked up by Fee Morris off her own bowling, no run. Got that extra little bit of a step, don't you, in the player's body language, just a little bit sharper onto things and a little bit more chirp around the outfield with the fall of the wicket. Punch through the offside for a single. Eve Jones moves into the 80s now, unbeaten on exactly 80. 147 for 3. Brings Webb on strike. Left-hand, right-hand combination out there in the middle. It's turned away off the hip, behind square on the leg side, just for a single from the right-hander. Webb moves on to 3, 1-4-8 for 3. Brings Eve Jones back on strike. Well, that's flashed its way past Ellie Threlkel down towards the fine leg boundary. And it's been given wides as well. It's gone for four of them. So that's going to push that score up to and beyond the 150 with the addition of those 5 extra runs. It's now 1-5-3 for 3.
Yeah, Fee Morris just went a little bit straight there, just lost the lines, didn't she, and pushed that one down the leg side. Often when you've got the right hand and left hand combination, it can cause little problems for bowlers in terms of the lines in which they bowl.
Morris from around the wicket, full ball, driven down the ground, nicely stopped off her own bowling. Final ball of the 32nd over. It's driven through mid-on. Just for the 1 run. Eve Jones keeps the strike. 81 to the Central Sparks captain. 154 for 3. 32 overs gone. So 18 overs remaining. And a further 131 runs to win. Glorious day in Manchester now. Never in doubt, Paul. That sky matches the colour of your jacket. It's a lovely blue.
Very good, thank you very much. Thank you. I think I'll be bringing another jacket for the next game. Let's see what colours I've got next time.
You've got a good selection, have you?
Oh, yes. But I think they'll be a little darker than this one. But yes, you're right. The skies are looking very blue, and it's nice to have the sun at Emirates Old Trafford, Scott, isn't it?
Never in doubt. Start of over number 33 as Tara Norris comes in from the Anderson end. It'll be overcast and cloudy, cold in Barnsley now, I reckon.
Well, I've heard they've got the barbecues out.
It's probably raining then. 154 for 3. Norris left arm over, driven away, not timed by Eve Jones.
What Tara Norris is doing really well here, she's just bowling slower balls and just taking the pace off, slipping one through and then taking the pace off. So it's really a challenge, I think, for Jones to line her up as such.
Is pace off, especially when the ball's older, is that always a good option to go to?
Often, yeah, it just sticks in the pitch as well.
It's off the back foot, muscled away towards deep mid-wicket, but they've got three scouts out on the leg side boundary there, Thunder.
Because the ball's getting softer, isn't it, all the way through the game. Then there's an opportunity to take a little bit more pace off, and it becomes that bit harder to score boundaries. And as I say, if there's still a reasonable seam on the ball, it can just stick in the pitch and grip.
Webb on strike. So Tara Norris sets off. Keeper crouching down behind the stumps. Webb trying to find a gap through the offside, can't get it past Kate Cross. And there's no run. Just into a second over this, but having got the breakthrough, Tara Norris, an extra confidence gain from picking up the wicket. It's only gone for, should have gone for three runs.
Mm.
Good little spell around the wicket again pace off. Just nothing really there for Webb to work with. Just clipped up to mid-on, no run. Kind of scuffed it almost. You could see it was just there's nothing there, is there, to work with for the batter.
No.
I went to try and almost kind of engineer, manufacture some kind of way of scoring from runs. Your placement's got to be good here, hasn't it? Try and find the gaps and try and keep the singles ticking over. Just drop mid-on back towards the boundary. That's a nice shot, playing late. Rolling it down towards the third boundary. Thought about coming back for 3. Settled for just the 2. It's the end of the over. 33 overs gone. 157.43. Webb on 5. And Jones on 82.
Really nice shot that from Webb, wasn't it? Just let the ball come right onto, played it under her eyes. A nice little traditional late cut, as we once called that shot, as it run down behind. Short third for 2 runs. I thought they may have been able to get a 3rd run there, but not. Our friend Hannah Jones was after the ball like a gazelle, picked it up and threw it in to the wicketkeeper, so they weren't able to take the 3rd run.
Just looking at the Thunder innings and how many runs they got, 1s, 2s, 3s, the boundaries and the 6. So they hit 22 4s and 1 6. Fee Morris is in. And Eve Jones off the back foot punches it through mid-off for a single. 130 1s, 23 2s, and once they ran 3. You compare that to Central Sparks so far, with time to go. 56 1s, 10 2s, and they haven't yet run a 3. So 56 1s from their 33 overs. Thunder 130 from 50, combined with the 23 2s as well. They've got a lot of runs by working together out in the middle.
The other thing that does as well, when you score in the 131s, I think is a great effort. It's then the frustration that builds on the bowler, who then grip the ball a little harder and drop it a little bit short, and you pounce on it and it creates a 4 ball. You know, gosh, they're rotating on me good balls. What am I supposed to do here? So they go a bit fuller or a bit shorter, and 4.
Morris in to Webb. That's pulled. Okay, cross on the deep mid-wicket boundary fields. Webb takes 1, moves on to 6. 159 for 3.
126 runs to win off 99 balls.
Captain still there. There's still hope for Central Sparks. It's worked out to mid-wicket. Eve Jones moves on to 84 not out. 160 for 3.
What Sparks do have down the order is some ball strikers in our lot, can hit a long ball, as can Izzy Wong. So if the ball's in the right area and they need quick runs towards the end, they may possibly do that.
Short and pulled, and that's 4. Not bowled many bad balls, Fee Morris, but that falls into that category. And to be fair, Webb made the most of it.
Yeah, she picked the length really quickly, stayed on the front foot, hit the ball really hard in front of square for 4 runs, so she picked the length really quickly. And that's a good shot. Webb moves to 10 off 11 balls. The score is 164 for 3. Yeah, the longer this partnership goes on, then the more nerves will grow in the Thunder setup.
Tickled away behind square on the leg side by Webb for a single. End of the over. 34 overs gone. 165 for 3. Jones on 84. Webb on 11. Elsewhere in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, games taking place today involving the Blaze against the Western Storm, the Sunrise against the Vipers, and the South East Stars against the Northern Diamonds. And the other matches taking place. The Blaze are 215 for 6 in the 40th over. Target of 275 to win. So they need 61 more runs from 10 overs with 4 wickets remaining. The Sunrisers are 148 for 6. After 39 overs, need a further 64 runs to win from 11 overs. And the South East Stars, 206 for 5. Oh, it's driven back down the ground and in and out of the hands of Tara Norris.
It certainly looked like a cotton ball opportunity, that, didn't it? Don't think it was a bump ball. I'm not sure.
No, I'm watching it first time. I'm with you. I thought I was just punched right back to Norris, unless it just was drilled down into the ground first. Norris again to Webb. Flicked away to mid wicket. Just for a single. Moves on to 12, 166 for 3.
119 runs still required, with 7 wickets in hand. 94 balls remaining.
Could be in for a really good finish. Just to wrap up those other games, South East Stars 208 for 5, need a further 100 runs from 10 overs to beat the Northern Diamonds. It's in the air, bouncing in front of Mahika Gore. Webb looking to cut it. A little top edgy, down towards short third, in front of Mahika Gore. Worth 1 run.
Yeah, I think she spotted that, looking where extra cover is and wanting to work it past extra cover that way, isn't it, for 4 runs, but not quite the ball to do it with, nor the execution.
Norris comes over the wicket this time. Great work again by Threlkeld, but it will be called a wide. Sent down the leg side by Norris, and Threlkeld gets the ball and then demolishes the stumps. But made sure there was no further damage done. Could easily have beaten the keeper down the leg side and gone down towards the boundary. Good work by Threlkeld. Norris, she's managed to get a breakthrough here for Thunder. Can she find another one? Jones looking to try and cut the ball. Get a little bit of extra bounce there for Norris. An awkward height for Jones to try and get that ball away.
You can just sense something's going to happen here, Scott. The next couple of balls, just I feel.
167 for 3. Punched off the back foot in towards extra cover.
Good run in that, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Sharp single. Webb alert to it at the other end. Jones moves on to 85. It's 168 for 3 now. Delivery to go of the 35th over. A penny for the thoughts of the captain, Ellie Threlkeld, as to where her next move might be, because they've got themselves a little busy partnership, these two. Put on 24 from 26 balls. Around the wicket, down on one knee, and helped around the corner for 4 by Webb. Nicely played. Talking about having no pace to work with and trying to find ways to score. It's exactly what she's done there, Paul. Lovely shot for 4. End of the 35th over. 172 for 3.
Yeah, she's seen behind square, there's no one there, so she's picked the length early, got down on one knee and just worked it behind square for 4 runs. A really good 4 runs, a much needed 4 runs for Central Sparks, with a score on 172 for 3. Jones has got 85 off 105. Webb is 16 off 15. So Central Sparks, the equation, Central Sparks require 113 runs with 7 wickets in hand off the 90 remaining balls of the day.
What they've done really well, Central Sparks, is they kept for about 10 overs that gap between runs and balls at round about 22, 23. It's just crept up slightly more now, but not by much, as Morris, in fact, it was exactly 23, wasn't it, with that boundary, as Morris starts the over. It creeps out to 24 now, the gap between the 113 required and the 89 balls remaining, but they've just stayed in touch. Morris again to try and deliver on a good length. She's slightly full, and it's flayed out into the offside. Cross there with the fielding on the cover boundary, and there is another run added to the total, and so the comparison would have been 179 for 1 in the 35th over for Lancashire Thunder. Central Sparks just behind that in both runs and the wickets column, as Morris slightly back of a length, cut into the offside. Ooh. Had to be quick there, Eve Jones. I think she just about made it, even possibly with a direct hit would have got there. She's on 86. She wouldn't have wanted her innings to end that way. It's been a very determined knock, this, Paul.
It has. She's played really well. She's had to work really hard, show really good characteristics, and what a captain's knock. And then just recently, she's begun to flow a little better.
Hits out into the offside, where Emma Lamb is there to do the fielding and prevents a run being scored. And Morris again, full ball, hit down the offside. Datani there to gather. Goes down for the full long barrier, maybe just a sign of the tension of the situation to make sure there was no way through for that ball. One ball left in the 36th over. And Morris again prepares at the back of the mark. She's going to bowl over the wicket to the right-handed Australian Courtney Webb, and that one is knocked out to cover on the drive. So 110 to win from 84 now. It's a very, very tense situation, this one, and it's not entirely certain which way this one's going to go. I was looking back at that tied game, because that's sort of almost coming into the equation again now, and that day it was 65, I think, for Eve Jones. Well, she's gone past that today. It was also 56 for Emma Lamb, 74 for Sophie Eccleston. Those were sort of the key performances with the bat. But I think Eve Jones would have looked at that previous game where she got her first half century, 65 v the Diamonds, but they still lost by a run, and she would have sort of, it's almost like you could see her getting frustrated, but it was almost like when she did, she was thinking, I'm not going to let that happen again. I'm not going to let that happen again. I'm going to get my team over the line. She was the top run scorer when Lancashire did the T20 and County Championship double. That was a 50-over competition at the time, the County Championship for the Lancashire women, when they won that. Another single to Jones takes her up to 88. Webb comes on to strike. It's just trickling away. 109 off 83. It's gonna. I'm not ready to commit to it being a real nipper yet. I'm going to wait till the last 10 overs before I commit to that. But it's got the feel that it could be. I'm sure many people will be enjoying it, not just in the sunshine in front of the pavilion here in Manchester, but they will be enjoying it on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website. Round the wicket comes the always industrious Norris. She's won this competition before with Southern Vipers and concedes a single there to Courtney Webb. 177 for 3. She knows a thing or two about a tie, Tara Norris. She played an incredible innings to salvage one at Southport last year against Southern Vipers. I think that was the more enjoyable tie for you,
yes.
Was it, Paul, last season? Because obviously you were coaching then. I think the one against Sparks you perhaps felt you should have won, whereas the one against Vipers you were quite glad to share the points, as Eve Jones clips this through mid-on, out to long on, and gets another single, 178 for 3. Is that a fair assessment?
I think that's a fair assessment, yeah. I think we got out of jail a little at against the Vipers at Southport, and we felt here against Central Sparks that we probably should have got over the line. So it's bittersweet, but at the end of the day, you're taking points out of the game and you're moving the right way, and that's how we viewed things like that.
That 6 that Norris hit onto the tennis courts in, I think it was the final over, that'll stick with me a long time. But she's got the ball in hand at the moment as that one is played away by Courtney Webb. A powerful pull stroke, but it finds the fielder on the boundary. 179 for 3. 2 balls left in the 37th. The target 285.
Certainly was some innings, that, wasn't it? You know, she hit the ball so cleanly, didn't she? What a tremendous innings that was.
And I mean, Lancashire Thunder must have taken a lot of belief from that, because they were nowhere in that game, but got right back into it against what is clearly the best side in the country. Just if you look at the trophy cabinet, as Norris bowls, and she has one of those medals, winners' medals in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy to her name. There's another single there, 180 for 3.
And they're all little indicators that your team are progressing, aren't they, based on the setup that you've got, the coaching structure, etc., etc. Because they're all little yardsticks, little measures. Like getting to finals day last year. That was another one, and beating Diamonds. We played Diamonds 3 times last year. Okay, we beat them twice. They beat us once. That's the first time we've gone that way. We were starting 140 runs difference at the start of.
Norris bowls, and it's dabbed behind square by Courtney Webb, who was expecting Jones to come through for the single, and she did. 181 for 3.
At the start of this competition a number of years ago, we were losing games to them by 100 runs or 140 runs, or losing by 7 wickets. So all of a sudden, to gradually turn that round over a period of 3 years and then beat them twice and them only beat us once, again, are little indicators that we're going the right way. So that's what I would. Things like that would be,
because it's easy just to look at win-loss, isn't it? And that doesn't always tell the whole story.
Absolutely, and you're looking at the results. The results are also a contributory factor, but it's how close you are in those games. Are you moving forward? Are your batters scoring more runs, and how they're scoring runs? The bowlers, are they taking more wickets? Are they becoming more economical? It's all those types of things that you're constantly tracking and linking to training.
Fee Morris then to come on and bowl the 38th over. Had a message from Ali Byrne, who's often part of our team, as this one is turning back towards the stumps, but turning it into the offside was the skillful Courtney Webb. 182 for 3. She's clearly got off teaching for the day, because she says, wow, great to see the top order of Thunder performing in the last 2 games. Seren Smale is maturing into a very exciting opening bat, but I think her question remains relevant. Can our bowlers complete the job? What a beautiful day for cricket. And I think from a former Cheshire and Lancs combined counties captain from back in the day, where it was driving to sleep on the kitchen floors of the opposition before the games, I think Ali's seen many a game like this, and it's turning into a real thriller. Dot ball there for Morris with a good length delivery. Over pitches this time, hit down the ground powerfully. It goes one bounce into an excellent piece of fielding from Tara Norris, who just appeared into my vision there from long gone. 2 more taken. The target 102, so they've nearly got it into double figures here, which will be psychologically significant, you imagine. Morris bowls, it turns into the pad of the working Webb. In fact, they only got 1 there because Webb's now back on strike. But 102 to win is the crucial figure we're going to keep our eye on. It's at the bottom of the screen there, just below Eve Jones's name. And the 91 next to Eve Jones's name is pretty significant too, because if that becomes triple figures and the runs to win becomes double figures, Sparks are heading in the right direction. That one was uppish, beats the tall Mahika Gore to her right-hand side at mid-wicket. 184 for 3. You're watching Lancs TV on YouTube, or you are listening to this commentary brought to you by BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Manchester on the BBC Sport website. You're with Mike Perkins and former Thunder coach Paul Shaw, as Morris, current Thunder bowler, delivers a good floating off spinner that's driven into the offside. Emma Lamb there, 185 for 3, 100 to win off 72 balls, Paul Shaw. Have they got there in time, do you think, the Central Sparks here to make an assault at these final 100 runs?
But it's still doable, isn't it? And as long as this partnership continues to be extended, it's still there. But it's going to be really important at this stage that they're able to find a boundary and over and keep rotating. They're going to need at least a boundary and over, I think, or maybe an over where they get a couple of boundaries just to start pulling back on those balls. I think there's 72 balls remaining and 100 runs need scoring, so they just need to pull that back a little bit. They don't need to do anything silly at this stage, but they do need to score a couple of boundaries here and there to build their chances of setting up a really exciting probably last 7 or 8 overs of the game.
This is significant, I think. Hannah Jones, they've managed to tick her along and almost won a ball so far. 27 conceded off her 30 deliveries in the game so far. She's back into the attack. Eve Jones waits hunched over her bat and lifts it to cut behind square on the offside, but only finds an all red-kitted player in the form of Katie Mack. 185 for 3. The shouts between those Lancashire Thunder players perhaps getting just a little bit more nervous here as Jones continues on. She sort of heaves a sweep shot in front of square on the leg side out to straight mid-wicket. It's Cross, in fact, who comes in to do the fielding. 186 for 3.
Yeah, you can see the two Central Sparks batters are really looking for the boundaries now, aren't they? So they're conscious also that they need to get a couple of away and start clawing back on this 99 runs that they're required to win this game here at Emirates Old Trafford.
It's got the feel of a close one here. Elsewhere, chase of 312 for the South East Stars. They're top of the division at the moment. They've got Dunkley on 96 in that game against the Northern Diamonds, as Webb here on 22 makes it 23 and looks to make it 24, but Eve Jones doesn't fancy the idea and sends her back to the non-strikers end. 98 off 69 the equation, 187 for 3. So the South East Stars 245 for 5. Dunkley on 96 off 113. She's got Cranstone for company there. We'll bring you an update on Sunrisers Vipers, 2nd v 3rd in the table in a moment as Eve Jones cuts away behind square. There's a possibility of 2 here. Jones will come back for it as quickly as she can, and she makes it back. It's 96 now off 68. Eve Jones within 1 stroke of her first century of the season. She hasn't made a century in either of the last 2 editions of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. She's looking to put that right here at Emirates Old Trafford. Pushes into the offside. No run on offer against a team that she once called hers in Lancashire. Waits hand on hip, assesses the field. In comes Jones for Lancashire Thunder. And it's Eve Jones on the drive who gets the better of that particular delivery and picks up a single, because every single now feels crucial. Gets the target down to 95 more. Jones of the Eve variety rather than the Hannah variety bowling. Eve Jones has 96 to her name off 120. It's been a great innings, this.
It has, and it's built, hasn't it, as she's you know, gone about her innings. It's built. It was difficult at the start. She got going. She had to battle through it, show lots of determination and lots of resilience, actually. And then she's gone into playing a real free-flowing type shot-making innings, and just at the moment it's gone back into a little bit more challenging in terms of she's thinking, how am I going to get these boundaries away? And it's interesting how she's going to go in the next 20 balls.
You mentioned Wong and Arlott who can come in and hit the ball, as this one's played by Jones to mid-wicket. There's no run, and I almost felt these two had to get it into the last 10 overs for those two to come in and clear the boundary. I've even seen Fackrell clear the ropes as well. You know, they've got players who can do it, but maybe not for the time. So these two had to put on a partnership after the partnership that got them into the position between Jones and Brewer was broken, as this one was well fielded by Smale at mid-wicket. It was hit all along the floor off the back foot by Eve Jones. 190 for 3. 95 still to win. Jones yet to score in this over. Appeals for LBW. They were hopeful because it was heading way down the leg side from our view up here in the Statham end, albeit on a slight angle.
Yeah, I think you're right as well, Mark. You've certainly got Arlott, Wong and Fackrell. They are able to clear the boundary. So if these can take it a little bit further,
could become that proverbial nipper, as this one is hit down for the first runs of the over. 97 for 1, driven up to long on, or driven towards us where the long on fielder was at the Statham end. 191 for 3. The sunshine glorious now. The shadows starting to stretch from left to right as we look towards the grand old pavilion in the distance. It's seen plenty of cricket. It's seen a tie between these sides before us. Down the track comes Courtney Webb, and that is a big, big shot from the Australian over the top of mid-off for 4 runs. It takes the score to 195 for 3, and Eve Jones had struggled in that over, and her overseas pro has come and almost got her teammate out of trouble there by hitting a boundary.
Yeah, it's a really good shot that by Webb. She's picked the length, come down the pitch, and managed to get the ball over mid-off for a well-timed 4 runs, and a much-needed 4 runs.
90 off 61, and it will be the 50 partnership also coming up there off the previous ball, but that single down to long on means 89 to win off 60 balls, which even I can work out is 8.9 in the run rate column. But they've got it within range here, haven't they? Somebody's going to have to go big, but they've got it within range, Paul Shaw. Yeah. We still got the subtext of Eve Jones's 97 as well. Absolutely. I mean, Eve Jones is still important in this innings, but if they can take it a little bit further in, not to go too far past 8, that's the challenge. Just bring that back a little bit, then you can unleash one of your ball strikers to come in at the other end, maybe in those last 5 or 6 overs. So, yeah, but I always look like you, the difference between the balls remaining and the runs required, you know, so they just need to pull that back a little bit more. Yeah, 20, it's just crept out to 29, hasn't it? But I mean, it's still, what, 5, 6 hits, something like that, as Hannah Jones bowls, and Courtney Webb looks like she was after one of those hits, but it slipped off the face and out to cover. Another single. Terrific game of cricket, this one today. 88 off 59 now, 197 for 3. You're enjoying it on Lancs TV if you're watching the pictures on YouTube, or thanks to BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Manchester on the BBC Sport website. Hannah Jones bowling from the James Anderson end. Left arm over the wicket to Eve Jones, who cuts into the offside and will get a single and takes it gratefully. Moves her on to 98. She struggled in the previous over against the spin, but just keeps things rotating there. Back to playing sensible cricket. I think a huge shout out to the ground staff here for preparing this wicket. It's a really good cricket wicket, isn't it? Yeah. And if you get head down, you can score runs, but there's just a little bit of spin and just a little bit of movement too. So I think it's a really good cricket wicket. Flicked round the corner by Courtney Webb, and these players, these women out on the pitch today, have really made the most of this wicket. 86 now needed from the final 57 balls. Eve Jones, 98. Hasn't made a century in the last 2 editions of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, but she's been one of the top scorers in the competition. 1,342-ish runs, plus another innings of 65 they'll add on in a moment, and plus these runs today as she hits that one up to long on. Moves on to 99 as Hannah Jones receives the ball back. 85 or 56. It's barely moved one way or the other this over with 2 balls to go. 200 runs coming up in 244 balls, 163 minutes. This will have to be a quick 85 now to get sparks to the target. Webb gets one of them with a push down on side of straight as she skipped down the wicket. 201 for 3. So yeah, Jones certainly came into this game with 1,407 Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy runs. She's added 99 to that today, and that will become 100 because she's cut it past Ellie Threlkeld. Very similar to the way her 50 came up, with a boundary behind square on the offside. But she doesn't care where the runs go, because that is an absolutely exceptional innings from the Central Sparks captain. She was the leading run scorer when Lancashire women won the double before the inception of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. She's gone back home to sort of a native side in regional cricket because she's from Shropshire, and she's got 100 here at Emirates Old Trafford. She will be delighted with that. 205 for 3 the score, but 103 now to Eve Jones, and brings it up with a 4. It was her 12th of the innings. Yeah, I think fantastic knock. You know, when we talk about a captain's knock, that absolutely typifies the captain's knock that you want. Someone that's gone out there, shown determination, fought through a number of difficult situations, you know, and played well, wasn't flowing at the start, then got flowing, and then has to pull a game back a little bit, has built partnerships all the way through. I think it's an absolutely outstanding knock in the context
of this game, because the need are there in the last 5 overs, don't they? And she's provided a wonderful platform to have half a chance and to still be in this game.
And she leads by example, does Eve Jones, and I think she's been really upset that Sparks haven't been able to get more than 1 win in the early stages, but she's keeping her side in with a chance, having lost by just a run in their last game. Can she get them over the winning line here? Single to Courtney Webb to start the over. 206 for 3. She advanced and hit it out to mid-wicket, which now becomes cover because the left-handed Eve Jones is on strike. 127 balls, 12 fours for that 103, and she hits a big sweep shot into the leg side, but it only brings her 1 run. Collins there with the fielding. 207 for 3.
This game, it's beginning to get into the balance. I think, you know, Lancashire Thunder have still slightly got the noses ahead, but actually this game's getting close now.
Morris bowls. It's a fairly ugly looking shot, but it has the opportunity to get out towards the rope, and Jones gets back for the 2, and that's good running. 209 for 3. You almost saw on the replay when she got the 100 down through third, the relief on her face when the ball popped up over the rope, because she could stop running because she knew she'd got the 100, but she had to keep going for a tee. As soon as it went, you almost saw her sort of thank somebody far, far away for that, as that's hit high, and that's gone for 6. What a great shot that is from Courtney Webb, who has seen her captain through to 3 figures and has now decided herself she's going to have a real go at this. She's been scoring at 1 a ball. We mentioned how Emma Lamb sort of almost battered in the shadows with Seren Smale, and now Courtney Webb is coming out of the shadows and hitting a big 6 down the ground. 215 for 3. And Central Sparks looking really good here. Will she go again off Fee Morris? Looks to go leg side, misses the ball. The umpire not interested in the appeals from the Lancashire Thunder players. It's a dot ball after all that. 70 to win off 49. And it's getting really, really tight. But what about that shot from Webb? She's 40 off 33.
Wow, that was a terrific shot, wasn't it? What a shot that was to come down the pitch and hit a 6 just like that at this stage of the game. Absolutely needed, but wow, what a shot it was.
Looks for the cut to finish the over, doesn't connect. It's into the gloves of Threlkeld. It's another dot, but Webb didn't really need runs off those last 2. She'd have liked a couple of singles just to boost the over up, but it was all about that 6 in that over, the flowing swing of the bat. 215 for 3. Eve Jones has 104. Webb has 40 off 34 now, including 3 fours and a 6. She looks dangerous. She looks as if she could take her team over the line. We're just seeing the replays of the wickets to fall earlier. Seren Smale and Emma Lamb leading the way for Thunder. Lamb there getting her century, also came through third. In fact, she made 107 earlier off 104 balls. Well, Eve Jones with 104 is looking to go past that mark now as she faces up to Hannah Jones. Cuts into the offside, another single on offer. 216 for 3. We're into the 43rd over. 47 balls left, 69 more needed.
Yeah, and if you look at that, it's swinging, isn't it? The balls were up at the runs required has changed slightly now, where there's a difference of 22, whereas before there was a difference of 29. So Central Sparks with that 6 and a couple of singles have just brought the game a little bit closer to them as such.
Here is Webb, who's bowled by Hannah Jones. Dead-eye Hannah Jones with a dead-eye delivery, yorking Courtney Webb. And the dangerous Australian is out for 40 of 35 balls, 3 fours, 1 6. And that was a brilliant, brilliant piece of bowling by Lancashire Thunder's leading wicket taker across all competitions. Just getting a ball, squeezing it under the bat of Courtney Webb, who was in that baseball position ready to smash it over the top again. She's out, 216 for 4. And that could be crucial, Paul Shaw.
Yes, absolutely crucial. And that's it. Jones again, when you need a wicket, Hannah Jones as you want to come in there. Dead-eye Jonesy, as we call it, has been able to break that partnership, which has actually gone from strength to strength, and we're taking them much closer to winning this game. As we suggested, Jonesy stays in the middle on 105 not out, and in comes the ball striking Arlott. So they've certainly moved Arlott up the order to try and strike the ball and give themselves a chance rather than leaving it up until the last couple of overs. So this will be interesting. If Jones varies her pace, then this could be difficult for Arlott to strike the ball, but let's wait and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, as good a player as Bethan Ellis is, and I mean, she cleared the ropes in the previous game, hit a 6 at Kidderminster, but you've got to surely go Arlott, Wong, maybe even Fackrell here, if you're inside the last 3 overs, as the people who can get you over the winning line, as Threlkeld just calmly adjusts her field, but she'll be mighty relieved to see the back of the Australian Courtney Webb. This is a terrific game. We'll keep you across the other games as well. 198 for 6 is the Sunrisers score against Southern Vipers. They are running out of time there, though, needing 14 off 14 as Jones bowls to Arlott, who drives down the onside of straight. 217 for 4. We will concentrate on the 68 runs needed off 45 balls here at Emirates Old Trafford. But just to keep you up to date elsewhere, the game's in the real crucial stages. 37 to win off 25 for for South East Stars to beat Northern Diamonds. As in comes Hannah Jones, bowls to Eve Jones, who hits down to long on, away towards the pavilion at the James Anderson end. Another one to the total. 67 off 44, 218 for 4 here. And almost when a single's scored, it almost as if the game doesn't move at all in this one. The other game going on has just finished, in fact, and it looks like a victory. Well, we'll come back to that as Hannah Jones bowls to Eve Jones, who clips into the leg side, and another single on offer for Emily Arlott, who's 2 from 2, 219 for 4, 66 of 43 here. The Blaze, who were bottom at the start of play today, have won against Western Storm. So they're still in with a chance of the top 4, you feel, having been finalists last year, but had a really rough start to the season. They've chased 276 to win with 4 wickets to spare in that game, as Eve Jones hits another single into the leg side. Might have felt she could have got more of that, but it was another one of those tough sort of crease length deliveries from Hannah Jones. 220 for 4, 65 off 42. Paul Shaw, which way is it going?
Well, it's a tight call. I'm going to go for Thunder at this stage. I think they've still got the noses ahead in the game, but the way if Arlott starts striking the ball, then obviously it swings back the other way. And of course, if Jones can stay in the middle, then obviously they stay in the game for a little bit longer. I think the challenge for both Jones and Arlott at this stage is the balls are getting older, aren't they? So getting a little bit softer. The wicket's getting slightly worn, and there's not much pace on the ball.
Yeah.
So it becomes much harder to score those boundaries that they require.
And you're right to remind us that it is balls plural. We have 2 of them these days, but precisely for that fact that they used to get scuffed up and hard to see and soft and difficult to strike at this stage. Now we have 1 from each end, so it does sort of sway it slightly back towards the batters. Bowlers will tell you they never get anything, but there we go, that's bowlers for you. Tara Norris coming into the attack, 39 for 1 from 8 overs so far. And games in very, very tight positions all over the country. 37 from 24 for South East Stars to beat the Diamonds. 14 from 12 for the Sunrisers to beat the Southern Vipers. What a big result that would be if the team in third beat the team in second. We've seen the victory by 4 wickets in the game between Western Storm and the Blaze. Here it is 65 off 42, which becomes 64 off 41 with that rather leg out the way agricultural stroke by Eve Jones. It isn't the best of 108, but it's another crucial single in the right direction.
Absolutely it is, and it doesn't matter how you get them, does it? It's what's effective, and they'll be looking to score as many runs as they possibly can, but also take this game as deep as possible before they lose too many more wickets, because they know if they've got wickets in the tent, wanting 10 and over, they're in with a shout.
They just want to move Emma Lamb deeper in the 25-metre fielding circle here. Tara Norris's towel falls out the back of her trousers, so she decides to stop. Actually, a lot of bowlers wouldn't have noticed that happening, but Tara Norris is clearly very aware of her surroundings. She has a long on, a long off for the left-handed, for the right-handed Emily Arlott. She has an extra cover right on the back of that 25-metre fielding circle. It's 25 metres in women's cricket as opposed to the 30 that you used to, perhaps, if you watch more men's cricket. Now that one's gone past Threlkeld. I don't think there was much bat involved. A very rare mistake from the wicket-keeper captain of Thunder. It's been signalled as 4, so there must have been some bat. Let's have a look at the replay now. And there was just a tiny bit that took it underneath Threlkeld. Well, I thought it'd be unusual for her to miss one clean like that, and it's just the toe of the bat in the end. Takes it away for 4 runs.
Yeah, it seemed to keep pretty low as well, didn't it? Couldn't have missed the stumps by much there, actually.
No, I think that was part of the disappointment, really. In fact, no, it has been given as byes because Arlott remains on 2. And will hit this one into the offside using those long levers, but only finding Kate Cross at long off. Her experience could come in handy here. 2-2-6 for 4. Just looking, Cross has got 2 overs left as well. Would you save those for the last 2 of the game, or?
I think that's the challenge for the captain, isn't it? Do you try and kill the game now, or do you hold her back for the last 2? Probably the last over and third from last. It's a difficult one, isn't it?
Here's Tara Norris coming in. Bowls, and it's heaved over the top by Eve Jones, and it's going to go for 4 this. Cross can't get across from long on as she became to the left-hander. 4 more to the total, 230 for 4. We're going all the way here at Emirates Old Trafford on Lancs TV and on the BBC Sport website. 38 balls left, and that total coming down with every strike. Another 4 to it.
That's a very good shot, by the way, isn't it? She just went back into a crease, held a position and waited, and then hit through the ball hard down the ground. That's a very, very good shot.
When you're teaching that shot, is that the key, that when you go back in the crease just to wait that fraction longer? Because obviously you're giving yourself more time, I suppose. So I guess it's presumably easy to go through it a bit early.
Yeah, so you're going slightly back into the crease to create the base to then push forward. So you're looking to go back and then forward. So you're generating all your body weight into.
And is it all about timing that movement forward then?
Absolutely. Yeah. And you're looking to hit that ball, get the timing right, where it all comes together. Right under your eyes.
It was a brilliant, brilliant stroke by Eve Jones. What will she look for from this ball from Tara Norris? Maybe just a bit of bat on ball, having got the boundary. No, she heaves into the leg side again. It bounces once to Kate Cross. She got a little bit lucky that she didn't hit that slightly better. I think if she'd hit it slightly better, she might have got 6, but she also might have been out. 2-3-1 for 4. That's where we're at in this game. 54 of 37.
It's looking like that close one that Scott predicted a little bit earlier on, and as yourself, you predicted that, Mike. It's I think this could be as we describe as a very close game.
It's a good over for Sparks, this. A boundary via the bat and a boundary for byes, as well as singles off every ball other than that last one there, which was hit into the offside to extra cover. 54 of 36. It's looking very doable all of a sudden with 6 wickets in hand.
Yeah, the keys, look at that, and the worm's catching up again now, isn't it, when you look at that on our screen here. It's just catching up nicely. So, yeah, everything's leading towards a very close finish of this game. Jones will be looking to strike the ball and run hard, and Arlott's only thought is boundaries at this stage of the game. So be interesting now how Jones bowls. She might just have to bowl as straight as she possibly can, as she would normally do, but maybe just vary that pace a little bit.
It's fairly sedate here in the sunshine in Manchester, but the little make some noise came up on the scoreboard there. I don't think anyone's in the mood. I think they're too tense over there by the pavilion and underneath the point, because they're watching a game that Thunder seem to have some degree of control of become closer and closer. A single off the first ball of the over for Eve Jones. 2-3-2 for 4.
53 required of 35 balls remaining, with 6 wickets in hand.
It's getting closer and closer. That is the equation at the moment. Hannah Jones throws it up right on that crease line. Really good ball at this stage. She's bowled very well in the closing stages. She's got the Australian overseas Courtney Webb out there. Concedes 1 to long off the right-handed Arlott there. 2-3-3 for 4. We're seeing another result coming in as this one is played by Eve Jones up to long on. There is one more run. 2-3-4 for 4. 51 of 33 here. And it's a successful chase for the Sunrisers. They win by 3 wickets against the Southern Vipers with 3 balls remaining. As in here at Emirates Old Trafford, the ball is heaved away by Emily Arlott off the bowling of Hannah Jones for 4 to the mid-wicket boundary. 2-3-8 for 4. It feels as if this game is starting to swing in favour of the visitors, Central Sparks. It would be only their 2nd win of the season. Thunder winning a tight game last time out by 1 wicket. We're seeing tight games across the country. 3-wicket win for Sunrisers with 3 balls to spare, so they will be going up likely above the Southern Vipers, I think, because they've got more bonus points. I'll have to check that in the table in a minute as Arlott takes another single. We've got 1 ball left of the over from Hannah Jones here. It's very, very tense right across the competition, but particularly here for Thunder against Central Sparks. Both sides needing the win, and Eve Jones cracks that one out towards wide long on. She picks up 1. It's not been fielded cleanly by Cross of all people. Probably the most experienced player on the pitch with her England honours. Gets it back in 2nd time. That's how much tension there is. We're at the 45 over mark. 241 for 4. It's 44 to win off the final 30 balls. I will bring back in Scott Reed at this stage after a thought from Paul Shaw, and I will go and look up the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy table to see who's above out Sunrisers and Southern Vipers. But this game's going all the way.
It certainly is, Mike. The game is just in a very fine balance at this moment in time, and Central Sparks with the ball striking recently and the wonderful knock of their captain Eve Jones has given them a really good opportunity to win this game. So I think it is going the way of Central Sparks at this point in time, but I tell you what, I reckon there'll be a twist in the tail, Scott. I really do. I think there'll be just another twist in this game that will enable Thunder to get back into the game.
Webb and Jones were sending Sparks to victory, weren't they? While that partnership was still going, boy, did Thunder need to try and find that breakthrough. And I'm with you, I think it's still very much in the balance. That's worked away by Arlott through the vacant mid-wicket region for a single. Fascinating is to see, I mean, in terms of development and looking at it from a Thunder point of view, they got, as Mike mentioned before, they got over the line with it in a tight run chase last time out. Now it's the other way around, trying to defend a total. These are great experiences, aren't they? From a coaching side of it, great to see, I guess.
100%. You couldn't design anything better. Obviously, Thunder want to win every game they play, as do the opposition, but it's great development opportunity. It really is.
Slashed out towards the leg side by Eve Jones, who doesn't really deserve to be on the losing end. If that what turns out to be the case, it's a magnificent knock. It's 118 now for the Central Sparks skipper. And we knew that somebody had to get a big score to get somewhere near that 280, and the captain stepped up beautifully. There's Norris. Arlott waiting, and that's pulled. Oh, that's a great shot. 1 bounce and 4. Fee Morris on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and it's in her direction. It's not far away from being 6. It's timed beautifully. Great power for 4 runs.
She just stands the ground, picks the length, and strikes that ball beautifully clean in front of square. Fairly close to deep mid-wicket, but as Scott, as you say, she timed that so well. So much power in that ball. And I was just about to say that actually it's not the easiest of wickets now, with the balls getting older, to actually strike the ball. But wow, if the ball's short, we've just seen, if the ball's really full or short, then Harlock's a good striker of the ball.
She waits for Norris, who's in and bowling. That's driven away through the offside for a single. Moves on to 15. And fair play to Emily Arlott. She's come out and cracked on with it, hasn't she? 15 off 11 balls faced, right up with the kind of the scoring rate you need to be at. Great support for a captain.
Yeah, she certainly played well, and that just takes that little bit of pressure off the captain, doesn't it? You know, you just keep playing. The ball's in your slot, put it away, but don't worry, I'm going to strike some boundaries too.
Jones on strike. Norris back over the wicket to Eve Jones. Step to the leg side. Might want 2 here. Worked out towards deep mid-wicket. Yeah, they'll hurry back for the second. The throw comes in. Well, we've questioned sometimes potentially the running between the wickets in this innings by the Central Sparks, but right at the back end of the innings, they managed to force 2 there.
Yeah, they've done really well, and Arlott goes from the start. If you watch Arlott run, she's She's thinking two all the time. She's thinking two. She's pushing, she's pushing, she's pushing. She's going really hard, and she's home.
Yeah, good stuff. Almost made up the mind for a captain, the way that she turned and said, and she was going to the problem end. The throw was always going to come to the bowler's end. Brings up the 250. Central Sparks, which 35 to win from 25 balls. It's right in the balance. Norris in. Worked along the ground through the leg side. There's Kate Cross again. Quickly away to her left, scoop up the ball and send it in towards the bowler. And they take a single with the final ball of the 46th over. Magnificent effort by the Central Sparks to get it to this stage. Even if it falls short, it's a brilliant effort to be in it at this point with 4 overs remaining, and they are right in it. And if anything, you start to really have a little bit more pressure on the bowling side, because they have a lot of runs to defend, and they're looking up at a scoreboard thinking we might not have enough.
Yeah, yeah. And of course, the longer the game goes, that pressure is transferred, isn't it, from the batting unit to the bowling unit. They're all of a sudden they start gripping that ball a little bit tighter, and the long hop comes or the floater comes, and it's, yeah. But in terms of a spectacle for the neutral, it's more or less 300 is going to play a best part of 300 again, isn't it? Which is tremendous, isn't it?
It is. This is going to be the final over for Hannah Jones. She bowled 9 overs, 1 for 56. And it's swatted away towards the leg side by Eve Jones. And Eve Jones moves on to 122, not out. 252 for 4.
Oh dear. What do you reckon, Scott? Would you pick one at this stage?
No, I don't think I probably would pick the batting side. They've got batter well set, and they've still got the likes of Izzy Wong to come. They've got wickets in hand. If you're forcing me, as Jones is in. Oh, this could change it. Yeah, Arlott's gone. Hannah Jones strikes. Appeal for LBW, and the umpire raises the finger, and that is some relief for the Thunder. Arlott goes for 15. Hannah Jones picks up her second wicket. LBW, the decision. Ellie Threlkeld pleading with the umpire and then celebrating the dismissal. And Arlott turns around, head up to the skies in frustration. 2-5-2 for 5 in the 47th over. And maybe that just swings it back to Thunder.
And that's the twist we were talking about, isn't it? That's the twist, because Arlott and Jones were getting Sparks really in this game and giving themselves a really good chance of winning the game. And on comes Jones. Jones bowling a final over, balls really straight, stump to stump, and brings in the LBW option, which is what's happened here to Arlott. Arlott went slightly across the ball, looking at the slightly shorter boundary. That's what enticed her into playing that shot. Maybe she could have gone a little bit straighter, but it's interesting now. 33 runs required off 22 balls remaining with 5 wickets in hand.
And a new batter walking out, Izzy Wong. Greeted by a captain, Eve Jones, who probably going to have to face the bulk of these 22 balls. Even though Izzy Wong can hit the ball hard and is a good player, this is tricky for a new batter to come out and get right with it. Eve Jones, he'll think, needs to try and face the majority of these 22 deliveries. Sitting there, she'll probably wallop it out the ground for 6 now, won't she? 2-5-2 for 5. So a wicket with a second ball of the final over for Hannah Jones. Oh, she's gone for a big hit. Out towards deep extra cover. And wants to come back for 2. And off the mark straight away. Wong moves on to 2. And it's 254 for 5. So 31 required of 21 deliveries. There's Jones in and bowls. And it's a full Yorker attempted by Hannah Jones, and it's well kept out by Izzy Wong. Every ball, every dot ball's being cheered. Unsurprising. Here comes Jones again. Slashed a little at this, did Wong, but gets a little thin bottom edge. Through for a single. guess you're either having to score or get up the other end and get your captain on strike.
Absolutely, that's it, isn't it? You've just got to get bat on ball. You're looking for a boundary, of course, but if you can't get a boundary, you've got to get down the other end. It is as simple as that at this stage of the game.
2-5-5 for 5. Final ball of the over. Down comes Eve Jones. Beautiful shot. Back over the bowler's head. It should be cut off. It is. And they'll force a second. It could be a tight second as the throw comes in towards the bowler's end, but they've managed to scramble too. Well, there's another eventful over. A wicket coming off it. But scoring 6 runs as well. So it's 28 to win. 18 balls remaining.
2 boundaries at the start of this over would make it incredibly interesting, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Let's have a look at the worm.
There's nothing in it.
It's close, isn't it?
It is. Meanwhile, the South East Stars need 7 runs to win. They've only got 2 balls remaining to beat the Northern Diamonds in that fixture. It looks like the Diamonds' big score, 311, will be enough. Albeit the South East Stars have given it a magnificent effort to get up to and beyond the 300 mark. But they need to hit a boundary, the South East Stars, off the final ball of the match to win it. We'll keep an eye on that game taking place at Beckenham. Here, it's Kate Cross back in. And Wong is high to the leg side. Fielder in the deep, takes the catch. Cross strikes, Wong departs. And Smale with the catch. Excellent work in the deep, a running catch away to a left. Looking right at the sun as well. Excellent work by Seren Smale. Cross picks up a wicket, 6 down now, 257 for 6. And it's a dot ball as well. 28 to win off 17.
Yeah, that's a really good catch by Seren Smale. As you rightly say, it's got the suns in her eyes. Knowing how much pressure's on this ball, how important it is to steady yourself and take that catch. What a big wicket that is at this stage of the game. The pendulum swings again towards Lancashire Thunder.
Northern Diamonds have defended that score of 311, but a brilliant effort by the South East Stars to get to 308 for 9 from their 50 overs. Mike was saying before, we're seeing some really good games in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy again this season, and a couple going right the way to the very end. Looks like that momentum is sifting back towards the Thunder, but Eve Jones, rather frustratingly for her, just can't seem to get on strike at the minute. So it's still at the non-striker's end. Fackrell, the new batter. Here's Cross. It's driven down through mid-off. Well, job done, I guess, isn't it? Bat on ball, get up the other end. It's got to be Eve Jones to try and produce something even more special than what she's already done so far. It's a brilliant 124, but it might not be enough. Experience of Kate Cross. What a luxury to have for Ellie Felkrold to hand the ball to Cross for the 48th over of a tight run chase. Cross to Jones, slashed out towards the leg side. Moves on to 125. Means that it's 26 required and 15 balls remaining.
And at the moment, the Sparks are just not able to reach the boundaries, are they? And that's the challenge. 26 runs off just 15 balls required, so boundaries are needed at this stage.
Can they find one? Cross over the wicket. It's chipped into the onside. They might try and force 2, but it'll be with a risk. They decide against it, there's going to be a run out. They didn't decide against it, the captain did. And Fackrell wasn't on the same wavelength. There was probably never going to be 2 there. As the throw came in, and Eve Jones said, no, it's not happening. It's a frustration for Fackrell as she makes her way off, but there was never a second.
No, there wasn't 2 there. She wanted to push for 2, obviously, because they're feeling the pressure of the game, but actually there wasn't 2. And Fee Morris, we know, is really quick in the field. She was quick to get off the rope, threw the ball in, 1 bounce into Kate Cross that managed to, at the second attempt, take the bails off.
Well, that will feel a little easier, a little more pleasant for the Thunder players. That sense of tension that was starting to, I'm sure, develop amongst the players will have eased with a little cluster of wickets at the back end of the Central Sparks innings. Still need 25, down to 14 balls left. Just thinking of where Ellie Threlkeld will go to for the final 2 overs. Cross will bowl one of them. Who are you going for? Datani's only bowled 2 overs. Mahika Gore's still got 3 left, so it's either Mahika Gore or it's Datani, isn't it?
Yeah, it would naturally go with Gore, but I don't know whether she's reached her allocation in terms of bowling loads. I'm not sure.
Cross from around the wicket, bowls to Jones. The back foot just flicks it away off the hip down to deep backward square leg for a single. 126 not out. 261 for 7. Yeah, Mahika Gore bowling 7 overs on the spin right at the very start of the innings.
It's made me wonder whether or not that's actually her allocation, and rather than coming back, stiffening up, coming back and going again.
Got you.
That might be what they've done, but I'm not sure about that.
Well, we'll find out. We'll find out at the end of this delivery. Well, I can't see either Datani or Gore warming up, but we'll find out. Fires in a Yorker, Kate Cross. Ball squirts past the stumps, past Threlkeld off a little bottom edge. Ellis gets off the mark with that. It's probably not what the Central Sparks wanted, really, because she's kept the strike. So there's 2 overs remaining, 12 balls left. It's 23 needed to win. Who will bowl the penultimate over? It looks like it's going to be Datani.
It's a really good over that by Cross, isn't it? Just 4 off it, 2 wickets, the run out, and the catch on the boundary by Seren Smale to actually take the wicket off Izzy Wong. So that was a really good over, and has set the game up nicely now for Thunder, hopefully, to win this game from their perspective. I'm sure Central Sparks would challenge that and say they're still in the game. They've 23 runs still remaining off 12 balls, and the other thing that they would say is actually our captain's still at the crease, who was on 126 and around. Yeah. So it's not over until it's over, is it?
No, but you think it probably has to be this over.
Yeah.
With Cross going to bowl the final one, it needs to be at the kind of most, like something in the region of 12, something like half the final over. It needs to be a really good over, this. Datani in, balls pulled by Ellis out towards the leg side. Well, Eve Jones I don't think was massively keen about coming back for a second, but it would have been a little silly to have turned the second down there when there was a comfortable 2 on. 264 for 7. So 2 off the first delivery of the penultimate over. 21 from 11. Datani in to Ellis, who stepped right across the stumps, trying to scoop it. Good reactions from Threlkeld, who's really quite close in behind the stumps with the gloves on, and stops the ball, so it's a dot ball. 21 from 10. Ellis looking for the ramp with short fine and short third inside the circle. It's a good option, but unable to make contact. Datani brings up cover and drops back a square leg fielder towards the rope. From around the wicket, balls to Ellis. That's punched into the offside. And we'll take a single. And it gets Jones back on strike, and it's got to be Eve Jones to try and find yet another boundary or 2 to give Central Sparks any chance here. Only 9 deliveries left, and they need 20. Probably need 3 boundaries.
Yeah, I think so. And ideally, if they could get 2 in the remaining balls of this over, then it just sets them up for that last over, doesn't it?
Datani to Jones. Swats it away, but not where she was hoping, and Emma Lamb's there to field. Just a single. This has been a good over by Datani. Under a bit of pressure, because she knows that these 2 are going to come at her, because it's Kate Cross to bowl the last. She's done well. 4 off it. Singles are almost like dot balls, aren't they, in this situation? Again, looks for the ramp, gets it this time, beats short fine down towards the boundary. Well, Ellis does manage to engineer a way to find the boundary rope and moves to 8, 270 for 7.
She's done well to get bat on that, hasn't she? She's moved around the crease. Oh, a little scoop, managed to get enough on the ball, and it's gone for 4 runs. 15 required off 7 balls. Get a boundary on this ball, and it makes the last over really interesting.
Yeah, 14 to tie.
Yeah, of course.
12 months ago, as you remember, also painfully well. There was a tie between these two sides here.
Still wakes me up in the night, that does.
15 to win, 14 to tie. I love a tie. It's great fun, aren't they, ties? Final ball of the over. Oh, that's an edge down to 3rd. That's going to be 4 more. Well, that might be a stroke of good fortune that the Central Sparks might need. It's a bit of bad luck from a Thunder point of view, but it means that there's something on this final over. It's 11 to win from the final 6 deliveries, or it's 10 to tie.
$11 to win off the final over.
And Jones on strike as well.
Yeah, Jones on strike, so the captain, heroic captain's innings so far, 127 off 145 balls, facing the last over. Could she finish the game for Central Sparks and come off an absolute hero? Or could Kate Cross, the experienced England performer, win the game for Lancashire Thunder? Set up nicely, isn't it?
It's set up beautifully already today. Wins for the Northern Diamonds by 3 runs, defending a total of 311. Sunrisers beat the Southern Vipers by 3 wickets, chasing down 212 to win. And the Blaze beat the Western Storm by 4 wickets. Their target of 276 was chased down inside 48 overs. So some successful run chasers, 2 successful run chasers and 1 big score defended in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy today. Again, the Lancashire Thunder defend 284. That's the target they got, 285 to win. 11 for victory off the final 6 deliveries. Here's Cross in, bowls, hammered away, up and over, extra cover for 4. Great shot by Eve Jones. Whether Central Sparks win this or not, this is a brilliant innings by the captain. She moves to 131 not out.
Just gave herself a little bit of room at the crease, went to the leg side slightly to open up the offside. Cross has gone for the Yorker, just slightly over pitched, and Jones has been able to get enough bat on it, hit it through the air, through the covers for 4 runs, 7 required off 5 balls.
They're also, of course, have an overrate penalty here. That's beaten the infield. That might be 4 more. They're restricted to the fielders they can have outside the circle because they've not bowled their overs in time. So Kate Cross with the challenge of having to defend 11 off the final over, plus she can't have the maximum number of fielders on the boundary rope, and successive boundaries has taken the Central Sparks to the brink of victory.
Wow, what a knock this is from Eve Jones. What an incredible knock, 135 of 147, just to absorb all that pressure, all that intensity. Bat for that period of time takes tremendous physical resilience as well as mental resilience. Now she's got the opportunity to hit the winning runs for Central Sparks.
1 hit away. This might be it. No, good stop by Datani. It's just a single, and she knew she had to stop it. She's at mid-off inside the circle. It was thumped down the ground by Eve Jones. It's a heavy land as well by Datani, but it's a very good piece of fielding, because if that gets underneath her, that's the winning runs. And she's done well to stop it. 2 to win. 3 balls left.
2 to win, but we've got the experienced Cross balling at the relatively inexperienced Ellis. Okay, so we've just had former teammates bowling and batting against each other in combat, I would suggest. And we've seen that Eve Jones has just got on top of Cross for those 2 or 3 balls, but now this might change it. Can Cross perform heroics and snatch victory from the jaws of defeat of this game here? It's a close one.
Well, you see many times, don't you, an over that one half of it will belong to the batting side, and the same over, the following 3 deliveries will belong to the bowling side. You see it so often, certainly in T20 cricket, where it can swing back and forth, even within a 6-ball over. From a Thunder point of view, they need the second half of the over to belong to them. Just 2 required.
Is there another twist?
1 to tie.
Oh, no.
Everyone loves a tie.
No.
2, 8, 3 for 7 then. 2 more to win. Ellis on strike. Keeper standing up. Here's Cross. Swatted away for 4. Magnificent win by the Central Sparks. That is an outstanding victory for them. To have chased down their target of 285 and take a bow, Eve Jones. That really is a quite magnificent innings by the captain to finish unbeaten on 136. For the Central Sparks to chase this down with 3 wickets remaining and 2 balls left of the innings is a brilliant victory for them.
What an unbelievable knock from Jones. A captain's innings from start to finish. He's carried about. David Capel once said to me when I was England coach, the best thing any batter can do can carry in a stump at the end. Bat all the way through, win the game for their team, walk off to the accolades of the people in the crowd, the people in the dressing room, and enjoy embracing what's been a wonderful victory for Central Sparks. I have to say that innings is of the highest order. You've seen it ebb, you've seen it flow, you've seen it challenge, you've seen lots of resilience shown by Eve Jones, and what a captain's innings that was. Absolutely fantastic, Scott.
It was huge disappointment for Lancashire Thunder that they were unable to defend that total, set up principally by the brilliant century by Emma Lamb. Seren Smale also batting beautifully at the top, and the century partnership, and it was a fantastic platform for them to go on and get a very good score. But sometimes, I guess, you just have to tip your hat to the opposition and say well battered, and Eve Jones, embraced by her teammates, has put together, as Paul Shaw was saying, an absolutely magnificent innings. It's a great knock.
Unbelievable knock in the context of the game, wasn't it, that, you know, to know at half-time, if you like, that you've got to chase down 285, and the team's not been informed. They've lost 3 or 4 on the bounce, haven't they, and not confidence in the side, and to produce a performance like that is absolutely outstanding. Something that I think has been truly incredible today. We've seen the Lamb, Smale, Mark partnerships with this slight little bit of impetus from Fee Morris later in the day as well, which has been really important to set that score up. But actually, I don't think the Thunder players at half-time would have thought they'd have lost that game. But real credit to this Central Sparks team. They've showed tremendous resilience, commitment and determination to win the game for their team.
They have, yeah. I think sometimes you just got to credit the opposition. I'm sure there will be aspects of this as we look at this batting card for the Sparks. I think you've got to also give credit to Courtney Webb. I thought that 40 gave them real impetus in the middle. And the wickets there, a couple for Cross and a couple for Jones, 1 for Norris and Morris. But wasn't enough from a Thunder point of view. There's our match summary. Lamb and Smale for the Thunder, helping the home side get to 284 for 7. But it was a day that belongs to Eve Jones, who's been there to try and win it. I'm sure Thunder will look at it, and without doubting, obviously you've been in this position, Paul, where you look at what you could have done better and how you could have saved some runs here, there and everywhere. But and it's not just as easy to say credit to the opposition, but sometimes credit to the opposition.
Sometimes you have to say that, you know, because actually if Thunder had won this game, it gives them real momentum to then take into the T20s. So that's been tarnished slightly, that's been knocked back slightly. But I have to say, real credit to the opposition. Central Sparks played beautifully. What a great game for the neutral. An absolute mention to the groundsman, because actually what a job they've been producing such a great cricket pitch, an outfield of the correct dynamics to put this game on, and what a brilliant game of cricket it's been.
It has, and it's a memorable day for Eve Jones and for the Central Sparks to have come here and to have got themselves a fabulous victory. Paul, thank you so much for your company. Love your jacket. I do, love your jacket.
Thank you, Scott.
And to Mike Perkins as well, and to all the staff and the team at Badger and Coombs. Your next commentary for listeners on the BBC Sport website and app, I'll be at Trent Bridge on I'm going tomorrow for the game that starts on Friday for Nottinghamshire against Lancashire in the County Championship. For BBC Sport listeners via the website and the app, and for viewers on Lancs TV, Lancashire's men's side will be at Blackpool to take on Durham. That's a week on Friday, and then here on the Sunday, so that's a week on Sunday, Thunder are back in action against the Northern Diamonds, and it's the first game of the Charlotte Edwards Cup. So Lancs TV viewers will be at Blackpool for the Durham match a week on Friday, and then here on a week on Sunday for the Northern Diamonds game in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. And on the BBC Sport website and app, I'll catch you tomorrow from Friday from Trent Bridge for Nottinghamshire against Lancashire. Congratulations to Eve Jones and to the Central Sparks. It's a magnificent innings and a brilliant run chase. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Two local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he's what a morning. He don't play.
Well, a real suspect instinct from Hagen's Fairbrother.
Fine chance to run to the winning hit. On come the crowd.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
To Canada, Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you.
Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that?